Wielding a massive blade, the armored warrior tore through the monsters without mercy, sending blood spraying in every direction as he advanced with a cold, unwavering composure. Filled with a sudden surge of resolve, Yuri shattered the boulders in a single motion, his gaze fixed forward as he prepared to face any challenge in his path. As the wounded creature labeled him a monster, the man simply smirked, openly relishing the sheer extent of his power. He exuded a dangerous confidence, clearly in control as he savored his triumph over the massive opponent. Stepping calmly through the remains of the fallen giants, the young man appeared small by comparison, yet his absolute composure revealed that he was the true monster and the undisputed victor. Standing over his defeated foe, Yuri met the wounded monster's desperate questioning with cold apathy, stating he had no particular reason for slaughtering its kin. He flatly admitted that there was no reason behind his actions, his indifferent gaze making it clear that hunting monsters was just a mundane part of his routine that required no further explanation. Seething with rage, the monster launched a relentless assault, yet the warrior remained composed in the heat of battle, seemingly savoring his own absolute resilience. The monster admitted he had hoped the Dark Lord would empathize with his pain, but those expectations crumbled alongside his fading strength. Yuri coldly remarked that the beast was the one who had first shunned him as a monster. Raising his blade, he promised a meeting in the afterlife and brought the battle to a definitive end with one final strike. With a single decisive strike, he cleaved through the enemy's massive form, leaving only shimmering trails of light and debris in his wake. This final blow brought the grueling battle to a close, securing a definitive victory for the warrior. As the defeated monster shrieked in agony, the young man questioned if this would be his final fight, landing steadily to survey the devastation he had caused with cold resolve. Having claimed the SSS-ranked reincarnation crystal from his fallen foe, Yuri gripped the artifact and felt a long-awaited sense of relief, realizing he was finally free from the monsters. Suddenly, the crystal in the boy's hands flared with a brilliant light, enveloping him in a surge of magic that was finally ready to carry him toward the future he had long deserved. Closing his eyes, he fully accepted the power of the reincarnation crystal. His body soon dissolved into a stream of light that carried him away from the battlefield, ending his cycle of suffering and clearing the path for a new beginning. Enveloped in the crystal's glow, Yuri felt a profound sense of freedom as he embraced the prospect of his rebirth. He drifted calmly, filled with hope that this new beginning would finally allow him to leave his past suffering behind. Suddenly awakening as if from a deep slumber, he realized his recent trials were only a dream. Yet, even as the memories of battle and death began to fade, a lingering intuition told him that his journey was far from over. Izawa Yuri lived a quiet life as an ordinary office worker in the modern world, entirely unaware of his previous life's grand adventures and destiny. Memories of his past life suddenly resurfaced, reminding him that he had been an adult before being reborn into this new world. He vividly recalled the moment he first arrived, finding himself in a land shaped by mysterious and unfamiliar magic. In his first life, he was captivated by the discovery of magic and its immense power. While his teachers watched with admiration, he joyfully conjured flames, relishing the first true miracle he had witnessed in this new world. He dedicated himself to his studies, gradually mastering a wide array of spells and finding genuine joy in every success. In those moments, he felt truly happy, finally experiencing a sense of belonging in this world. Yuri had reached the absolute summit of power as the Emperor of Magic, and by the time he fully grasped his situation, the world was already worshipping him as a legendary figure whose name would be immortalized in history. Reincarnated with a new purpose, he dedicated himself to mastering the blade, determined to become the world's greatest swordsman and fulfill his destiny of defeating the Dark Lord. After finally reaching his goal and being hailed as the God of Swords, he came to the realization that he was trapped in a cycle, forced to repeat this exact path time and time again. Despite his immense power, the young man felt a deep sense of emptiness. Though his life appeared to be defined by glory and recognition, the reality was far different, leading him to wonder if his strength had brought him true happiness, or if it was merely a hollow illusion. He spent his days locked in a cycle of constant slaughter and conquest, yet he found no satisfaction in his victories, eventually leading the world to brand him a monster. Abandoning his former ideals, he resolved to live life on his own terms from now on. Yet, upon awakening in an unfamiliar world, he was met with nothing but darkness and a sense of profound confusion. He found himself completely disoriented, unsure of his current location or what fate had in store for him. After waking up amidst the rubble, he struggled to make sense of the devastation surrounding him. Despite a lingering sense of familiarity with the ruined landscape, he found his memory was a complete blank. Yuri surveyed his surroundings with a faint chuckle, sensing that another trial was imminent. However, with his memories still fragmented, the mysterious location only left him with more questions. After surveying the ruins, the young man was left with pressing questions about his arrival and his past, only to realize his memories were shattered, leaving him without even a sense of who he was. Visions suddenly surged through Yuri's mind, reminding him of how he arrived and finally giving him a clear sense of his new purpose. Exhausted by a lifetime of constant warfare, the boy activated a reincarnation crystal to begin anew in a different world, seeking a peaceful life away from the battlefield. Awakening in a strange land, he was certain his reincarnation had succeeded. Although the world around him appeared desolate and forgotten, he saw it as an opportunity to start over and live a life free from his past mistakes. As Yuri explored the ruins, a voice suddenly demanded his name, confirming he wasn't alone in the area. Prompted by caution, he quickly assessed the situation and prepared for a potential confrontation with this mysterious presence. Standing before him was a formidable B-rank goblin lord, a creature whose sharp intelligence set it apart from typical monsters and made it a much more lethal opponent. Flanking the overlord were two goblin lords of D and E rank, leading the young man to suspect these ruins were their domain and that a clash was now inevitable. He soon realized he was trapped in a goblin lair and surrounded by their entire army. As the goblin lord issued a mocking threat while demanding an explanation, Yuri understood that fighting back unarmed would be nearly impossible, especially since his powers had yet to manifest. Reflecting on his past lives, he remembered his title as the God of Swords, a name earned through his ability to transform any object into a blade and wield it with absolute mastery. Searching for a weapon, the boy's eyes landed on a simple wooden stick. While it might have been useless to an average person, in his hands it was a lethal tool. The moment he gripped the stick, the system instantly activated, elevating his fencing proficiency to an advanced level while flooding his mind with the combat experience of his past battles. Sensing the danger, the goblins swarmed him from every direction as their lord commanded his capture, but the youth stood ready, meeting the first wave of the assault with unwavering confidence. Moving with lethal speed, Yuri dispatched the goblins with chilling accuracy. His limbs moved instinctively, guided by the combat reflexes he had honed in his former life. The monsters didn't even have a chance to register the overwhelming strength of the man standing before them. He soon realized his body was moving on pure instinct, effortlessly evading the goblins' strikes and crushing them before they could land a single hit. Smirking as he felt his abilities return, he began cutting through the goblins with lethal accuracy, completely immersed in the rush of the fight. Realizing the battle was lost, the goblin lord ordered a retreat, but the young man refused to let them escape, knowing from experience that sparing his enemies would only lead to more trouble later. In that instant, a crucial realization struck him as the scattered pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place. Yuri unleashed his familiar flash technique, cleaving through the goblin lord with a strike so swift and lethal that the monster had no chance to react. The young man's blade struck with crushing force, leaving the goblin to writhe in its death throes, unable to comprehend its sudden defeat. The surviving goblins watched in horror as their leader fell, and though the warrior standing among the corpses struck fear into their hearts, they still chose to press their attack. Aware that even a single survivor could summon reinforcements, the young man charged forward and wiped out the group to ensure no one escaped. Standing alone amidst the carnage of the brutal battle, he looked over the fallen with a cold gaze, remarking that he had expected much more resistance. Upon reviewing his stats, Yuri discovered he possessed the passive skills of both a mage emperor and a sword god. Realizing that combining these two distinct fighting styles would grant him unparalleled strength. Reflecting on his rarity, the warrior was struck by how unique his status was even in this world. His bloodline carried the memories of masters in both magic and swordsmanship, granting him extraordinary skills. Surveying the wreckage and the remains of his enemies, Yuri contemplated his future. Realizing that although his path was now his to decide, he lacked a clear destination. Yuri's gaze fell upon the discarded sword and bag, items that could prove vital to his mission despite his lingering uncertainty about which path to follow. Reflecting on his journey so far, the boy sensed that this world was already preparing its next set of challenges for him. The young man was surprised to discover that his new companion was actually a slime. With the goblins defeated, he gathered his supplies and took a closer look at the sword he had discovered. The sword he discovered bore a striking resemblance to a simple wooden stick, leaving him skeptical about its actual effectiveness. Upon acquiring the analysis skill, he immediately decided to examine the sword's properties. A soft glow filled his eyes as he activated his analysis ability. After testing his new analysis skill, the young man discovered his sword was merely bronze rank and in poor condition. While he appreciated the skill's utility, the weapon's low quality was a disappointment. Scanning the landscape for any sign of civilization, Yuri was disappointed to find only trees and grass. But his frustration was cut short when he heard a strange rustling in the nearby bushes. A slime suddenly leaped from the bushes with a soft squeak, leaving the man surprised as he debated whether or not to attack the creature. Judging the slime to be harmless, he decided to hold back his attack, and its hesitant reaction brought a faint smile to his face. Yuri offered the slime a piece of meat, and its enthusiastic reaction confirmed that the creature was not a threat, but a potential ally. Without warning, the warrior acquired the taming skill and instantly reached its maximum level, leaving him stunned as he realized he could now command and converse with any monster. As he examined his status screen, he wondered if it could double as a shield, though his attention was soon captured by his new taming rank and its benefits for monster interaction. As Yuri cautiously tested his ability to converse with monsters, the slime's cheerful response confirmed that the skill truly allowed him to understand and interact with these creatures. Noticing the slime's visible sadness, the boy sensed its emotions and realized that the creature truly didn't want to leave his side. With a smile, the boy decided to name the slime Lime, officially inviting his new companion to join him on his journey. The slime leaped onto the warrior in an affectionate display, and though he questioned its utility, he decided to bring it along as his very first companion. As night settled over the wasteland, Yuri stood alone, observing the starry sky and the dark forest on the horizon. Realizing how quiet his surroundings had become, he knew it was time to seek out some shelter. He began vigorously windmilling his arms in an attempt to pull off a move, but the display was purely comical, making him look like a human spinning top. The continuous spinning soon brought on a wave of dizziness and discomfort, forcing him to realize this method was far more difficult than expected, yet he refused to stop. The warrior desperately tried to ignite a fire using friction, twirling a stick with all his might and muttering words of encouragement to himself, but his efforts failed to produce a single flame. Drawing on memories from his past life, Yuri attempted to replicate the fire-making techniques he once knew, but his lack of progress made him question if these primitive methods were truly effective. Undeterred by his repeated failures, the boy continued to blow on the smoldering coals, desperate to spark a flame. Despite his mounting fatigue, his resolve never wavered, and soon a passing breeze began to fan the small, flickering fire. His persistence finally paid off as the flame caught life, leaving the young man relieved that he had successfully started a fire using such primitive methods. A sudden system notification informed him that he had unlocked fire magic, and to his surprise, he had already reached the advanced level. His slime companion bounced around with joy, celebrating its master's latest accomplishment. Grateful for the help, Yuri offered the slime a meal and chuckled as his new companion eagerly accepted the treat. The warrior savored the cooked meat, finding the taste well worth the effort he spent struggling to start the fire as the remaining catch roasted nearby. He asked the slime if it enjoyed the meal, and the creature responded with visible delight. While the boy found peace gazing at the stars, his calm was interrupted when the slime noticed something strange that put him on high alert. A sudden scream pierced the stillness of the night forest, causing Yuri to snap into focus and turn toward the source as he realized something was drawing near. Straining his eyes against the darkness, the warrior waited for his vision to adjust to the forest depths. As the details became clearer, he searched the thicket to pinpoint the source of the scream and identify the threat lurking within. Acting on instinct, Yuri triggered his perception and locked onto the source of the threat. The forest blurred as if he were moving at high speed, and he soon spotted something ahead, closing the distance rapidly. With trembling hands, the lichen struggled to defend himself against the dark monster's relentless assault. Though he desperately tried to evade the strike, fear had completely paralyzed his movements. The creature's low growl only served to highlight his helplessness against the shadowy horror. The boy activated his analysis skill to evaluate the threat, while the slime stayed by his side, watching the process unfold. The analysis identified their opponent as a rank F shadow, a creature vulnerable to magic. This gave them a clear path to victory, but only if they could strike decisively before it had the chance to retaliate. A follow-up analysis identified the lichen as Pancho Pantera, a man who had lived with lycanthropy for 32 years. However, his appearance suggested he was inexperienced in combat and was clearly being forced to participate against his will. Recognizing that magic was the shadow monster's true weakness, the young man let out a confident grin. With the key to victory finally in hand, he just needed to determine the best way to apply this advantage on the battlefield. Halting suddenly, the boy realized he was in a position to help. He focused his mind to evaluate the situation, and as a whistle signaled the time to act, he moved forward with resolve. As a dark monster pursued Pancho through the forest, the young man wondered if he was inadvertently meeting the hidden requirements for a new skill, a possibility that filled him with renewed confidence. Slime watched the situation unfold with growing concern, his anxiety peaking as he cried out in response to Yuri's sudden, sharp movement. The warrior suddenly materialized beside the lycanthrope, and while the creature was stunned by his arrival, the young man offered only a brief greeting that signaled his serious intentions. Pancho stood paralyzed, blindsided by the boy's sudden appearance, just as a massive shadow creature began its descent upon them. Yuri offered a quick apology for the intrusion, but the looming threat left no room for further explanation. After noticing Lichen was losing the fight, he offered to step in, but the enemy's overwhelming strength and Pancho's desperate plea forced him to take immediate action. Unleashing the fire. Bullet spell, the young man launched a barrage of potent fireballs directly at the monster. The magical explosion proved devastating, obliterating a section of the woods and forcing Lichen and Yuri to retreat from the flying debris as the warrior realized he had used far more power than intended. Recognizing the significance of the intel, the young man tried to stop Pancho for further questioning, but Pancho was visibly caught off guard by the sudden return of his ally. Seeking to maintain its distance, the lichen silently retreated into the forest, leaving the boy to sigh as he watched his only lead vanish among the trees. Fearing another monster attack, the half-beast cried out in desperation until Yuri apologized and stood calmly beside him, leaving the werewolf surprised but still visibly terrified. Collapsing from exhaustion, the werewolf gasped for air as he confessed his crimes and pleaded for mercy, while the young warrior simply watched him with a steady, unbothered gaze. As they spoke by the fire that night, Yuri realized his journey wasn't just an escape, but a mission of true importance, though the werewolf remained elusive, dodging his questions with vague responses. The werewolf reacted instantly to defend his retreat, claiming he was only fleeing from certain death, but the young man's sarcastic response quickly escalated the tension between them. The boy questioned whether the werewolf's behavior was tied to hidden requirements for a new skill, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden laugh that highlighted the region's harsh nature. Shaking with indignation, Lichen insisted that mastering skills should take years of dedicated training, finding it hard to believe anyone could acquire new abilities so effortlessly. Yuri realized that his rapid skill growth was actually fueled by memories from his previous life. Recognizing how rare this ability was in his current world, he finally understood just how unique he truly was. Pancho was left in awe, admitting that in his 10 years of adventuring, he had never encountered anyone so powerful, which led the warrior to reflect on his own true place in this world. While he previously lacked any knowledge of this world's magical standards, the young man finally realized that his own power placed him at the very pinnacle. The young man then questioned the lichen about why he was there so late, catching the werewolf off guard and leaving him able to only groan in response. The half-wolf protested angrily, claiming he had been framed and brought there against his will. Yuri listened intently, finding it suspicious that someone would go to such lengths to lure his new acquaintance into a trap. Reflecting on his past, Pancho recalled his time as a porter for an adventuring party led by the seemingly dependable Zack, though the trust they once shared eventually crumbled. He recalled the moment the party faced a massive adversary. A terrifying beast stood before them, ready to annihilate everyone in its path. While their survival depended on trusting Zack, the dynamic shifted when the pressure reached its peak. Mid-battle, Zack's behavior took a strange turn as he abandoned the half-wolf to his fate. Panicked, Pancho tried to find a way out, but the situation only grew more dire. After Zack betrayed him and left him on the verge of death, the werewolf's pleas for help were met only with his former ally's cold contempt, a moment that permanently shattered his trust in humanity. Lycan recounted how he had been sacrificed as bait for someone else's survival, his voice heavy with bitterness and pain. Yuri listened intently, finally grasping the true gravity of the betrayal his companion had suffered. The warrior pressed Pancho for details regarding the formidable beast he'd mentioned, prompting the werewolf to recall a previous encounter with a creature whose strength rivaled the world's legendary predators. A massive B-ranked basilisk suddenly appeared in the sky, its wings slicing through the air as its menacing gaze signaled a clear threat. Lycan suddenly spiraled into a panic, his loud screams echoing as Yuri tried and failed to steady him. Yuri grew increasingly irritated by his companion's lack of composure during such a critical moment. As the warrior watched the basilisk, he realized there was no longer any point in hiding, as the creature had clearly spotted them and was preparing to lunge. He immediately understood that the creature intended to strike while they were asleep. As the basilisk opened an eye to survey the scene, Yuri braced himself, knowing he had to act before the situation turned dire. The basilisk suddenly lunged downward with its beak open, its rapid descent generating a powerful surge of wind. Realizing the basilisk was falling too fast for his fire magic to land, the young man searched for a more reliable way to intercept the creature's rapid descent. Lacan watched in disbelief as the boy produced a fragment of the blade, while Pancho remained skeptical that such a tactic could actually work against a powerful adversary. Finally reaching the ground, the basilisk let out a menacing shriek, its beak shimmering in the moonlight as it prepared for the coming confrontation. Yuri delivered a crushing strike with his blade, forcing a roar of agony from the massive beast as its body recoiled from the impact. With unwavering determination in his eyes, the youth's sword successfully pierced through the creature's magical defense. With a final desperate cry, the beast collapsed straight to the ground. With the enemy gone, the young man stood before the massive crater carved out by the intensity of their battle. The system interface reappeared, notifying the boy that he had gained new skills and mastered several tiers of magical enhancement. As the confirmation chime echoed, he felt a surge of power and realized just how much stronger he had become. Examining his blade, he realized he had misused it. Rather than slicing through his opponent, he had merely delivered a heavy blow, proving that he needed a deeper understanding of his new powers to use them effectively. Yuri scanned the area for his missing companion, hoping for guidance toward the city, while Q let out a startled sound as he sensed a shift in the desolate landscape stretching out beneath the night sky. Aizawa Yuri is a hero equipped with an extraordinary set of passive skills, most notably the memories of the Magic Emperor and the Sword God, alongside his proficiency in fire magic, swordsmanship, and taming. Upon finding the defeated basilisk, Yuri wiped away his sweat and sighed with relief while his slug, Q, watched him prepare to scavenge the monster's body for valuable items. Recalling his victory from the day before, Izala returned to the spot where he had left the basilisk's carcass, ready to study the beast and harvest its remains. Staring at the massive remains of the defeated basilisk, the young man considered using fire magic to cook the creature, turning his hard-won victory into a convenient source of food. Using a sharp stone in place of his broken sword, the young man had been meticulously harvesting the monster's carcass since dawn to ensure no valuable materials were overlooked, and he was now nearly finished. As he pushed his limits, the warrior considered the potential for new skills, intrigued by the idea that further physical growth might allow him to acquire new abilities automatically. Inside the monster's remains, Yuri discovered a B-rank fire magic stone, a rare find that could either bolster his magic or fetch a high price on the market. After securing a massive stone, he intended to sell it for a high price in the city, but his small slime companion took an interest in the find and wanted it for itself. Lime pointed at the stone with clear excitement, prompting the man to weigh his options. Should he let Lime keep the discovery or sell the artifact for a future profit? Without warning, the slime began absorbing the stone's magical energy, becoming enveloped in a radiant aura. Although the young man was caught off guard, he quickly dismissed the event as a minor concern. He ultimately reasoned that the stone wouldn't have fetched a high price on the market anyway. Suddenly, the slime began to swell, radiating an intense surge of energy while Yuri watched in stunned silence, uncertain of what the outcome would be. He eyed the bloated slime skeptically, searching for any physical changes beyond its increased size. The warrior hoped the absorbed magic would grant some benefit, but for now, the results were simply strange. The slime suddenly mutated, its mass spreading across the ground in erratic shapes as it manifested a mysterious new power. Watching the transformation unfold, he grew cautious, unable to comprehend what was happening. Concerned for his companion's well-being, he called out to the slime, but it remained unresponsive as it continued its slow, silent transformation. The slug suddenly transformed into a massive creature, leaving him stunned as he realized his companion possessed the rare ability to shapeshift, a discovery that left him both surprised and slightly uneasy. Watching the slug shift into the form of a basilisk, the young man was struck by the realization that his companion could mimic other monsters, a discovery that revealed a world of new possibilities. With a sudden flap of its wings, the basilisk slug generated a fierce air current, leaving the warrior scrambling to maintain his balance. The creature lunged ahead, putting its immense strength and agility on full display. The monster surged toward the sun with incredible speed, leaving Yuri captivated by its grace and power as he began to question the true extent of its untapped potential. To his delight, the young man realized his companion could mimic a monster's physical form down to its very anatomy. As the winged creature drew near while calling out for Kaya, Yuri watched from below in stunned confusion, struggling to make sense of the situation. Now riding atop his creation, the man realized that traveling by air would provide a much swifter and more efficient journey to his destination. Basking in the light as he soared through the air, the boy realized his trip to the village would be much faster than anticipated, finding this new mode of travel to be remarkably efficient. As the creature streaked across the sky, the young man marveled at the incredible speed. Realizing just how much his reach across the world had expanded, Yuri took to the air, riding atop his assistant. As he rode atop the transformed slime, the boy asked if it needed a rest, but Lime pressed forward with steady determination. Observing their flight speed, he ordered them to maintain their pace to reach the city as quickly as possible. As the city walls came into view, Lime soared forward with confidence, while the young man admired the impressive scenery and looked forward to finally encountering other people. Understanding that his basilisk form would likely incite widespread panic, he chose to remain outside the city limits to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Upon reaching the city walls, the warrior leaped down from the basilisk's back. The boy asked if Lime could return to its original size, prompting the creature to emit a sound as its body began to glow. Lime's sudden transformation caught the young man by surprise, making him realize just how versatile his companion's ability to change sizes truly was. As they neared the towering city gates, Yuri told Lime to stay out of sight, remembering that this was the same place the big-eared man had mentioned. As he entered the trading city of Radial, the boy took in the sight of the bustling streets and grand architecture surrounding him. As he navigated the marketplace, he sensed an unsettling shift in the air. The townspeople looked troubled, and the vendors seemed unusually hesitant to sell their wares. He could tell something was wrong with the city, even if he hadn't yet discovered the cause. As he ventured deeper, the boisterous shouts of merchants offering deals filled the air, yet the city still felt strangely hollow, prompting him to scan his surroundings with growing suspicion. An energetic vendor was peddling cold water at a steep markup. Parched, the young man approached her, and while he was stunned by the high price, he admitted he hadn't had anything to drink since the previous day. The woman presented 3 different glass sizes and waited for his choice. Yuri examined the water, captivated by its inviting appearance. Despite the suspicious nature of his surroundings, he found the temptation nearly impossible to resist. As he stared at the drinks, his thirst became overwhelming, and the sight of the clear water was so tempting that he completely forgot about the cost. Unaware of their true value, he offered to pay with coins he had taken from the goblins, prompting the saleswoman to inspect them closely. After accepting the payment, the girl placed a small glass of water before the warrior, informing him that it was the only thing his meager coins could afford. She directed his attention to a nearby well, while the saleswoman, assuming he was a traveler from afar, wondered if the local prices seemed steep to him. She also observed that the city's perpetual sunlight led to a continuous rise in water costs. As the reality of the situation dawned on the young man, the saleswoman laughed, noting that these specific conditions provided her with a reliable source of income. Smiling, the girl explained that water magic was a highly profitable skill, proving her point by manifesting several droplets in the air. The boy finally understood why the city's residents appeared so drained, while she immediately turned to take another water order from a nearby customer. As Yuri drank the water he was given, he realized the city was in desperate need of resources. A few drops of water were hardly enough to satisfy him, as the persistent thirst left him feeling bitter about his unfair circumstances. He suddenly unlocked the use of water magic, with the system detailing 3 specific levels of mastery: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. While standing near a shopping arcade, the young man was taken aback when a woman pointed out his unusual attire, leaving him completely puzzled as to what the issue was. Unexpectedly, the woman proposed a trade, offering him a generous serving of water in exchange for his clothes. With a playful smirk, she noted her own generosity and called him a little boy, leaving him visibly taken aback. He calmly declined the offer and made his exit, leaving the woman behind in a state of bewildered disappointment. He then began detailing his proposal to fix the city's water shortage, a sudden turn that left her both stunned and confused. Upon reaching the city's water reservoir, he readied his magic with clenched fists, fully intent on resolving the crisis. Utilizing his newfound water magic, he summoned a massive stream to replenish the reservoir while the stunned villagers looked on with joy. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, with the water vendor appearing particularly stunned by the sudden turn of events. The townspeople rushed into the downpour to celebrate the long-awaited arrival of water, stunned that their crisis had been resolved so effortlessly. Stunned by the unfolding events, the saleswoman quickly ordered buckets to be brought out so they could collect the free water. Scanning the crowd, she was stunned to see a young man casting a spell and called out to him in bewilderment. Yuri explained that he was merely using water magic, assuming that the woman possessed the same ability. The water merchant reacted with visible horror at the mention of water magic, her eyes trembling with fear. This caught the young man by surprise, as he had fully expected her to be delighted by the news. Standing in the middle of the marketplace, the man reflected on his dire situation, penniless and starving as he weighed his next move. Staring somberly at the meal being prepared, Yuri reflected on the long, difficult journey he had endured just to reach the city in search of a better life. Observing the merchants feast on their meat, he was struck by the harsh reality that he couldn't afford a meal for himself. As he wandered down the street, he realized he was completely broke and needed to find work immediately. He approached the formidable Alex Rodriguez to inquire about potential job openings, leaving the man visibly surprised by the request. Alex weighed the idea of hiring Yuri, though he remained skeptical about the man's actual skill set. Alex ultimately declined to hire anyone, choosing instead to highlight the issue by drawing attention to the exact location of the stones. He noticed a scene of destruction right next to the house. A massive boulder obstructing the construction site suddenly gave way, ruining the project's progress and forcing the city's carpenters to halt their work. The man explained that their construction plans were abruptly halted when a falling boulder forced them to stop work on the house. Yuri proposed clearing the stone in exchange for a job, but the skeptical carpenter refused to make any guarantees. The stunned carpenter froze upon hearing the offer. Unable to believe his ears, he immediately asked for clarification. Accepting the deal with a confident smile, he approached the massive stone bordering the construction site and prepared to take action. Extending his hands toward the stone, he focused his energy to cast a spell that would fundamentally reshape its structure. By activating a magical enhancement spell, he caused the stone's structural integrity to rapidly deteriorate. As the builder watched on in confusion, Yuri composedly explained that he was utilizing a magic spell. Maintaining a slight smile, he continued his incantation to finish the job, just as the stone reached its breaking point. The man scratched his head in contemplation, his visible hesitation making it clear he didn't fully trust the explanation regarding the spell. In the meantime, he focused in silence and raised his hand, preparing to cast the spell with a composed and confident demeanor. As he touched the stone, the process of destruction began, with cracks quickly spreading to signal the successful activation of his magic. He warned those nearby to keep their distance from the looming destruction, but the onlookers only watched in alarm, failing to grasp his true intentions. The man echoed the statement in disbelief, failing to comprehend why he was suddenly being ordered to distance himself from the situation. Tuning out the conversations around him, the boy traced the stone's surface and focused on his spell, channeling his power with quiet confidence. With a sudden, resounding crack, the stone burst into fragments, leaving the surrounding crowd paralyzed with shock. Alex and the surrounding crowd recoiled in shock, struggling to comprehend how such a thing was even possible. Where the massive boulder once stood, only a heap of rubble remained, leaving the workers to stare in awe at the hero's feat. Alex was stunned by the speed with which Yuri handled the stone, and the rest of the group shared his disbelief. Surprised to find that the locals were completely unaware of magical enhancements, the young man began to ponder the situation. Relieved, the man announced that construction could finally resume, clearly moved by the boy's impressive display of power. Alex let out a hearty laugh as he offered his thanks, clearly delighted that the issue had finally been resolved. Yuri responded with a calm smile, feeling a quiet sense of satisfaction despite not viewing the achievement as a major event. Recalling that the young man was in search of work, he offered a test of strength to see exactly what his new companion was capable of. When he suggested that the young man become an adventurer, the youth was caught completely off guard by the proposal. Reflecting on his past life, he weighed his future possibilities while considering a new offer to work as a carpenter. He envisioned the life of an adventurer, picturing everything from simple cat rescues to dangerous monster hunts, all while earning a living through the guild. The man further clarified that adventurers enjoy complete autonomy, unlike magicians and swordsmen who are bound by strict orders. Yuri smiled as he weighed the adventurer's potential, finding this particular strategy both intriguing and worth his attention. Alex offered to lead the man to the guild, provided he had no objections. The young man expressed his sincere gratitude for the offer, offering a slight bow as a sign of respect. Although he asked to be treated fairly, the man simply stared back in silence, clearly at a loss for words. Alex then called out to the young man, addressing him with casual familiarity. Caught off guard, he raised his eyebrows and asked what was wrong. The man suggested that Yuri drop his formal way of speaking if he hoped to succeed as an adventurer. He criticized the young man's public display of emotion, noting that such a breakdown was beneath someone with his level of power. Yuri found herself in agreement with the points made in the comments. The two exchanged a friendly handshake to mark the successful conclusion of their agreement. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at their new destination. They stood before a grand structure, which served as the Adventurers Guild. With that, Alex bid Yuri farewell. With the situation settled, everyone eventually went their separate ways. As he made his way up the stairs, the young man reflected on how much had changed. Yet he remained certain that his greatest adventures were still to come. Yuri stepped into the guild with a sense of confidence, reflecting on how Alex had originally persuaded him to pursue the life of an adventurer. Just 2 days after his reincarnation, he climbed the steps with determination to officially begin his life as an adventurer. The guild was teeming with life, filled with rookies and veterans alike, as a fresh set of quests and lucrative opportunities awaited him. The guild's atmosphere felt strangely nostalgic to him, even though he couldn't quite pinpoint the reason why. Gazing up at the building, he felt a sense of pride, knowing he was stepping into a new chapter of his life. The young man's attention was drawn to a stranger who had suddenly called out to him, remarking on his thin physique. Upon noticing the newcomer, the two armored men began to speculate about his rank and level of experience. One of the men approached the boy, offering him a position as a porter for their group. They relentlessly pressured him, arguing that the deal would be far more lucrative than working on his own. One of the adventurers slung an arm around the young man, persistently trying to talk him into accepting the deal. Welcoming their new ally with a handshake, they warned him that the task ahead shouldn't be taken lightly. Yuri eyed the person across from him with a look of deep suspicion. He made his stance clear with a firm refusal. Yuri resolved that in this life, he would live for his own sake and rely solely on his own strength. He made it clear that he would never serve another person. The newcomers were caught off guard by the young man's impressive strength. He then approached the administrator, a woman named Tiffany Grays. He requested to be officially registered as a new employee. In turn, the girl requested that the young man reveal his rank. He explained that possessing a rare skill could significantly influence the guild registration process. Tiffany remained persistent, repeatedly asking the young man to share some of his past accomplishments. Understanding his predicament, he admitted that while he possessed the necessary skills, he currently had no way to prove them. Meanwhile, the administrator clarified that they were willing to accept any form of rare skill. The young man began to wonder if his capacity to analyze and amplify magic was truly considered a rare gift. He was convinced that he didn't possess the necessary skills. Yuri suddenly recalled the carpenter's remarks, noticing a clear contradiction between what he was told and the official guild regulations. As a man approached the reception desk, his arrival startled the receptionist and caught the protagonist's eye. A man named Galileo Figaro made his entrance, his distinguished appearance marking him as a high-ranking member of the guild. The female administrator politely requested that he wait for a moment. Galileo voiced a sharp objection, certain that welcoming the young man would only damage the guild's prestige. After evaluating the new candidate, the man decided it was time to move forward with the next phase of his plan. Yuri suddenly noticed a peculiar device before him called a magic meter, which was used to gauge his magical potential. The magic meter works by quantifying power into a numerical value, requiring a minimum score of 30 to pass. As a crowd gathered to observe the procedure, the young man realized that he had actually operated the device once before. The sound of faint whispers nearby immediately put him on high alert. The seasoned adventurers watched the events unfold with suspicion, carefully scrutinizing the newcomer. Taking in the guild's atmosphere, he realized that competition was clearly a driving force within the organization. As the guild worker showed clear interest, he quietly noted that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He questioned whether the device would still pass the evaluation if the readings were excessively high. The worker confidently explained that the device capped out at 9,999, assuring them there was no reason for concern. After assessing the situation, Yuri made his choice and readied himself for the test, piquing the curiosity of the observers. He activated the device with unwavering confidence, his eyes reflecting a sharp focus and a flash of hidden strength. The onlookers immediately took note of the device's strange reaction. Meanwhile, the guild leader and the cat girl watched on in a panic, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. The power readings on the device surged so rapidly that they exceeded all standard limits, leaving the observers in complete disbelief. The young man sensed the mounting tension as the surging energy began to spiral out of control, causing everyone nearby to tremble. A sudden surge of energy whipped up a violent gale, forcing the surrounding crowd to stumble back. The guild members, including the administrator and the old man, stared at the shattered remains of the device in stunned silence. The sheer scale of the devastation left everyone present completely speechless. With a nonchalant shrug, he explained that the device had completely malfunctioned once the measurements were finished. Stunned by the turn of events, Galileo and the receptionist struggled to comprehend how such an impossible feat had occurred. He closely inspected the fractured gear, struck by its peculiar design and the significance it held. Stunned by the sight before him, he voiced his disbelief at the sheer impossibility of the situation. After a brief pause, the old man let out a strained chuckle as the full weight of the situation finally began to sink in. After weighing his options, Galileo finally reached a decision and solemnly authorized the boy's entry into the tournament. Yuri paused, taking a moment to reflect on the weight of his own words. With a look of firm resolve, the man commanded the others to follow his lead. At that moment, the man suddenly recalled a key detail regarding the registration rules. He surveyed the results with skepticism, puzzled as to why his current points hadn't granted him the status of an adventurer. Following Galileo's lead, the young man made his way down the lengthy corridor. The elder guided the boy toward the tournament grounds, noting that the competition was set to begin shortly. Yuri reflected on his carpenter friend's last registration, attempting to determine if the rules had been modified since then. Galileo came to a sudden halt, his hand reaching out to grip the door handle. His expression hardened, making it clear that he was now completely serious. Yuri recalled the moment he accidentally shattered the counter, an incident that threw the entire guild into complete disarray. He was surprised by how swiftly the older man had managed to get him to the tournament. With a look of firm resolve, he signaled for the man to follow him without asking any questions. Trailing behind Galileo, the young man understood that his only objective was to pass the test ahead. He recognized that this test was the final hurdle between him and his dream of becoming an adventurer. Without warning, the door directly ahead of them swung open. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the young man quickly braced himself for whatever might follow. He reached the arena where the trials for aspiring adventurers were scheduled to begin. Surveying the crowds of participants already gathered for the event, Yuri realized he had managed to arrive right on schedule. The judge addressed the crowd, announcing that the exam would commence in 5 minutes and urging everyone to make their final preparations. He was caught off guard to learn that the bearded man accompanying him was actually one of the judges. While evaluating the latest group of newcomers, the judges voiced their skepticism regarding Yuri Week's odds of success. Reflecting on his past, the young man admitted that he had learned not to judge others based solely on their appearance. Introducing herself as Philly Arnett, the girl explained to him that this was her first time taking the exam. Philly called out to the young man, who hesitantly confirmed that his name was Yuri. Taken aback, she remarked that she had never encountered such a peculiar name before. He was surprised to discover that even his name was considered unusual in this new world. He had imagined adventurers quite differently, but the men standing before him were rugged and imposing warriors. He soon came to realize that his perception of the world didn't always align with reality. He turned to Feely, asking if she had ever participated in these types of competitions before. The girl admitted she had already participated 7 times, though the total count had only just dawned on her. She laughed, explaining that the reason behind her persistent efforts was actually quite simple. Feely suddenly admitted defeat, confessing that she had failed her last 7 exams, a revelation that left Yuri completely stunned. Surveying the adventurers around him, he compared them to his mental expectations and was visibly taken aback by the reality of the situation. It was then that the girl informed him that the exam's difficulty had increased significantly. This entire situation had been set in motion by the arrival of the new elderly judge. The young man was left wondering what the bearded man's next move would be. After all, he was the one who had originally requested to use the magic meter. Observing Galileo's solemn expression, Yuri found himself questioning the man's true intentions. As the participants gathered on the field, the organizers announced that the examination had officially begun. The judge announced the first trial, a demonstration of swordsmanship that immediately drew the attention of every participant. To clear the test, the examinees were required to showcase their prowess and win the judge's favor. The first participant stepped up, confidently declaring his intention to give the challenge his all. As the judge signaled for the test to begin, the first participant stepped into the duel with clear determination. The fighter lunged forward with his blade, but the referee parried the strike with ease, showcasing his unexpected power. The spectators followed the duel with rapt attention, captivated by the remarkable speed and technical skill of the 2 combatants. Several participants began to let their guard down, concluding that the judge wasn't nearly as intimidating as they had first feared. Monitoring the situation closely, the young man was suddenly taken aback by an unexpected discovery. The contestant lunged at the judge with his sword, but the official evaded the strike with such impressive agility that it left the attacker stunned. Despite his visible fatigue and tension, the attacker refused to back down as he attempted another heavy strike. The judge offered a mocking word of encouragement, pointing out the participant's fading stamina and the clear lack of conviction behind his strike. Consumed by anger, the contestant unleashed another strike, but the judge remained perfectly composed and in command of the situation. Activating his analysis ability, the young man scrutinized the ongoing tactics to gain a clearer understanding of the battlefield. The judge wielded a B-rank shock sword, a weapon designed to release a spreading electrical surge upon impact. The adversary wielded a rank F bronze sword, a standard weapon frequently seen among common adventurers. The crowd was taken aback when the 2 fighters proved to be evenly matched, despite the clear disparity in the quality of their equipment. The judge gained a clear upper hand in the exchange, as his blade proved to be the more resilient of the 2. Ultimately, the opponent succumbed to the final blow, leaving the audience in complete awe of the battle they had just witnessed. The crowd was caught off guard when the judge called forward a young man with black hair as the next contestant. Yuri watched with confusion, realizing that another participant was actually meant to take the turn. His eyes widened as the gravity of the situation finally set in. It suddenly dawned on him that he had forgotten to bring the weapon intended for the test. He looked down in a panic, realizing he was unarmed just as a crucial confrontation was about to begin. The young man was struck by the gravity of his mistake when he realized he had forgotten to bring his sword for the test. He turned toward Philly, hoping she could offer some guidance in this sudden turn of events. Yuri questioned Philly about the potential consequences for any participant who forgot to bring a weapon along. Philly was overcome with panic as she processed the boy's words, finally realizing the severity of the situation. It was then that the young man realized he still had a contingency plan to fall back on. He rushed toward the fallen participant to ask for help, his attention clearly drawn to the adventurer's sword. The young man then politely requested to borrow the blade for just a few moments. After securing permission, he offered his thanks, leaving the owner visibly perplexed by the gesture. As the man departed with the blade, its former owner frantically attempted to stop him. The judge simply chuckled, observing the unfolding situation with a curious gaze. Yuri retrieved the shattered blade, questioning if it still held any practical use for combat. The elder cautioned the young man about potential mishaps, subtly highlighting the true danger of the trial. Closing his eyes in silence, the young man appeared completely unmoved by his mentor's warning. With a laugh, Galileo warned the boy that he would eventually regret his decision to stand and fight. In a fit of rage, the judge charged at him, hurling insults and readying himself to strike. Yuri effortlessly evaded the incoming strikes, carefully analyzing the examiner's movements while the crowd watched the unfolding match with visible concern. Philly and the other candidates cried out in alarm as they watched the examiner suddenly lunge toward Yuri. Confident in his success, the examiner launched an overhead attack, yet Yuri remained completely motionless. The examiner was visibly stunned to find that his strike had been completely ineffective. A dark shadow fell over Yuri's face, his eyes now reflecting a chilling and ominous intensity. He fixed the enemy with a paralyzing stare, causing them to freeze in place like a cornered animal. Recognizing the danger, the judge tried to move, but his body remained frozen under the influence of that unsettling gaze. Snapping out of his daze, the judge let out a shout and swung his blade toward Yuri. He vanished from sight in an instant, leaving the judge completely bewildered. The referee's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how his opponent had suddenly vanished. Holding the broken blade against the examiner's throat, the young man offered to end the match, leaving the official paralyzed by the sudden threat. Sensing his inevitable defeat, Galileo dropped his sword to the ground as a sign of his powerlessness. Accepting his loss, the old man finally conceded, and the crowd erupted in celebration at the result. The other participants watched in awe, marveling at Yuri's skill as she overcame the challenge with a completely unconventional approach. Philly cheered for Yuri, impressed by his victory and surprised that he possessed such formidable strength. One of the examiners praised the participants for clearing the first stage, noting that they had only 10 minutes left before the second round began. Reflecting on the previous trial, Yuri prepared to tackle the second phase of his journey to become an adventurer. Calling out to the young man, the girl rushed toward him, catching him completely off guard as he turned around in surprise. She gave him a bright smile and a wave, her expression full of pride and joy for his achievement. Philly enthusiastically declared that the next stage of the exam would focus on magic, inviting the candidates to proceed. She eventually let out a cry of relief, envisioning her success as a miracle complete with a choir of imaginary angels. She felt a deep sense of gratitude, convinced that her success was entirely due to Yuri's assistance. Stunned by the confession, he hadn't realized that his own actions had played such a pivotal role in the test's results. The girl then explained that the exam had ended early, due to the judge falling ill, resulting in everyone being allowed to pass. The young man found himself questioning the logic of the entire situation. Philly also cautioned the young man about the perils awaiting him in the next stage. She explained that the upcoming stage would be focused entirely on magic. A new judge named Magni Figueroz soon arrived, announcing the commencement of the next competition. The participants began to realize that their odds of passing were steadily slipping away. As the group assembled in the guild's training grounds, they waited for the details of the second trial stage to be revealed. The instructor laid out the rules, making it clear that participants could only rely on magic to clear the competition. A cryptic magical artifact manifested in the center of the arena, requiring the pull of a lever to activate. To pass the exam, they were tasked with using magic to destroy the target before the sun dipped below the horizon. While the rest of the participants were caught off guard by the conditions, Yuri found the test to be far simpler than he had anticipated. Caught off guard by the sudden call to attention, the young man realized the second phase of the mage exam was already beginning around him. Grinning, the judge thanked him for assisting his brother. Though he followed the sentiment with a promise of brutal revenge, Yuri soon realized that the judge and the previous examiner were actually brothers, making his situation far more complicated than he had anticipated. As the second stage drew near, the participants finalized their preparations, intending to rely on magic to overcome the obstacles ahead. Recognizing the sheer difficulty of the challenge ahead, several candidates struggled to mask their anxiety and maintain their composure. Yuri immediately grasped the true purpose of the test, which triggered an intense and volatile reaction from Philly. Philly then explained that, from the very start, this stage had been widely considered impossible to clear. Noticing its incredible durability, the young man speculated that the artifact was crafted from a rare, indestructible material. One of the participants launched a fireball intent on destroying the artifact. Ultimately, the magic failed to manifest, and the participants confirmed that the attempt was a total failure. The mages unleashed a wide array of spells, from fireballs and ice needles to powerful gusts of wind, but their efforts were ultimately futile. Panic spread through the group as they realized their current range made it impossible to land a hit. The judge turned his attention to the black-haired man, demanding an explanation for why he had remained idle. Meanwhile, the young man stood quietly before the judge, who smirked while questioning his true intentions. Surprised by the sudden hesitation, Magni questioned why the man wasn't utilizing his magic. With a look of disdain, he reminded Yuri that his reliance on the sword was the reason he lacked any magical talent. Figueros mocked the boy, openly admitting that he found great satisfaction in his brother's humiliation. The judge announced that everyone was bound by his laws during the trial, stating that magic was their only means of escape. Yuri caught the judge completely off guard by suddenly casting a fireball spell, leaving him in a state of total shock and confusion. Yuri unleashed a volley of fireballs that surged forward with incredible speed, showcasing the lethal precision and power of his magic. The fireball slammed into the magical artifact, triggering a massive explosion that left the entire crowd in awe. The crowd watched in awe at the sheer scale of the magical destruction, while even the judge stood stunned by the unfolding spectacle. The boy was stunned to realize he had inadvertently cast the legendary Inferno spell with almost no effort. He was left puzzled. Despite using a standard spell, the resulting impact was far more destructive than he had anticipated. Magni recoiled in fear as he realized the man standing before him possessed an immense level of magical power. The young man maintained a cold stare as his trembling opponent finally realized he had been utterly defeated. Figueros dropped to his knees in a sudden panic, catching the onlookers off guard with his unexpected humility. Lowering himself into a deep bow, he confessed his error to Yuri and pleaded for her forgiveness. The young man watched the scene unfold in total bewilderment, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Overwhelmed by despair, the judge admitted his own helplessness and pleaded for forgiveness for his arrogance. Remaining calm, he simply asked if he had passed the test, but the response he received was what worried him the most. Without delay, the judge announced that every participant had successfully cleared the second phase of the exam. The group broke into boisterous celebration, reveling in the joy of their hard-earned success. The crowd erupted in cheers and excitement as the realization hit. They were now officially adventurers. The girl spoke highly of Yuri, expressing her genuine admiration for both his raw power and technical proficiency. Phil was caught completely off guard when the man began sharing details about his past life. She let out a chuckle, calling the young man peculiar, but he met her remark with total silence. The hero stood before a grand cathedral, an imposing structure that was as beautiful as it was massive. The administrator presented Yuri with his adventurer's license while detailing the regulations and responsibilities it entailed. Studying the map, he considered his current rank and began strategizing his path to advancement. While accepting the quest, the young man was startled by peculiar noises but couldn't respond quickly enough. Without warning, Philly slammed into Yuri, knocking him to the ground as she desperately cried out his name. The sudden impact sent the young man reeling backward. Despite the pain of the impact, he immediately sensed that something about the situation was off. Overcome with emotion, the girl thanked him for his assistance while clutching his clothes tightly. Yuri pondered the future, finding it distant yet strangely alluring. The judge ultimately lowered the test's difficulty, which allowed the majority of the participants to pass. Overwhelmed with joy after passing the test, Philly pulled him into a tight embrace, unable to hide her excitement. Startled by an unexpected touch, he struggled to make sense of what had just occurred. The pair found themselves caught in an awkward position, both struggling to make sense of what had just transpired. Though she was startled by the suggestion that Yuri was actually a girl, he was quick to refute the claim. He summoned the creature and named it Lime, prompting a reaction of genuine excitement and intrigue from Philly. The young man clarified that he and Lime were now friends, subtly referencing the events that had unfolded earlier. Philly's sudden revelation about Yuri's monster-taming abilities took the onlookers by surprise, leading him to scramble for a quick explanation. The mysterious man broke into a grin, clearly reacting to the unfolding situation. Yuri found his interest piqued after overhearing their conversation, though one of them was clearly annoyed by his presence. As the conversation continued, the composed man tried to pacify Zach and keep his temper from flaring. Hearing Zach's name clearly caught the young man off guard, as he appeared to be either searching his memory or growing suspicious. Zach Barbell introduced himself by claiming he wasn't angry, though his hostile expression betrayed his true feelings. The werewolf's account of being betrayed and left in a trap resonated with the young man, reminding him of an acquaintance from his past. Brushing the matter aside, he and his companion began discussing their finances and the urgent need to earn money at the Adventurers Guild. The following morning, an insistent knocking at the door brought an abrupt end to his peace. Philly rushed into the room, greeting Yuri with a bright smile. Still groggy, the young man watched the woman enter, his mind slowly beginning to recognize her. The girl was instantly seized with fear as she took in the sight before her. He eventually woke up, resting on a massive slime, leaving her puzzled as to why he preferred it over a standard bed. He countered by voicing his dissatisfaction with the uncomfortable bed. He also mentioned that the previous night, he had asked Lime to transform into a bed, and Lime had readily agreed. Admiring Lime's soft appearance, Philly's eyes lit up as she asked for permission to touch him. As she made contact, an unexpected sensation surged through her, triggering a powerful reaction. Concentrating with her lips pressed tight, the girl suddenly lunged toward her target with a burst of incredible speed. She surged forward with incredible agility, weaving through obstacles so fast that she left a trail of afterimages in her wake. As her movements accelerated, she shifted into a combat stance and braced herself for a powerful leap. They were suddenly pulled into the powerful whirlwind generated by her skill. In a surprising turn, he called her out for failing to utilize her latent powers during the examination. He questioned her reasons for seeking him out in the first place. She immediately briefed him on the guild and their standard procedure known as a superficial inspection. She also warned that as long as they remained students, their licenses could be revoked at any moment. For the time being, they were still limited by their temporary licenses. Though startled by the turn of events, the young man quickly sharpened his focus. Philly proposed that Yuri embark on a quest, though Yuri requested a bit of time before setting out. He approached the window and pulled it open. A peculiar sound from the street caught the boy's attention, and upon turning around, he spotted something suspicious among the distant trees that immediately put him on edge. Yuri unleashed a magical fire bullet, aiming it directly at the source of the unseen noise. Hidden within the brush, an observer's eyes widened, clearly caught off guard by the sudden attack aimed at his position. The fire bullet's blast ripped through the tree, sending the hidden enemies into a state of screaming panic. One of the pursuers slammed into the ground, letting out a sharp cry of pain and shock. Recognizing their assault was useless, the surviving enemies chose to retreat, fully aware that their mission had failed. Realizing the danger, the pursuers fled the battlefield to ensure their survival. Yuri's eyes glowed as he activated a unique skill that allowed him to track his enemies' positions. Realizing they were completely outmatched and their mission had failed, the spies scrambled to make a desperate escape. After discovering an enemy surveillance telescope, the young man realized he had been followed for quite some time. Attempting to keep her in the dark, he claimed that he had only spotted a few insects outside. He questioned the identity of those monitoring him and why his specific abilities had drawn such intense interest from his enemies. Despite his friend's attempts to rush him, he remained preoccupied with the mystery of who would bother spying on him. As they navigated the forest, a nearby rabbit observed their progress with a wary eye. Philly beckoned Yuri over, having discovered something intriguing hidden within the dense grass. From his spot on the young man's head, Lime suddenly noticed something suspicious waiting for them ahead. The same rabbit remained hidden high up in a tree, keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Lime braced himself, gathering his strength in preparation for a sudden maneuver. Sensing a threat, the rabbit grew wary and tensed its muscles, ready to bolt at any moment. Lime suddenly broke into a giggle, catching the man off guard and leaving him visibly surprised. Philly shared the good news that their herb-gathering application had been accepted immediately, as these types of missions were always in high demand. Since herb gathering is such a low-risk task, these requests are usually snatched up the moment they appear. Philly voiced her doubts about their route, questioning her companion to ensure they were still on the right track. When Yuri proposed heading toward the eastern forest, the suggestion clearly unsettled the young girl. She immediately broke into a pout, leaving him bewildered and unable to grasp the reason for her reaction. The girl issued a firm warning, telling him to never set foot in the eastern forest. Philly pointed out that the monsters in that area were far too powerful for their current rank. Yuri suddenly recalled waking up deep within the eastern forest after managing to escape a perilous battle. She explained that they were in the region of dark magic, a forest teeming with powerful monsters. She noted that the basilisk was the most lethal bird, a detail he vividly remembered from their previous encounter. Unable to believe what she'd just heard about the basilisk, she questioned him once more to confirm the truth. He casually confirmed that he had killed the basilisk, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. She laughed immediately, dismissing his claim as nothing more than a joke. Upon reaching the designated collection site, the group discovered that the herbs were nowhere to be found. Frantically searching the area for herbs, the girl was met with nothing but bare ground. She was indignant to find the area completely barren, without a single blade of grass left behind. Just then, the enigmatic Zach Barbell reappeared, taunting them with a piece of discouraging news. The two adventurers revealed that they had already finished gathering all the herbs. With a confident smile, the man asserted that victory belongs to whoever works the fastest. Recognizing him, Yuri observed him intently while balancing a lime on his head. The man also observed that Yuri and Philly were currently operating under temporary licenses. He then offered to share a portion of the herbs he had gathered with the group. With an unreadable smile, he thanked them for placing their trust in him. Zach made a show of throwing the leaves onto the ground, which clearly irritated the girl. She recoiled in shock as a massive foot slammed down directly in front of her. With a mocking sneer, he made it clear that he had no intention of returning anything. Her eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the insult he had directed toward her. In the meantime, he dismissively refused to share his herbs with the newcomers, viewing them as entirely undeserving. Maintaining her disdainful tone, Philly explained that survival in this world is dictated by strength, a rule that applies most strictly to adventurers. Zach chuckled once more, asserting that the powerful have the right to do as they please, even if it means taking someone else's livelihood. He haughtily ordered them to leave, insulting their intelligence as he continued to mock them. With her head bowed, the girl struggled to suppress her tears, leaving the young man looking on in surprise. Staring ahead with a cold expression, he reflected on everything that had transpired while carefully considering his next move. Recognizing the sheer unfairness of the situation, Lime began to grow rapidly as he prepared to take decisive action. The massive slime suddenly detonated, unleashing a powerful explosion. Observing Lyman's shock, Yuri finally recognized the true depth of his strength and resolve. Philly stood there in shock, completely caught off guard by Lime's unexpected response. Keel reaffirmed his commitment, standing ready to support his friends at a moment's notice. The girl reacted with surprise, uttering the name Lime as she looked up in sheer disbelief. Phil and the boy looked on in disbelief as their assistant's body began to inexplicably divide into several separate parts. The lime slugs leapt through the air, joyfully scattering across the open clearing. Yuri eventually admitted his inability to distinguish the various herbs, turning to Philly for guidance. Offering a friendly smile, he asked for her assistance, though it was clear he had an ulterior motive in mind. Inspired by the objective, the girl happily agreed as a vast landscape of rolling hills stretched out before them. Meanwhile, the small slimes hopped around energetically as they explored the territory, scouring the tall grass and trees for something specific. Philly detailed the specific document they needed to locate while he listened closely to her instructions. The slimes continued hopping through the foliage to investigate, until one of them eventually noticed something peculiar. He paused to study the strange flora he had discovered, while the girl continued her search nearby. Struck by an unusual detail, Yuri leaned in to examine it more closely. Exhausted by the prolonged search, Feely wiped the sweat from her brow while struggling to catch her breath. Yuri cracked a smile as a potential solution came to mind, clearly satisfied with the way things were unfolding. A massive collection of herbs soon appeared before them, proving that Line was remarkably efficient at tracking them down. The young man confirmed the hunch, realizing that Lime's innate ability to track down herbs would significantly streamline their task. Lowering her gaze, the girl admitted that she hadn't managed to gather enough medicinal herbs. He proposed they join forces to gather the required amount together. Philly found herself conflicted, realizing that she was unable to accept the help being offered. She came to the realization that she needed grass, though it couldn't be any that she had gathered herself. Clenching her fist, she resolutely announced that she had to handle this on her own. Yuri kept his gaze fixed on her, quietly contemplating the meaning behind her words. Lime-chan hopped onto her head, bringing a thoughtful smile to her face. The girl let out a sudden cry as she noticed the peculiar way the slimes clinging to her clothes were behaving. Thrilled by the unexpected cleansing, she expressed her gratitude to Lime and took a moment to admire the results. Yuri issued a warning, noting that the most intriguing events were still to come. Suddenly, the startled girl found herself completely encircled by slugs. Without warning, a massive slug emerged and pulled her deep into its soft, gelatinous body. Although she tried to resist, Lyman quickly pinned her down, leaving her unable to move. Gradually, the girl began to unwind, finding herself embraced by an unexpected sense of comfort and warmth. Her weariness evaporated, replaced by a refreshing sense of lightness and comfort. Philly let out a desperate cry as the situation rapidly spiraled out of control. The presence of the strange creature made it impossible for her to focus on her work. The young man offered a mocking retort, noting her visibly confused expression. Visibly flustered, the girl insisted that the slime perform the procedure again at a later time. Focusing his mind, the young man began to channel his power as he readied his next move. Yuri and the girl continued their search for medicinal herbs, but the forest yielded no results. Suddenly, a magical notification appeared, informing the boy that he had acquired a new non-attribute power. He recalled obtaining the skill just recently and was struck by how effortless it felt to use. Out of nowhere, some peculiar noises caught his attention. Hearing a mysterious voice resonate in his mind, he questioned if he was experiencing telepathy. As the mysterious creature let out a growl, Lima began trying to catch his owner's attention. Without warning, a massive creature lunged aggressively toward their small companion. Visions flickered through a sudden flash of light, appearing like a series of still images. Yuri eventually discovered that he could communicate with Lime through a telepathic connection. Just then, a hostile E-rank wolf emerged from the forest and began attacking everyone in sight. The young man and his partner observed a creature in the distance, questioning its unusual behavior. The girl was gripped by fear as she watched the danger approach. Far off in the distance, a wolf emerged from behind the trees and began making its way toward them. As the wolf let out a low growl, his companion wasted no time in making a quick escape. The young man reminded her that rewards are earned by those who show the determination of a warrior. The girl fought back against the creature with desperation, even as doubt weighed heavily on her. Understanding what was at stake, she finally resolved to take a stand. Gripping the knife tightly, she braced herself to fight back. The creature didn't hesitate, quickly bracing itself for another assault. Philly averted her eyes in fear, but her reaction only caused the wolf to grow more suspicious. However, her mentor had strictly ordered her to never let the enemy out of her sight. Tightening her grip on the knife, she realized that she couldn't afford to make even a single mistake. She locked eyes with the predator, instantly triggering a response from him. Suddenly, the wolf let out a low growl and lunged toward her. She stared down her opponent with steady resolve, bracing herself for the clash ahead. After narrowly dodging the wolf's lunge, she immediately began assessing her options. Pivoting sharply, she immediately launched an attack against her opponent. The wolf successfully evaded the attack, but the girl was already preparing her next move. By closely monitoring the battle, the observer confirmed his suspicion that the girl's strength far surpassed that of the other 6 guild members. Seizing the moment, she swung her knife to deliver the finishing strike. Philly launched an attack, but her opponent proved to be faster and managed to dodge the strike. Without warning, she tripped and found herself losing her footing. The girl took flight, heading directly toward the wolf. Suddenly, I felt the unexpected support of my slimy companion. She pulled back through the air, leveling her weapons directly at the target. Gripping her knife tightly, Philly battled the wolf until she finally delivered the finishing blow. Gasping for air, she finally allowed the reality of her hard-fought victory to sink in. With tears of joy in her eyes, she shared the news of her personal triumph with Yuri-san. Noticing a nearby threat, the young man quickly brought her moment of joy to a halt. Soon enough, a new adversary began to make their appearance. Additional wolves emerged from the surrounding shadows, closing in for an attack. Their beast-like grins instill a profound and deadly sense of fear. The pack of wolves closed in, narrowing their circle around the boy and his companion. While the girl was clearly on edge, the young man remained composed as he carefully assessed the situation. He observed that lower-ranking wolves typically don't cooperate with one another. Still, the precision of their teamwork suggested they were a much more formidable threat. Yuri began to suspect that the entire situation might be a carefully orchestrated trap. A massive wolf suddenly lunged at the girl even as the boy looked on with total boredom. Sensing the approaching danger, he immediately shifted into a combat-ready stance. Suddenly, an even more grotesque creature lunged out from the shadows. The girl let out a scream of terror as she turned toward her partner. The monster let out a thunderous roar, immediately filling the air with the heavy tension of combat. Philly was struck with fear the moment she noticed a mysterious liquid pooled on the ground. The young man battled the massive beast, eventually piercing it with his enchanted sword. The ice sword glistened, enveloped in a veil of water and magic. As the defeated creature slumped to the ground, the girl looked on with visible terror. Gripping the ice sword firmly, the young man began channeling a potent surge of water magic. He instructed Philly to pull back, bracing himself for the monster's imminent strike. Faced with overwhelming numbers, it became clear that their standard weaponry wouldn't be enough. Without warning, the wolf lunged forward, poised to strike the man. Yuri sensed the battle was becoming increasingly difficult, forcing her to prepare for a critical decision. Before the battle began, he applied enhancement magic to bolster his weapon's strength. The pack of wolves encircled the young man, snarling as they slowly closed the distance. He understood that the only way to bring the battle to an end was to eliminate the enemy leader. Yuri called out to Lime, requesting his assistance in the heat of the battle. The small helper hurried forward to scout the surrounding area. The wolf let out a low growl, asserting his dominance and signaling that it was time to act. Rango, the massive silver wolf, displayed a fierce intensity as he prepared to lunge. The young man soon realized that the leader of the monster pack was standing directly in front of him. Focusing his intent, he began to pool magical energy within his palm. The magical projectile surged forward, rapidly gaining momentum as it cut through the air. The fireball left a path of devastation in its wake as it tore through the forest. Spotting the incoming strike, the wolf locked his gaze and prepared to evade. Leaping high to dodge the incoming strike, he immediately followed up with a rapid counterattack. The warrior concluded that slaying the wolf in this spot would result in far too many complications. Having made up his mind, he leaped into the air to ready his strike. The girl quickly alerted Yuri, warning him that the enemy forces were becoming far too numerous. With a simple gesture, he raised his hand and unleashed a burst of magical energy into the air. A massive fireball hovered just above the ground, casting a brilliant light across the surrounding forest. Despite her overwhelming panic, the girl refused to retreat and fought back against the wolf. The mage unleashed the advanced firestorm technique, leaving a path of total destruction in its wake. The flames rapidly expanded, incinerating everything in their path. The fire beast let out a fierce roar as it braced itself to unleash a massive attack. A massive pillar of fire erupted, consuming everything in the surrounding area. Yuri unleashed his magic, the raw power of the spell leaving his companion completely stunned. Overcome with fear, the companion struggled to process the fire's immense destructive power. Looking out over the ruined forest, the young man was puzzled, as he had always assumed such magic was a common occurrence. With their mission successfully completed, the party made their way back to the guild. The girl with glasses stared in awe, captivated by the sight before her. A set of low-ranking magic crystals, humming with energy, materialized right before them. The guild employee soon realized the true source of the magic stones that had been brought before them. Philly cheerfully confirmed that the crystals had indeed been harvested from the wolves. Overcome with emotion, she found herself completely swept up in the joy of her success. The guild member was caught off guard by the girl's impressive performance on her first quest. The administrator finalized Philly's registration, officially inducting him into the guild as an F-rank adventurer. The woman offered her heartfelt congratulations on her newly acquired status. Philly let out a joyful shout, celebrating her victory with a sense of deep gratitude. She then turned to Yuri, prompting him to reveal his card next. The administrator waited with keen interest for an explanation regarding the artifacts that had been brought. Without a moment's delay, the magician accessed his spatial storage, manifesting a magic circle directly in front of him. A swirling vortex suddenly tore open in the air, catching the worker completely off guard. An enormous mass suddenly poured out of the storage room, catching everyone completely off guard. A massive variety of herbs suddenly rained down, throwing the entire area into complete disarray. The sheer volume of herbs and stones left the guild members stunned, while the alchemists debated whether the apothecary could even afford such a massive acquisition. As they combed through the recovered objects, one of the employees spotted a detail of vital importance. Hidden among the herbs was a rare find, a medium-sized windstone of the C rank. The guild staff soon recognized that the item was a highly valuable elemental artifact. To everyone's surprise, he arrived with a massive collection of herbs and stones. He soon discovered that the Silver Wolf was a widely renowned monster. The young man inquired if this would be enough for him to finally qualify as an adventurer. One of the staff members approached Tim with visible hesitation, asking him to wait for a moment. Visibly panicked, the chief appraiser hurriedly issued orders to his subordinates. Nearby, the young man and woman sat beside a column, quietly reflecting on what the future might hold. When Yuri inquired about the possibility of registering, Philly gave her approval and took a moment to praise his impressive strength. The girl was taken aback, as she had previously assumed he held a much higher rank. She also expressed her gratitude to the young man, clearly thrilled by the chance to finally become a seeker. A servant suddenly rushed over, offering their sincere apologies to the young man for the long wait. The guild staff officially confirmed Yuri's promotion to B rank. Stunned by the revelation, the girl watched as the leader stepped forward to affirm the truth. After the Silver Wolf was defeated, the employee explained the specifics of the promotion. He invited Yuri to step forward and complete the registration process. The young man declined the offer, choosing instead to maintain his status at rank F. Taken aback, the man with the monocle inquired about what had just transpired. His declaration left everyone present in a state of total disbelief. Having heard this information before, he wasn't the least bit surprised. He was well versed in the subtle intricacies and strict limitations that come with holding a high rank. The man agreed, noting that ascending to the higher ranks brings both prestige and significant rewards. Yuri handed over the map, stating that his only true desire was to be free. The F-rank card possessed the unique ability to bypass every standard restriction. Bewildered by the situation, the helpful man pleaded with him to stop. He questioned whether it was truly the right decision to let Yuri walk away. His expression shifted to one of pure shock as he witnessed the unfolding events. Filled with resolve, the duo made their spirited departure, eager to begin their next adventure. Concerned about his health, the girl checked on Yuri, who simply reaffirmed his decision to remain an F-rank adventurer. As night fell, the city glowed with light while the streets hummed with the sound of lively chatter. Satisfied with the successful sale of his haul, Yuri looked forward to some well-deserved rest. He paused at the entrance of the adventurer's bar, gathering himself before stepping inside. He stepped into the expansive bar, finding it filled with nothing but empty tables. Glancing around, he took note of the inviting atmosphere within the new establishment. Struck by horror, the werewolf bartender pointed his finger and demanded an explanation. The werewolves mentioned that they had previously crossed paths in the eastern forest. Struck by the young man's choice of clothing, the bartender began asking questions about his distinctive look. He admitted that the experience of slaying the basilisk had permanently shifted his perspective on the world. Pancho revealed that he had officially retired from adventuring to start a new chapter working at a bar. He then served the establishment's specialty, a plate of their signature black seafood spaghetti. He explained that he used squid ink to provide the dish with its distinct flavor and dark appearance. The werewolf noted that rare fish could actually be caught right in the city. After tasting the dish, the young man was so taken aback by the flavor that he froze in place. Ultimately, he found the flavor of the dish to be quite enjoyable. The man complimented the meal, prompting a laugh from the werewolf. Pancho then shared just how long he had dedicated himself to mastering the culinary arts. While discussing the meal, the chef admitted that he was actually entirely self-taught. During their conversation, the werewolf bartender revealed he had recently registered as an adventurer, much to Yuri's surprise. Pancho recounted the rumors of how the young man had shattered the magic counter and nearly taken the examiner's life. The bartender's warning to stay alert left Yuri puzzled by the hidden meaning behind the advice. The werewolf warned him about a dangerous man named Zach, who was notorious for his ability to identify overconfident newcomers instantly. He recalled Zach with a sense of irritation, questioning what exactly was wrong with the man. Pancho exposed Zach's true motives, revealing his plan to eliminate the adventurers. He added that the decline in active adventurers would drive up rewards, given the surplus of monsters left to hunt. He advised the young man to be cautious, warning him about predatory adventurers who specifically target newcomers. In a sudden burst of movement, the protagonist lunged toward the bartender, causing the man to stiffen in alarm. With a grave expression, Yuri confronted the man and demanded an explanation for his actions. Without warning, an unknown assailant struck the tavern with a massive blade. The assailant maneuvered through the hall with ease, dodging every obstacle as Yuri carefully monitored his movements. Observing the enemy's soundless movement, the young man questioned both its origins and its ultimate goal. Cloaked in shadows, the enemy let out a sinister laugh and vowed to end his life. The bartender suddenly recognized the assailant as Joker, a notorious figure infamous for preying on adventurers. While he recognized the assailant, he couldn't understand why he had been singled out as their target. While his mask hid any trace of emotion, the killer's lethal intent was unmistakable as he prepared to tear his victim apart. As the assault began, the killer lunged forward, but the young man narrowly evaded the strike at the last possible second. The blade whistled past, narrowly missing the girl as she let out a terrified scream. Wasting no time, the hero acted immediately to seize control of the battlefield. The enemy moved erratically while hurling his weapons, clearly relishing the combat as he urged his opponent to keep the battle going. Rising to his feet with a grateful smile, the young man maintained his focus as he took the wine and prepared for the next phase. The disguised adversary continued his mockery, goading the young man into a lethal confrontation. As the striker lunged forward with explosive speed, Yuri reacted in a flash, positioning himself for a swift counterattack. The young man triggered his impact diffusion magic, carefully concentrating the energy. He swung the bottle, attempting to land a solid blow. It proved to be a calculated move, as the strike connected perfectly with the opponent's axe. He quickly realized he was facing a new kind of adversary, as their strength far surpassed anyone he had encountered before. The bottle slipped from Yuri's grasp and tumbled toward the ground. Certain that his opponent would miss their mark, Joker launched himself forward with everything he had. He continued his assault with his massive axe, but the warrior reacted instantly, parrying the heavy blow with sheer force. They locked eyes for a moment to size each other up before resuming their fierce exchange. He unleashed his magic, causing his hand to glow as the enemy's weapon began to disintegrate into fragments. The enemy let out a panicked cry as he watched his axe crumble into nothing, its power completely vanishing. Yuri explained that he had used magic to lower the weapon's durability, allowing him to shatter it with ease. He used his magic to bind his opponent's legs in ice, leaving them unable to move despite their struggle to break free. The Joker noticed a bottle hurtling toward him, and quickly realized it contained something hazardous, though he lacked the time to move out of its path. The explosion shattered the floor, and as the magical strike sent the enemy reeling, the Joker lost his footing and fell. As a crack spread across the Joker's mask, he attempted to speak, but his strength was rapidly failing him. Yuri observed his fallen opponent with a composed expression, though a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Standing in the center of the demolished bar, the young man surveyed the wreckage while the bartender cautiously peeked out, struck by the heavy silence that followed the brawl. As the Joker's body lay amidst the scattered debris, the man offered a nonchalant apology for the destruction he had caused. The bartender emerged out of breath, struggling to process the reality of everything that had just occurred. Stunned by the report, Zach struggled to accept the reality that the Joker had been killed. With the Joker's death confirmed, the conspirators' plans collapsed, leaving them financially ruined and completely hopeless. Fuming over the failure of their plan, Zach kicked a barrel in frustration and berated his subordinates for their incompetence. A menacing laugh suddenly echoed from the dark alley, prompting Zach to spin around in alarm. A mysterious figure in black emerged from the shadows, exuding an unmistakably dangerous aura. His eyes bore a look of unmistakable hostility. The stranger addressed Zach by name, signaling that his circumstances had suddenly become much more precarious. Sensing the danger, the man quickly drew his weapon, leaving his opponent visibly stunned. The hooded stranger stopped in his tracks, clearly caught off guard by the speed of the reaction. Zack raised his sword with a tense grip, eyeing the mysterious figure as he struggled to identify who exactly he was up against. The mysterious figure vanished in an instant, leaving Zack with a lingering sense of danger. The two men stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the chilling and inexplicable way their opponent had simply vanished. Approaching calmly, the mysterious man urged the other to lower his weapon so they could finally begin their negotiations. He suddenly materialized nearby and proposed an exchange, catching everyone off guard and leaving them puzzled. As their eyes met, the hooded man remained composed, while Zack stiffened in surprise. With a smirk, the stranger displayed the mysterious artifact in his hand, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity. Zack-san stared at the object in disbelief, his initial shock quickly giving way to a sense of curiosity. The mysterious stranger presented a spear, and seeing his own reflection in the blade caused Yuri to grow visibly tense. While he hung on the stranger's every word, his companion kept a watchful, suspicious eye on the entire exchange. His friend moved to interfere, but his focus was quickly diverted by the uninvited guest's strange behavior. The mysterious figure leaned in close, whispering a few quiet words to his opponent. Hearing those words, Zack was overcome by a strange sensation, his body trembling as his eyes darted around in confusion. His friend's expression shifted, revealing a clear sense of concern. Zack spiraled into despair, and while his ally tried to pull him back to reality, the stranger simply watched with a mocking grin. Moments later, the mysterious figure began to fade from view. He had already committed to putting Izawa Yuri to the test. After arriving in this busy city, Yuri took a moment to appreciate the surprisingly peaceful atmosphere of the local market. Upon arriving at the gun shop, he noted how the building projected an air of strength and reliability. Stepping inside, he surveyed the walls, which were lined with an extensive collection of weapons and armor. He surveyed the shop's inventory, noting the impressive range and quality of the items on display. Visibly frustrated by the situation, the visitor began shouting at someone nearby. Yuri was left bewildered, struggling to make sense of the strange events that had just occurred inside the shop. Brandishing her blade, Rico Glennis demanded an explanation regarding the weapon she had recently acquired. She directed her frustration toward Hugo Mentola, the dwarf who had originally sold her the sword. Hugo justified his actions, emphasizing the immense amount of labor he had poured into crafting the weapon. Refusing to calm down, the girl instead turned her anger on the gnome, accusing him of selling faulty merchandise. Claiming she had been swindled, she firmly demanded a refund from the shop. The young man listened as the blacksmith confidently vouched for the flawless quality of his craftsmanship. He scrutinized the steel rapier, noting the inferior quality of the materials used to forge it. Although the materials were subpar, the blacksmith's exceptional craftsmanship made the weapons truly stand out. He paused to consider if visiting another store for gear was actually worth the trouble. The sudden sound of his voice caught the girl's attention, prompting her to turn around. Turning toward Hugo, he assured him that the weapon's quality was flawless. However, it was evident that the weapon had been crafted from subpar materials. The sudden turn of events caught both sides completely off guard. The merchant assured the visitor that the situation was entirely out of his hands. He also observed a significant issue regarding the availability of materials throughout the city. Yuri and Rico were taken aback to learn about the bizarre weapons crisis currently affecting the city. The blacksmith fell into a heavy silence, seemingly debating whether he should finally reveal the truth. He explained that the events first unfolded 2 months ago on the northern mountain. He explained that mining operations had stalled after golems took over, and with the guild ignoring their requests for aid, the situation was steadily worsening. Weapon prices surged because they were being sourced from a neighboring city, though the blacksmith eventually agreed to a partial refund. Ultimately, the dwarf remained skeptical that the sword could be broken with such ease. Rico attempted to clarify the situation by addressing the potential reasons behind the breakdown. It suddenly occurred to him that defeating the golems could be the key to solving their ore shortage. The girl watched in surprise as the dwarf officially entrusted him with the mission. Rico called out to the young man, attempting to stop him before he could depart. Introducing herself as an adventurer, she offered her assistance with a friendly smile. Upon hearing of the hero's plan to eliminate the golems, she requested to see his license. She was visibly stunned to discover that the hero was merely an F rank. Terrified, Rico yelled that even the slightest mistake would cost him his life. Remaining composed, he simply asked if he was forbidden from doing as he pleased. With a sense of indignation, she explained that F-rankers are relegated to farm work. often referring to themselves as the potato rank. The young man soon realized that life as an F-rank adventurer mostly consisted of grueling and unglamorous tasks. Taken aback by the intensity, he questioned why Rico was reacting so strongly to the situation. In response, the girl explained that she didn't want anyone to lose their life for her sake. Upon reaching the base of the towering mountain, Rico excitedly informed Juridono of their arrival, noting that the path ahead led directly to the northern mines. They finally arrived at the northern mines, their goal for the day, where a rugged mountain with steep, rocky cliffs loomed before them. Clad in an outfit that balanced elegance with combat readiness, she emerged wielding a massive hammer and a sword, projecting a presence that commanded both awe and fear. She remarked on something peculiar about her companion, but he looked back in confusion, likely unaware she was referring to his recent choices. The girl then reminded him of how decisively he had purchased the worn blade, suggesting that his choice was driven by sharp intuition rather than mere coincidence. Yuri examined his sword, discovering it was a D-rank iron weapon that, despite its decent craftsmanship, was held back by F-rank materials, making it flawed but still serviceable. He asserted with unwavering conviction that any weapon would suffice, believing that the wielder's mastery was far more critical than the quality of the tool itself. Watching him with clear skepticism, she admitted that taking on golems with nothing but a sword was unheard of, appearing both reckless and arrogant. As they pressed deeper into the mines under the faint glow of a lantern, his companion realized that Urodono was nothing like she had originally envisioned. As the conversation continued, he pointed out that Rico was also hiding her true nature. He explained that a confrontation with a gun shop owner had brought him there, a dispute that ultimately led to their current predicament. Flushed with indignation, the girl loudly reminded her companion that she had only followed him out of concern, though she was clearly unsettled by the way the situation was taking an unexpected turn. She retreated in embarrassment, recalling her earlier comment, and when the boy reached out to her, her sharp reaction suggested he had struck a sensitive nerve. A massive stone golem suddenly materialized before them, its deafening roar shaking the cave walls as they stood in awe of its immense scale. Watching the golem with a tense expression, Rico realized its massive scale far exceeded his expectations, forcing him to find a way to defeat the creature despite his lack of powerful weaponry. Wasting no time, the warrior charged into the fray, instructing her ally to observe her technique as she put her combat skills on full display. Launching a swift assault, she aimed to demonstrate her combat style, urging her companion to observe her movements closely. Her display of speed and confidence earned immediate respect, especially given the formidable nature of their opponent. Her eyes flashed with resolve as she swung her massive hammer, meeting the beast's raised fist as the two warriors, one living and one made of stone, clashed in midair. Abruptly shifting its strategy, the golem lunged forward and forced Rico into a retreat. She managed to land a heavy blow with her hammer, but it barely left a mark, revealing the creature was far more durable than she had initially anticipated. Refusing to back down, the girl launched a heavy strike from above that shattered a piece of the golem's armor. The creature's roar vibrated through the cavern as stone debris scattered everywhere, marking the first time it had sustained significant damage. Driven by rage, the golem lunged with unexpected speed, forcing the warrior to dodge while keeping a sharp eye on its every move. The golem let out a pained roar as the heavy strike battered its massive frame. Yuri observed from the sidelines, carefully gauging the impact's effectiveness. Despite the damage, the creature remained standing and immediately began preparing its counterattack. The boy's gaze sharpened with resolve as he meticulously assessed the situation, searching for the golem's vulnerability while waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Rico bided her time with her hammer, waiting for the perfect opening to counterattack. Realizing the golem's frontal defense was too formidable, she searched for a vulnerability that would allow her to land a finishing blow. Having landed a successful blow on the creature, she turned to her ally with a smirk, challenging him to acknowledge her prowess and unique fighting style. Suddenly, the golem roared as its massive body lurched back into motion. To end the battle quickly, the girl proposed a strategy where she would sneak behind the creature for an attack while the boy focused on defense. The golem suddenly launched itself into the air, shedding stone fragments in its wake. Caught off guard by the maneuver, the pair watched in disbelief as the creature took flight. They now had to quickly devise a strategy to counter this unexpected threat. Paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, Rico struggled to find a solution, fully aware of her opponent's overwhelming power. Yuri firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, his hand trembling with anticipation rather than fear. It was finally time for him to step onto the battlefield and demonstrate his true strength. A sudden surge of energy erupted through the air, scattering rocks and dust in every direction. At the center of the blast stood the boy, who was clearly the source of this power. His ally watched in astonishment, realizing that there was much more to him than they had initially believed. The creature shrieked as a beam of energy tore through its head, while the boy looked on with a calm confidence that suggested he had the situation completely under control. Despite collapsing and letting out muffled sounds, the monster continued to stir, causing Rico and Yuri to stop and observe. Surprised, she questioned what was happening, as the battle appeared to be finished. Stunned, the girl questioned what he had done, but he calmly explained that he had simply reflected the golem's attack, seeing nothing unusual about the feat. Stunned by the unfolding events, the warrior reacted viscerally, realizing the situation had escalated far beyond a standard confrontation, while the young man remained composed and insisted that nothing unusual had occurred. Both turned to face their opponent as it let out a low growl. Despite its severe injuries, the monster remained standing, signaling that the fight was far from over. Stepping forward with confidence, the young man asked Rico to leave the golem to him, intending to face the enemy alone. A request that caught her completely off guard. Urging him to take her hammer, she insisted he couldn't face the beast unarmed. But he remained composed, assuring her that he already had a plan in place. Yuri stood his ground before his opponent, gripping his blade and asserting that it was all he needed. Rejecting the use of a hammer, he placed full confidence in his own strength and mastery of the sword. Sizing up the golem, he calmly realized that conventional rules no longer applied. What mattered was the opponent's raw power rather than its physical composition, and he steeled himself to strike. He weighed his options for victory, realizing that while Rico's approach was viable, it was far too slow. He needed a more efficient way to bring the fight to a swift conclusion. He suddenly lunged forward with explosive speed, prompting the girl to call out in confusion. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized he was about to do something completely unexpected. Rico shouted a warning for the boy to dodge, but he continued his headlong charge toward the beast. The massive creature let out a furious roar as it prepared a heavy strike, yet the boy showed absolutely no intention of slowing down. By activating his strength and impact magic to bolster his offensive power, he realized that the golem's high defense was offset by their lack of mobility, allowing him to easily outmaneuver their clumsy movements with his superior speed. In a swift motion, his blade tore through the golem's frame, sending stone fragments flying in every direction. The devastating impact surpassed all expectations, proving that in the hands of a master, even a worn sword remains a deadly weapon. The monster let out a final cry as it collapsed in defeat, while Yuri looked on with a confident smirk, knowing the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion. Following the strike, surges of energy erupted around him as he stood at the heart of a magical vortex, embodying a level of power that no one could ignore. This display erased all lingering doubts, proving that his strength was the real deal. Hearing a startled cry, the boy looked back to see Rico watching from a distance, her face etched with confusion as she struggled to process what he had just done. Overwhelmed by shock, the girl collapsed to the ground, her hands trembling as she stared at her companion in complete disbelief at what she had just witnessed. Following the golem's defeat, the girl's composure broke as she cried out, desperate for an explanation of the events that had just unfolded. A swarm of golems materialized around the boy, yet he remained unfazed, tightening his grip on his sword as he readied for the next clash. Yuri immediately charged into the fray, overwhelming his opponents with a series of quick, calculated blows. His blade sliced through the golem's stone armor with ease, leaving the constructs unable to keep pace with his agility. Rico stood frozen in shock, watching stone fragments scatter around her as she struggled to comprehend how a single person could cause so much devastation. Scanning the aftermath of the fight, the young man breathed a sigh of relief as he realized every monster had been slain and their mission was officially complete. Still in a state of shock, she turned toward her companion, finally realizing the true extent of his power. Yuri held the non-elemental magic stones and iron ore he had collected, which served as essential materials for crafting equipment. Despite their low rank, they remained highly valuable for blacksmithing. He calmly gathered the leftover magic stones, intending to hand them over to Lime. Rico watched her companion in silence, her hesitant expression suggesting she was debating whether to speak up. As they emerged from the cave, the atmosphere felt noticeably different now that the battle had concluded. Lingering tension still hung between them, suggesting that they needed to address the events that had just unfolded. Breaking her silence, the warrior finally called out to her companion, prompting a surprised Yuri to turn back and listen. She turned her gaze toward her ally, questioning his true identity. Despite the heavy fatigue weighing on her after the battle, she was determined to get an answer. Rico noted his immense power, recalling how he shattered a golem in a single hit, and expressed her unease regarding the mysterious sword he carried. Brushing off her concerns with a faint smile, the young man claimed to be nothing more than an ordinary, low-ranking adventurer, but the girl found his story impossible to believe and immediately challenged him. Raising her voice in clear frustration, she fixed him with a stern gaze and demanded the truth, refusing to accept any more excuses. Scratching his head in confusion, Yuri insisted he wasn't joking, appearing completely oblivious to why his overwhelming power had caused such a shock. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had just spotted something critical. Arriving at a massive pile of boulders, Rico questioned if they had been there previously, suggesting that the dungeon's layout might be shifting unexpectedly. The two adventurers approached the blockage to inspect it. While the warrior suspected it could be an exit, a sense of unease held her back as Yuri carefully considered their situation. A voice suddenly emerged from the darkness as a hidden observer noted with surprise that the boy had defeated every monster, confirming they were being watched. Led by Zack, a group of unfamiliar faces emerged from the passage, mocking the boy's victory and mentioning a name: Joker. Visibly irritated, the man clutched his head and shot a sharp look at his companion, bluntly telling him that he was completely fed up. Bewildered, Yuri stared at the man's extended hand, recognizing him from a previous encounter, and wondering what his next move would be. She quickly positioned herself in front of her companion, shielding him as she sternly questioned the group about their intentions. Looking down at the girl with sheer arrogance, the enemy leader dismissed her as a non-threat and ordered her to leave before she got in their way. Wearing a grim expression, Zack coldly declared his intention to kill his enemy. Moving with resolve, Rico reached for her weapon to attack, just as Yuri commanded Lime to defend her. The group of enemies was blindsided by the sudden emergence of a massive slime, which began to swell and threaten its surroundings as they stood frozen in disbelief. Stunned into silence, one of the opponents watched the massive slime in confusion, unsure how to react as the girl fell face first into the creature and began to drown. Rico was suddenly engulfed by the slime, flailing helplessly as the substance clung to her body. Her eyes widened in shock, but the soft, viscous material made it impossible for her to break free. Looming over his enemies, the slime demanded that they retreat at once. One of the knights watched in awe as the bizarre creature suddenly lunged forward, crying out in confusion as he struggled to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. Keeping his distance, Yuri politely questioned why the man had chosen to stand in their way, receiving only a skeptical smile in response. Zack suddenly lost his composure and lashed out in a rage, claiming everyone was irritating him and calling the boy a complete eyesore. He noted that the rival team members spoke of their grueling journey to become true adventurers, though the path had proven much harder than expected and their goal remained a distant dream. They recounted how their past attempts to join the guild ended in a brutal beating by high-ranking adventurers, fueling a deep-seated sense of resentment within them. High-level adventurers frequently used them as bait, making them feel like disposable tools and fueling a deep sense of resentment. Recalling the guild where fresh adventurers arrived annually, one of the enemies watched from above, filled with bitterness toward the opportunities he was never afforded. Clutching the adventurer's map, he resolved that in this world, only the strong survive, fueling his determination to finally rise from the bottom of the food chain. As he scaled the cliff, he reflected on how the authorities had cast them aside, deciding that no reward was worth the cost of continued humiliation and suffering. As the group cornered the adventurer, the man recalled every past hardship, seeing this as his chance to finally change his destiny and prove the strength of his resolve. Zach's expression contorted as he recalled the look on a victim they had once cornered, a memory that laid bare his madness and the sadistic pleasure he took in their fear. Yuri listened in disbelief as the stranger claimed his arrival was the catalyst for everything, his expression clearly showing he was struggling to process the information. His rival seethed as he recalled how the man had suddenly appeared, completed a grueling task, and gathered rare herbs to secure a rank B recommendation, fueling his growing envy and suspicion. Glaring at the boy, he explained the root of his resentment, admitting that he despised people like Yuri who were strong, successful, and capable. This deep-seated envy continued to consume him, fueling his growing malice. The assault launched abruptly, as one of the enemy's allies lunged forward, intent on ending the young man's life. Despite his lowly status as an F-rank adventurer, it was clear they viewed him as a genuine danger. As the enemy lunged forward, the young man remained completely unfazed, standing his ground as if the incoming threat wasn't even worth his attention. 3 attackers lunged at Yuri simultaneously, yet he remained with his back turned, voicing his thoughts aloud. Even as he tried to grasp their motivations, he refused to excuse their behavior and had no intention of backing down. He instantly repelled the 3 attackers, his sudden speed and precise strikes shattering the illusion of his weakness as they were sent reeling, unable to withstand even a single hit. Overwhelmed by despair, one of the remaining enemies watched as Yuri easily dispatched his comrades, his eyes filled with terror as the boy continued to advance. Without warning, a shout echoed as a spell was cast from behind, launching a blade of wind directly at Yuri. Seeking to gain an early advantage, one of the attackers loudly challenged the young man as a distraction, before lunging forward to seize the initiative. The boy activated advanced fire magic to prepare an attack, steadily advancing toward the approaching enemy while keeping the flames contained in his hand. Halting his advance, he realized that unleashing fire magic within the cave risked triggering a total collapse. He quickly extinguished the spell, deciding it was safer to find a different way to handle the fight. The enemy's sudden frontal assault caught Yuri off guard, forcing him to rely on pure instinct as they recovered much faster than he had anticipated. He stared in disbelief as the enemies he was certain he'd defeated rose once again, advancing as if they hadn't been harmed at all. Driven by a loss of control, Zach entered a berserker state that bolstered his stamina and dulled his perception of pain. Yuri soon noticed that his enemy was also under the influence of the anomaly, confirming that this was no mere accident. It became clear that someone had intentionally sparked this mass instability, and their battle was only just getting started. Suddenly, Yuri's belt began to glow, and he felt an unfamiliar power awakening within him, a development that caught even him by surprise. In that instant, the boy mastered all 3 tiers of wind magic simultaneously, but his own shock left him vulnerable to a sudden, opportunistic attack from his enemy. An enemy's shout rang out to draw attention, but the young man could already sense the situation was spiraling into something far more dangerous. Pinned between 2 opponents attempting to restrain him, Yuri remained composed and reached out his hand to launch a counterattack. Seizing his opponent's arm with a display of strength and agility, he made it clear he was ready to break the hold and strike back immediately. Moving with incredible speed, Yuri broke free and deflected the incoming strike. He followed up with heavy blows that sent his enemies scattering, leaving them completely dazed by his swift retaliation. Spotting the advanced wind magic sphere in his hands, one of the enemies froze in terror, unable to react as he realized the immense power about to be unleashed. Unleashing his storm magic, the young man conjured violent air currents into a lethal vortex, prepared to sweep away his enemies with a single devastating strike. Sword in hand, Zach came to a confused halt at the sight of the turbulent wind magic, clearly caught off guard by the intensity of the attack as he anxiously questioned what was unfolding. As he struggled to push through the swirling currents, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. He lashed out at his opponent in frustration, but the sheer force of the wind proved too much to overcome. A violent tornado suddenly erupted, sweeping the enemies off their feet and swirling them high into the air. The whirlwind tossed the enemies' bodies aside, sending one hurtling toward the wall in sheer terror. His final moments before the impact were marked by a desperate, helpless cry. With the enemies thoroughly defeated, Yuri stood in silence amidst the ruins. Standing in the center of the cave, he noticed a strange shadow and realized another enemy was lurking nearby, a suspicion confirmed when the hidden foe began to laugh. A masked figure stepped out from the shadows and offered a graceful bow, admitting he hadn't expected his presence to be detected so quickly. The man introduced himself as Nero, a 28-year-old night-timer, and with a polite but sly smile, he urged Yuri to keep his name in mind. Observing Nero's movements, the youth quickly realized that this man was far more formidable and dangerous than any opponent he had faced before. Zeke and his companions were driven to the brink of madness, despite the lack of any physical impact. Nero presented Yuri with a stark ultimatum: join his clan or face death, all while maintaining a smug grin that suggested he was already certain of the outcome. Though Yuri was taken aback by the mention of the clan, the magic caster pressed forward with a threat, noting that he had been closely monitoring Yuri's impressive combat skills. His adversary assured him that his natural talent was more than enough to earn a place within their clan. As Nero spoke, a peculiar sense of excitement grew within the boy, leaving him with the uncanny feeling that he had known this man in a past life. Memories of a man from his past, or perhaps a previous life, suddenly resurfaced as everything clicked into place, while his opponent's expression twisted into a sinister grin. He caught his opponent off guard by calling him a substructure man, leaving the hooded figure stunned and visibly shaken as his confidence began to waver. Confused by the term substructure person, the enemy reflected on his own difficult history as a swordsman in a clan where social ties were fraught with tension. Although he admitted to remembering almost nothing, observing the young man caused unfamiliar words to surface in his mind just as Yuri questioned his connection to the number. Nero accepted his position as the lead figure, and despite his personal distaste for the title, he recognized the strategic importance of his rank and remained committed to the organization's cause. Raising his hand to reveal the number 928, he presented it as evidence of their uniqueness, expressing deep pride in his identity and status within the organization. Recalling that every participant was assigned a number on their hand, the boy checked his palm and found that the mark remained. He revealed the number 0 on his hand, leaving his opponent in stunned disbelief as the significance of the symbol became clear. Nero was stunned to realize that 0 signified the strongest, a rank that should have vanished 5 centuries ago, but he finally grasped the true nature of what was unfolding. Sensing the young man's intent to dismantle their organization, the enemy took the threat seriously and braced himself for the upcoming battle. Driven by a cold, furious resolve, the magic caster declared his intent to end the young man's life. He suddenly found himself trapped at the epicenter of the enemy's devastating power. Yuri watched as his new enemy closed in with incredible speed, realizing this opponent was far more lethal than the previous foes he had effortlessly defeated. Nero lunged forward with a sudden strike, but the boy's quick reflexes allowed him to evade the blade, stunning the attacker who had relied on the element of surprise. The young man retreated with remarkable speed to evade the second blow, leaving his opponent stunned and his confidence completely shattered. The mage launched a standard fireball, but the boy vanished before the spell could connect, leaving his opponent completely bewildered. Nero launched himself into the air at high speed before slamming down with a heavy strike, triggering an explosion that sent a wave of dust surging through the cave. By the time the opponent spotted the young man in the sky, it was already too late to react to the incoming wind blade spell, leaving them in a state of total shock. Magical currents surged through the cavern, forcing the enemies to retaliate, while Yuri harnessed the wind to shatter their guard and press forward. He let out a sigh of relief as he surveyed the impact of his attack. Noticing that the berserk effect had finally worn off, the boy calmly observed his defeated opponents, wondering if they had simply overestimated their own strength. Wounded and gasping for air, Zack struggled to his feet in a panic, his face etched with despair as he realized how dire the situation had become. As the boy tightened his grip, Zack watched in terror, finally grasping the true extent of the power he was up against. Yuri unleashed a mid-tier water spell known as Ice Tomb, causing the cave ceiling to shatter and collapse onto the unsuspecting enemy, effectively pinning him in place. Nero let out a cry of shock as ice suddenly bound his legs, stunned to realize the young man could manipulate 3 elements at once. The young man then focused his energy and activated his magic. He unleashed a potent combination of wind and water magic. In that exact moment, a sudden ice storm slammed into the enemy's position. Overcome with terror, Nero cried out and desperately pleaded for mercy. The sudden surge of elemental power instantly froze his entire body. This left him with absolutely no hope of being saved. He now stood face to face with an adversary who appeared completely impervious to harm. In that moment, the young man was flooded with memories of the many hardships and trials his friends had endured. The recent turn of events left the young man seething with anger. His opponent was left completely powerless to offer any resistance. While mentioning his desire for a quiet life, Yuri readied himself to land the finishing blow against his enemy. Ultimately, he was determined to ensure that no one would compromise the dream he held so dear. Now at the foot of the mountain, Rico questioned how they had managed to escape. Her mind clouded with worry for Yuridono. Upon spotting the man, the girl rushed toward him in a state of alarm. Flashes of their past battles against wolves and monsters raced through the minds of the young man and woman. Inside the tavern, the beast man and the bearded man gathered with several others to discuss a matter of great importance. Visions of allies and enemies began to appear, ranging from knights and wizards to bizarre creatures, including a girl wielding a hammer who attacked with relentless fury. Meanwhile, Hugo Mantola was deep in his workshop, his full attention fixed on forging a new blade. He hammered the blade with powerful strikes to shape it, sending sparks flying as the metal shimmered under his precise movements. Sweat drenched the master's brow, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, as Hugo poured his entire being into every strike and movement. Once the forging was complete, he brought the sword to Yuri, offering a warm smile and an apology for the wait as he handed her the weapon. Satisfied with his craftsmanship, he proudly displayed the newly finished blade. The blade was revealed to be a high-ranking artifact, constructed with advanced technology and premium materials in near-pristine condition. Though the boy offered his sincere thanks and tried to pay, the master refused, insisting that accepting money would only bring shame to his forge's reputation. Stunned by Hugo's unexpected generosity, the young man watched as he enthusiastically declined any payment, handing over the blade with a look of sincere pride. The blacksmith laughed heartily, relishing the craft he hadn't practiced in years, while the boy noticed that his master had carelessly left the valuable weapon behind. Even though the sword was worth a fortune, the blacksmith looked genuinely content, as his passion for the craft meant far more to him than its price tag. Holding the weapon in his hands, the young man silently scrutinized the blade. He questioned Hugo's decision with clear hesitation, but Hugo simply listened with a serious expression, and his arms crossed. Yuri observed that the blade wasn't just made from his own supplies, but also incorporated materials found right there in the forge. Unable to withstand the constant bickering any longer, Hugo lost his temper and demanded silence. Clearly fed up with the young man's endless doubts and chatter, his patience finally reached its limit, and the furious blacksmith barked at the boy to take the sword, his voice filled with absolute conviction. Wearing a solemn expression, the boy finally accepted the blade and carefully returned it to its sheath. The dwarf brought him to a halt, calling out to his brother. Flashing a broad smile and a thumbs up, the blacksmith offered some final words of encouragement for the journey ahead. The young man offered a confident smile in agreement before stepping out of the building, fully prepared for his next challenge. With his new blade in hand, he stepped into the light, his resolve stronger than ever. Content with his new weapon and the favorable weather, Yuri felt a surge of vitality as he prepared for the challenges ahead. He continued on his way, taking a moment to appreciate the surrounding silence. Coming to a sudden halt, he let out a breath and realized a strange sensation was beginning to spread through his body. His eyes snapped open as the weight of what had just happened finally set in. Now possessing the skills of a master swordsman, he looked out over the city and began planning his next move. He wondered if his rigorous sword training was the reason he had suddenly unlocked such a formidable combat skill. Suddenly, two familiar voices called out to him as the girls rushed over, clearly eager to share their news and express their gratitude. Rico and Philly thanked Yuri for his support, explaining that with their newfound strength and upgraded gear, they were finally capable of fighting on their own. Upon noticing each other, the girls were visibly perplexed, unable to recognize the person standing before them. Yuri appeared equally confused while one of the girls confessed her shock, as the surprise encounter had completely shattered her composure. Philly lashed out at the girl, accusing her of having a preference for curvy women, which left her completely blindsided. Visibly flustered, Riche quickly insisted that no relationship existed between her and Yuridanel, as her face flushed a deep crimson. Against the backdrop of the peaceful city, The girls' argument persisted as one accused the other of being suspicious and overbearing toward Yuri. Standing tall with confidence, the young man expressed his desire to protect the peaceful and ordinary lives of his friends. A month into his new life, Yuri had already found his footing, forming new bonds and testing his strength in various battles across this unfamiliar world. Through rigorous training and combat, his companions grew significantly stronger, now wielding their weapons with seasoned confidence. Eager to get started, the young man set off on his next mission. As he grew accustomed to the city, his surroundings became familiar, and his daily life settled into a calm, steady rhythm. Yuri returned to the imposing Adventurers Guild, ready to take on a fresh set of missions and challenges. Tiffany greeted the young man with a cheerful smile, clutching a stack of papers in her hands. After arriving at the guild in search of work, the man immediately voiced his eagerness to take on as many monsters as possible. He selected a repeatable quest to hunt goblins, earning a 20,000 gil reward for every 10 enemies he defeated. After crunching the numbers, Yuri realized that defeating just 2 goblins would be enough to cover his lodging for the night. With a hint of concern, Tiffany asked the boy if he had any prior experience hunting goblins. He reflected on his history with the goblins, calling to mind his very first encounter in this world. A fellow guild member stepped in, suggesting he recruit some allies before attempting the mission. She pointed out that traveling in a group is a much safer strategy, especially for newcomers who want to avoid a fatal mistake. Taking her advice to heart, he headed over to the notice board to select his next quest. Seeing the overwhelming number of tasks pinned to the board, Yuri let out a cry of disbelief. He soon spotted an advertisement seeking a partner for a goblin extermination quest that required a swordsman. He made his way to the city's central square, arriving at the fountain where his quest was located. After surveying the area, Yuri began searching for the group he was meant to meet. Prompted by the sound of a woman calling out a name, he began heading toward the source of the voice. By the fountain, he encountered a group of 3, a cat girl, a boy, and a girl, who were all waiting for their final member to arrive. The trio confidently discussed their abilities, fully convinced that the goblins posed no real threat to them. Yuri approached the bench and introduced himself politely, explaining that he was there to inquire about the advertisement. Riche silently studied the young man, taking stock of the current situation. He let out a quiet chuckle as his gaze shifted toward the boy's weapon, which had clearly piqued his interest. Welcoming Yuri with genuine warmth, the man thanked him for his visit and signaled his readiness to cooperate. After praising the man's weapon, he noted that he would be the perfect addition to the team as their swordsman. The stranger introduced himself as the group's leader, while his companions, Musil and the sorceress Emily, shared their names as well. As the 4 gathered in the square, Riche began explaining the rules with complete confidence. He explained their process for distributing spoils, where everything is sold so the profits can be shared equally among the group. Lastly, he politely requested the adventurer's license to confirm its authenticity. He accepted the card without a second thought, completely unaware that it was about to catch him off guard. He was stunned to see the F rank, a result that dealt a heavy blow to his pride and ambition. As the group departed, Riche was left in a state of uncertainty, feeling as though the entire meeting had been a complete waste of time. Frustrated, the young man struggled to understand why his rank had provoked such a strong reaction. The man roared in anger, demanding he get out of his sight while mocking him for his lowly F-rank status. Heeding Emily's warning about the mess, he agreed that picking up the item would likely leave him covered in grime. Visibly annoyed, he tossed the card in his direction. Emily and the rest of the group headed out, leaving Yuri behind so he could focus on his studies. Riche led the girls away with a cheerful smile, completely oblivious to what had transpired and confident that he had handled everything perfectly. Now alone, the young man watched as his former potential partners departed. Rico made his way through the market square, scanning the area for the landmark designated for the meeting. Spotting the fountain, the girl made her way toward it with a sense of confidence. Rico was caught off guard when she recognized the young man standing before her as Yuridono. She eventually came across him at the fountain, curious about what he was doing. Deep in the forest, the pair discussed their mission, and Yuri expressed his gratitude to Rigo for joining him on the journey. She clarified that quests are divided into 2 categories: standard missions and special assignments that require a specific rank to accept. He stressed that even during routine missions, one might encounter a formidable opponent, making constant vigilance essential. He discovered that hunting goblins only required an F rank, making the task accessible to any seeker. Adopting the demeanor of a strict instructor, Rico referred to the rank chart to continue explaining the intricacies of the quest system. Guild records indicate that in the wake of the Silver Wolf's defeat, the local goblins began aggressively targeting everyone in the region. She cautioned her partner to stay alert, and the young man prepared himself for a potential confrontation. A sudden rustle in the nearby bushes put the adventurers on high alert as they braced themselves for a potential ambush. Yuri's attention was soon drawn to a peculiar detail that felt out of place. Two unfamiliar warriors carefully inspected the grass, left baffled when they couldn't find any trace of the goblins. One of them asked the young man if they were hunting goblins, and he confirmed that was indeed their objective. The party soon discovered that another group had already cleared the area of goblins, leaving them to survey the empty surroundings in disappointment. Following an adventurer's suggestion to depart, Yuri and his partner decided it was best to leave the area. As the group began searching for their next objective, Rico produced a map highlighting a suitable location roughly 2 hours away. Slime reacted decisively to the news as the group began preparing to head toward their next monster hunting ground. Having transformed into a massive bird, the assistant was now prepared to take flight. Drenched in a cold sweat, Rico recoiled in a sudden panic and let out a startled cry. Seated atop the massive creature, the man turned toward his companion in genuine surprise. Without warning, the mysterious creature snatched the girl and surged upward, her piercing screams trailing behind as they spiraled chaotically into the sky. Landing right beside him, she cried out in terror, but he quickly told her to hold on even tighter. Lime suddenly lunged forward, catching her off guard and leaving her completely bewildered by the situation. Yuri surged forward at high speed, kicking up a powerful draft in his wake. Gripped by fear, Rico urged him to slow his pace. Yuri clarified that they were already flying at a slow pace, then asked Lime to hold the deuce. Without warning, sticky tentacles reached out and bound the girl's wrists. The group then resumed their journey, continuing their flight through the skies. After traveling for some time, the group reached the western plains to rest and prepare for the challenges ahead. Yuri offered his gratitude to the assistant as the girl collapsed, panting heavily from the sheer intensity of the high-speed ride. Noticing Rika's heavy breathing and clear exhaustion, Yuri suggested they take a moment to rest. The young man found the high speeds exhilarating, though he noticed his companion was having a much harder time with the pace. Pausing at the water's edge, the girl drank deeply to recover her energy after their exhausting journey. Something peculiar caught her eye, taking her by surprise. Rico gazed out at the vista, finding that it lived up to the tales he had heard. Observing more enemies than he had anticipated, the young man felt a quiet sense of anxiety begin to take hold. He observed the elusive creatures, struck by their impressive agility despite their clear lack of physical strength. The girl called out to her companion with excitement, eager to show him the stunning beauty of their surroundings. Sensing an imminent threat, the man's expression grew stern as he urged Rico to draw his blade. She turned around in surprise, not yet grasping the warning's meaning, while her companion failed to notice anything suspicious. Without warning, a fast-moving force tore across the terrain, leaving a trail of wreckage in its wake. Caught off guard, she instinctively reached for her weapon as the gravity of the situation became clear. She tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, though a sense of disappointment weighed heavily on her mind. The young man soon caught sight of the approaching enemies. Taking cover in the shadows, he quickly alerted his ally to the threat of a potential ambush. From the cover of the undergrowth, a goblin archer watched the party with a cruel grin, readying his bow for an ambush. Yuri soon realized the location had been transformed into a goblin lair, a revelation that caught his companion off guard. The goblins quickly encircled the travelers with weapons drawn, cutting off any hope of escape as they prepared to strike. A volley of arrows suddenly rained down as goblins swarmed from every direction, intent on eliminating the intruders. Reacting just in time, the warrior skillfully parried the spear's thrust with his sword. He executed a high-speed technique that landed several blows simultaneously, leaving his opponent completely dazed. Captivated by his remarkable speed, the girl watched the swordsman with deep admiration for his refined combat skills. He proposed supporting her with magic from the rear, requesting that she take the lead. After accepting the offer, she charged into the fray, putting her speed and resolve on full display. Her unwavering resolve was clearly reflected in her piercing stare. Yuri channeled his energy into his palm to activate the spell, causing glowing magic circles to materialize around his hand. With her movements enhanced by magic, Rico felt a sudden lightness that left her opponent completely unprepared for the shift. Startled by the unfamiliar sensation, she realized her body had become weightless, allowing her to move with newfound speed. Terrified by the unfolding events, one goblin scrambled to evade the threat, while another shrieked in sheer panic. With blinding speed, the warrior carved a path through the enemy ranks, cutting them down with her blade. The startled goblins recognized the danger, but they were struck down before they could even attempt to defend themselves. Rico overwhelmed another opponent with her power, leaving a nearby goblin stunned by the display. Maintaining her composure, the warrior gripped her weapon tightly and prepared for the finishing strike while her opponents trembled before her. From a hidden vantage point, an archer drew his bow, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to the heroine. Utilizing high-level water magic, the adventurer conjured a sharp blade of ice directly into his hand. The ice needle spell pierced straight through the goblin, killing it instantly and leaving a trail of blood behind. The girl maneuvered out of the way just in time, letting the arrow strike the dirt instead. Letting out a shout, she struck the goblin with a magical blow that sliced clean through its body. Yuri manifested several magic circles, readying a new spell to use against her adversaries. Exhausted, Rico stood among the fallen enemies while the boy behind her calmly surveyed the battlefield, his sword held loosely in his grip. Panicked and screaming, she lunged toward him with a face flushed from embarrassment and rage, unable to comprehend what the young man had done to her body. He calmly clarified that his magic was used solely to bolster her strength during the fight. Beaming with nervous anticipation, she tried to steady her racing heart. And since they had finished their business so quickly, it was already time to set off on their next journey. Riga's breath came in heavy gasps and her face flushed deep red as she struggled to process a chaotic surge of emotions. Yuri voiced her concern, asking her if everything was truly all right. She responded by reassuring him that there was no need to worry. Weakened, the girl apologized and mentioned her need for rest just before she lost her balance. Rico pushed through her exhaustion, clinging on with the very last of her strength. In that instant, the young man took a moment to carefully assess her. He soon realized that his companion had been afflicted by a mild toxin. He was stunned to realize that he hadn't even noticed the moment the poison took hold. He stepped toward this girl, inquiring if she had been harmed during the encounter with the goblins. She downplayed the injury, explaining that the attack had only left a minor scratch on her ankle. After explaining that she had been struck by an arrow, Rico allowed her wound to be inspected. However, he noticed the wound's strange discoloration, indicating that the arrows were likely poisoned. She was taken aback to realize that the arrow could have been laced with poison. The young man then explained that the poison was a rare variety and pointed out how unusual these goblins truly were. He also noted that these goblins appeared to possess a high level of intelligence. As he traveled, Yuri found himself deeply regretting that he hadn't brought an antidote along. Struggling to remain upright against a tree, Rico lamented her situation, feeling as though she was only holding the young man back. Offering a gentle smile, he reassured his ally that everything was all right. She looked at him with a startled expression, clearly unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Yuri then suggested that Lime attempt to draw the poison out of her system. Without hesitation, the slime absorbed the poison, causing its body to darken and shift into a new form. In that instant, Rico felt a wave of relief and happily shared the news of her recovery with the young man. He then expressed his gratitude to the assistant for their help in neutralizing the poison. A notification instantly flashed across the screen, confirming he had acquired the holy magic skill. Yuri channeled her healing magic, focusing the energy directly onto the open wound. She watched in disbelief as a faint light began to emanate from her injury, causing the wound to heal. Feeling a wave of relief, she jumped for joy and thanked him for his assistance. Surprised, she questioned Yuri about how he had managed to acquire such a rare skill. The young man remained oblivious to the fact that healing magic was an exceptionally rare gift. Rico was stunned by the adventurer's strangely delayed reaction to his own discovery. The squad advanced through the forest in high spirits, their progress marked by Rico's energetic shouts. Working in perfect unison, the pair efficiently dispatched the goblins with a series of swift and accurate blows. Once the battle concluded, they scanned the area to confirm that the goblin threat had been fully neutralized. Yuri deferred the responsibility to his assistant once more, leaving them to handle the remaining work. The slime then proceeded to absorb the goblin remains, eventually leaving the entire area free of corpses. The slime also discovered a non-attribute stone and promptly absorbed it. The owner expressed his sincere gratitude to Lime. Rico's attention was drawn to something unusual, and she gripped the axe tightly, troubled by what she had discovered among the bodies. Without delay, she handed the axe to Yuri and asked him to examine it more closely. The man was genuinely impressed by the weapon's craftsmanship, noting that it was a remarkably high-quality axe. Rico eagerly confirmed that the axe's quality was far beyond what a typical goblin should possess. She leaped in celebration, certain that the treatment had successfully restored her health. She was taken aback to discover that the young man possessed a rare talent for healing magic. Failing to realize just how rare holy magic was, the girl was caught completely off guard. The young man finally acknowledged that he was only now beginning to grasp the true worth of his ability. The group hurried to keep pace as Rika screamed and bolted deeper into the forest. Their ally explained that the Goblin Lord represents the strongest and most dangerous rank among all goblins. Yuri soon discovered that the fallen leader was actually a very unusual type of monster. The girl was caught off guard by the fact that Yuri was already familiar with the Goblin Lords. He admitted that this victory marked the first time he had ever defeated a Goblin Lord. Rico let out a laugh, still in disbelief that he had managed to handle the entire situation on his own. She let out a cry of disbelief upon hearing that he had successfully taken down the Goblin Lord. Yuri, meanwhile, questioned whether the girl truly grasped his true identity. The group discussed the challenge of locating a boss monster in the immediate area. She soon realized that the goblins were far too cunning to be lured into a direct pursuit. Having fully grasped the situation, he set out with confidence to track down the goblins on his own. Catching a glimpse of movement, he reacted instantly and sprinted toward the source. He soon spotted two suspicious creatures lurking among the forest trees. Entrusting the battle to Lime, the young man left the slug to handle the enemies on his behalf. He steeled himself and sharpened his focus, ready to execute the command without a second thought. The adventurers grew suspicious, however, when Lime suddenly opened fire on the target. The goblins hurried through the forest, entirely unaware of the danger closing in on them. At the same time, the slime latched onto the goblin to serve as a hidden tracking device. Yuri then clarified that Lime would be keeping a close eye on their actions. Once they finished setting up their surveillance, they began trailing the creatures. Upon reaching their destination, the goblins were met with an unexpected surprise. Rico urged Yuri to stay silent, allowing her to find a secure place to hide. They spotted a group of goblins making their way into a nearby cave. As the adventurers stepped inside the cave, they discovered that the shelter was surprisingly vast. Lime confirmed that the goblin boss was indeed located inside. Deep inside the cave, a voice suddenly called out to them from the shadows. Yuri spotted the Riche group, visibly startled by their unexpected arrival. One of them spoke up, mockingly inquiring about the potato field. Enrico lowered his voice, asking the young man if this was indeed the person he had mentioned. Riche inquired whether they were planning to head into the nest. He was visibly taken aback when they gave him a positive response. He attempted to talk the boys out of their plan, warning them that it was far too reckless. Taken aback by the remark, Emily found herself genuinely intrigued. She walked over to the young man and offered to carry the luggage. Exhausted from the long trek, the girl voiced her weariness. Rico's temper flared the moment she noticed how close the other girl had gotten to Yuri. In the meantime, Emily offered the man a reward on the condition that he carry her luggage. After taking a moment to consider the situation, the young man ultimately agreed to help the girl. Without warning, Rico stepped in to block their path, refusing to let them get any closer to Iridono. Fuming with indignation, she confronted her ally and demanded an immediate explanation. The young man explained that the unpredictable nature of the nest was a source of deep concern for him. As the team ventured into the cave, their self-assured leader took point at the front of the group. Emily tried to rationalize her behavior by venting to him about the pain she was enduring. She wore a sly expression, continuing her manipulation with a calculated smile. Yuri and Rico then formulated a plan to utilize him as a shield. The group of 5 then made their way into the cave to begin their exploration. Eventually, the party paused to catch their breath, noting both their growing exhaustion and the strange absence of any goblins. The girls finished preparing lunch and decided to share the meal with Rito. Rito expressed his gratitude to both girls, thanking them for the meal and for taking such good care of him. The group competed with one another, each eager for him to sample their snacks. He jokingly remarked that Musel and Emily appeared to be having a picnic right there in the cave. Rico was far from pleased with the way things were turning out. She began eating her meal with a puzzled expression, which only served to leave Yuri feeling just as bewildered. With a visible tremble, she suddenly handed the young man a sandwich. Taking a careful bite, he listened to her question as she waited anxiously, wondering if he would enjoy the flavor. A sudden vibration rippled through the ground beneath them, leaving them to wonder what could be approaching at such a high speed. The sharp, acrid scent pouring from the cave left everyone coughing and struggling for air. In an instant, Yuri threw himself over Riche to shield her from harm. He utilized his wind magic to sweep the lingering vapors away. Even after the young man performed an analysis, the lingering scent failed to disappear completely. He recognized the surrounding fog as a form of Class E curse magic. Riche attempted to settle the girl's nerves, suspecting that the boss was influencing them with magic. In response, the man vowed to protect his ally for as long as she remained by his side. Meanwhile, the man reaffirmed his commitment to protect the girls, leaving them deeply moved by his resolve. A massive foot suddenly slammed down before them, filling the group with dread as the enemy drew closer. Emerging from the thick fog, the D-rank goblin elite let out a mocking laugh. The party was caught off guard when they realized they were facing a group of elite and formidable goblins. Riche quickly caught on that the goblins were in a total frenzy, appearing completely oblivious to pain. Emily urged her ally to join the battle, doing her best to bolster his spirits. The enemy's massive scale intimidated him, causing him to second-guess his own strength. Suddenly, one of the goblins lunged forward, prompting Riche to quickly shift into a defensive stance. The creature countered the assault with sudden ferocity, putting its overwhelming strength on full display. To the man's astonishment, the goblin halted the sword's blade with its bare hands. Without warning, another adversary emerged to deliver a strike from behind. The warrior's eyes widened as he finally grasped the sheer lethality of the situation. The beast's powerful strike drove straight through the man's chest. The girls cried out in horror as they caught sight of the injured Riche through the thick smoke. The goblin closed the distance, raising its blade to deliver the final blow. The man let out a desperate cry and lunged forward, overwhelmed by despair. He grabbed the girls and brought them along as he retreated. He quickly fled, leaving the others behind as they were enveloped by a mysterious fog. The goblin warrior flashed a sinister grin, savoring the final moments of anticipation before he launched his assault. Staring up in terror, Musil and Emily struggled to find a way out of the trap. Without warning, the monster snatched the girl, who screamed out as she struggled frantically to break free from its grasp. Just then, a sharp scream rang out, causing Yuri and the others to turn back in confusion. Regaining his composure, Riche gave the young man his word that he would stand his ground and defend himself. The girl couldn't help but blush as she listened to the compliments regarding her delicious sandwich. With a bashful smile, she agreed to continue preparing more food. Activating his boost, he surged forward to join the battle. Gripping her hair, the goblin dragged the girl deeper into the dark recesses of the cave. He hurled her away with significant force, sending her flying in an uncertain direction. Standing before the terrified Emily, the monster paused to contemplate its next move. At this point, the girl had reached the absolute limit of her endurance. The goblins displayed crude manners, conducting themselves with primitive and savage behavior. One of the assailants lunged forward to strike the defenseless girl. Emily was at a complete loss, struggling to find a way out of her current predicament. Just then, a voice he recognized echoed from behind him. The goblin's head tumbled to the ground, coming to rest right beside its victim. Ultimately, Yuri launched an attack and managed to pierce right through him. With a menacing glare, the young man braced himself for the next strike. The second monster recoiled, caught off guard by the sudden strike. Once again, he landed a precise blow, striking his opponent from behind. He approached Musil to check on her well-being. Just then, Yuri caught sight of 3 goblins rapidly closing in on him. He realized that relying on only one sword would present a significant challenge. He conjured a magical wind barrier around himself, generating a powerful gust that scattered his enemies in every direction. Suddenly, the goblins threw themselves against the shield, but they were unable to breach its defenses. Moving with incredible agility, he managed to fend off the wave of attackers once again. After dispatching the goblins, he remained composed even as a lone, furious survivor began to close in from behind. Enrico lunged at the monster in a sudden strike, shielding her companion from the incoming blow. Startled, the boy whirled around upon hearing someone call his name. The goblin collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the girl's lightning magic. Riche clarified that she only struck the silhouette after catching sight of its sudden movement. She explained that her attack was a calculated move, relying on the young man's reaction in the event that she missed. Without warning, A formidable B-rank goblin shaman emerged to confront them. A sinister smile spread across the shaman's face, signaling his absolute certainty of victory. The girl was terrified, struck by the monster's immense power and its unsettling ability to speak in a human tongue. Paralyzed by fear, she remained completely frozen in place. Meanwhile, Yuri reassured Rico, insisting that the entire situation was well within their control. He explained that this particular goblin was quite intelligent and held a leadership role over the others. The young man also reassured Rico, emphasizing that her strength was superior to that of her opponent. Though she felt a wave of embarrassment, the support she received only fueled her growing determination. The goblins launched a sudden assault, but the girl stood her ground, expressing her readiness to assist. The youth swiftly carved through the enemy ranks, ensuring his team's safety. Reflecting on the intensity of his past encounters, he found himself surprised by how little resistance his current enemies offered. The goblin shaman let out a scream as he realized his subordinates had all been killed. Eerie, glowing forms began to manifest from the remains of the fallen. The shaman then unleashed his magic, channeling the energy directly toward Yuri. He suddenly noticed several mysterious entities heading directly toward him. Yuri cried out in agony as his entire body began to glow with an intense, burning light. He noticed that the magic was steadily siphoning away his opponent's strength. The goblin shaman then announced that the actual battle had not yet begun. Letting out a piercing scream, the creature prepared to reveal the full extent of his terrifying magic. Overwhelmed by the strain, he lost consciousness as his remaining energy began to drain away. In an instant, he achieved complete mastery over every form of curse magic. After regaining his composure, the young man confidently stated that everything had returned to normal. Yuri instantly triggered a new ability known as reflection of enemy spells. The goblin fell into a panic as he realized his own magic had been reflected back at him. Upon reclaiming his stall, the shaman let out a scream as he was suddenly overcome with intense pain. His features contorted as he let out a scream, clearly losing all sense of self-control. He watched helplessly as it was instantly obliterated by the swarming monsters. The young man maintained a calm composure, cursing his enemies while his influence steadily grew. The narrative shifts to the port of Lydia, a location serving as a peaceful haven. Settled on the edge of the pier, Yuri enjoyed a peaceful moment of fishing alone. After successfully completing the goblin extermination mission, they received their reward. The girls were left reeling, stunned by both Riche's sudden betrayal and the way he chose to flee. Leaving the events of the previous day behind, he began his fishing quest with a sense of calm excitement. The young man successfully reeled in a rare D-rank rainbow fish. He was thrilled with his success, viewing the entire experience as if it were a scene from a video game. Just then, a friend walked over to offer a greeting. A feline fisherman named Baptiste found himself marveling at his incredible luck. He explained the extreme rarity of capturing a rainbow fish. This man, a former adventurer who settled at the harbor after an accident, was the one who taught Yuri how to fish. After finishing her teasing, she bid the young man farewell and headed to another spot to continue fishing. Sitting in solitude, the boy took a moment to reflect on his past. He found himself recalling the stressful days of his previous office job. The young man paused to contemplate the prospect of his own freedom. The fishing rod suddenly jerked taut, signaling the start of a fierce struggle. He immediately activated his strengthening magic to reinforce the fishing rod. He soon realized that he had vastly underestimated the fish from the very beginning. A crowd began to gather, intrigued by the boy's peculiar fishing methods. He suspected that a larger predator might have swallowed the smaller fish while it was still biting. Yuri was warned to haul in his catch immediately, or risk having the fishing rod snap under the pressure. Without warning, a massive fish breached the surface, catching the entire crowd off guard. Panic erupted across the dock as a C-rank shark suddenly emerged from the water. The shark lunged toward Yuri without hesitation, but he was already braced for the incoming strike. He lunged toward her, striking with a sudden burst of incredible speed. The young man's strike incited an immediate panic, leaving the onlookers completely terrified. Meanwhile, a glance at the notification confirmed that he had successfully acquired the fishing skill. The girls addressed him as Sama, a title of respect that caught him completely off guard. Muzel and Emily beamed with joy as they stood together in their swimwear under the bright sun. The girls confessed that their ideal type was a man who possessed great strength. Emily asked the man whether the quest was already underway. The two of them wasted no time in offering their support, pledging to grant whatever he desired. In response, he asked them to place the bait onto the fishing rod. Once the girls opened the box, a humorous scramble for the bait immediately broke out. They presented the bait box to Yuri, catching him completely by surprise. The girls were struck with fear after discovering a mysterious substance inside the box. Unsettling black tentacles began to sprout from the bait in every direction. Following the incident, Emily and Nuzel fled in a panic, shouting desperate excuses as they retreated. Yuri responded with a simple shrug, and as he watched a seagull fly by, he felt a sense of relief that the girls hadn't lost their spirits despite everything they had been through. Birds chirped among the branches as the day began with a bright and tranquil morning. The Yuri remained completely still, lost in the depths of a profound sleep. Suddenly, Philly jolted the young man awake. Her voice filled with concern as she loudly called out his name. Upon waking, he was caught off guard by the girl's unexpectedly early visit. She was equally surprised to realize that Yuri was completely in the dark. Suddenly, Philly presented a book detailing the regulations for preparing new adventurers. He then inquired about the potential consequences should he choose to decline the training. She began scouring the book, frantically searching for the specific information she needed. They soon discovered that failing to pass would result in the immediate revocation of their licenses. After agreeing to these terms, the adventurers set out to begin their training. Requesting a brief moment before heading out, the young man cautiously scanned the area through the window. He then noticed a tree directly across from him, catching sight of something hidden within the foliage. Suddenly, he sensed a sharp surge of murderous intent emanating from behind the cover. Harnessing his magic, Yuri instantly triggered the sniper fireball. The fireball streaked through the air, detonating the moment it struck the target. After shattering the tree with a single strike, the young man casually told the waiting girl that he had only killed a beetle. Spotting some unusual movement near the bell tower, he scanned his surroundings with a cautious gaze. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked man looked on, discussing the current turn of events. He proposed that a different hunter take responsibility for handling target number 230. The hulking warriors sitting nearby began to taunt him, boasting that they could easily overpower him. By this point, Yuri had reached the academy's grand main building, where the others were already waiting for him. As someone shouted for him to hurry, a girl passing by abruptly told him to get out of her way. The youth turned his attention toward the enigmatic warrior, whose peculiar attire stood out immediately. From a distance, the warriors recognized the girl and were immediately struck with fear by her presence. The onlookers spoke in hushed tones, clearly captivated by Aisha Tornavaya's striking appearance. Yuri was caught off guard, completely unaware of the young adventurer's widespread reputation. He had been informed that Aisha Thorne was regarded as one of the most powerful individuals. Her reputation was well earned, as she held the 10th position among all B-rank adventurers. In response, the girl explained that she had come to mentor the low-level F ranks. She took the lead, demonstrating the proper techniques for combat training. She sought to refine the Grubith and mold them into more effective soldiers. Infuriated by her words, the armored man lashed out and began shouting at Aisha. He belittled her, labeling her a mere child and the weakest adventurer around. The girl managed to lift the object easily with just a single hand. Moments later, a heavy impact sent him hurtling through the air. She remained completely indifferent to his constant mockery and arrogant smirks. He touched down directly behind her. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for anyone who addressed her with a rude or patronizing tone. Driven by a mix of anger and resolve, she commanded her attackers to draw near. Armed with spears and swords, the soldiers launched an immediate assault, their battle cries echoing across the open field. Aisha delivered each blow with sharp precision and calculated force. They soon found themselves facing military hardware that was far more potent than they had anticipated. Every one of the assailants had been successfully neutralized. After finishing the fight, the warrior hailed Yuri and Philly, a sudden greeting that caused the companion to stumble over their words. Relieved by their restraint, the girl thanked the adventurers for choosing not to attack her. The girl was taken aback when he admitted that he had no desire to fight. Aisha offered her praise, conveying both her sincere sympathy and a genuine sense of interest. The group was left bewildered when she unexpectedly offered to train them in the art of the sword. Nevertheless, they turned the offer down, stating they simply weren't interested. Recognizing their apprehension, Aisha Shea assured them that they both had her full acceptance. The warrior then beckoned them to follow as she led the way to their training. As the group trekked through the forest, Philly began to question her presence at the training session. Although she admitted to feeling that her efforts were lacking, she was quickly reassured that everything was perfectly fine. Asia explained that many novices misunderstand the nature of training, which often leads them to develop a misplaced sense of pride. She explained that her purpose was to shatter their delusions, as weak adventurers were simply destined for failure. She believed that if these newcomers didn't recognize their own limitations, it was only a matter of time before they met their end. As they entered the dense forest, the group stood in awe of the towering trees surrounding them. Following their leader's command to press onward, the group made their way toward the massive tree. Yuri passed the blades to his comrades, giving them the chance to wield the weapons for themselves. This left Fili at a complete loss, unsure of how she should proceed. Aisha then stepped in to refocus the group's attention. Presenting the sword she had previously gifted the young man, she offered to demonstrate her true level of skill. Pivoting quickly, she charged toward the tree and unleashed a strike with blinding speed. With perfect execution, she ascended into the air and braced herself to deliver a heavy strike. With a single fluid motion, her blade sliced clean through the massive trunk. As the massive tree began its descent, the surrounding adventurers watched in stunned disbelief. With a single strike, she toppled a massive tree, putting the formidable power of a B-rank adventurer on full display. Aisha encouraged the newcomer to give it a try, but the girl was too intimidated and ultimately refused. Overwhelmed by panic, Fili admitted she couldn't cope with the situation, making her fear of the test clear. His mentor clarified that mastering intermediate fencing techniques would require constant and dedicated training. Now that she fully understood the core of the method, she summoned her courage and finalized her resolve. Fili unleashed a relentless assault on the tree, landing a sequence of powerful sword strikes accompanied by fierce battle cries. Despite the intensity of her assault, she was disheartened to find only minor scratches on the tree's surface. Summoning the last of her energy, she funneled her rage into another heavy, decisive strike. The boy looked on as she continued to strike the tree, refusing to stop despite her obvious exhaustion. Catching her breath, Fili turned to Yuri and reminded him that it was finally time for him to demonstrate his own skills. With a sword in each hand, the young man eagerly prepared to put his new technique to the test. He questioned whether the borrowed weapon would be able to withstand the sheer force of the impact. Fearing the blade might shatter, he focused his concentration and tightened his grip on the hilt. With a single swing of his blade, he unleashed a massive surge of energy that split the forest in two. The impact carved a massive fissure into the ground, leaving everyone paralyzed by the sheer scale of the devastation. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, the young man grew confident that he could harness the power without damaging the weapon. He glanced toward Aisha, noting her visible unease as she stood some distance away. Stunned, the girl let out a sharp scream. This unexpected turn of events left the man feeling completely bewildered. Clearly confused, he questioned whether he had made some kind of mistake. As the young man finished the test, his companion was left stunned by the highly unusual results. Announcing that their next step involved learning magic, the girl suddenly paused to ask for the boy's name once more. Yuri admitted that he had never been taught magic, appearing a bit caught off guard by her question. The magic teacher offered a mysterious smile, a sly glint flashing in her eyes, as if she were hiding a secret. Aisha eagerly confirmed his lack of experience, but her odd movements left the young man questioning her strange behavior. Reaching a remote mountain range, the group finally found a secluded spot where they could refine their magic without the risk of causing accidental destruction or fire. She explained that while magic is mastered in the mountains, the forest serves as the training ground for swordsmanship. They had finally arrived at the ideal location. Stressing the importance of finding a place to study, she hurriedly began jotting down the information. With a confident smile, she instructed him to stay put, clearly self-assured about the lesson she was about to give. Rising to her feet, the warrior unsheathed her blade and began the incantation to activate her spell. Suddenly, the blade erupted in flames and reshaped itself into a fiery spear as magical energy saturated the air. Swinging his weapon, the mage unleashed the flaming projectile just as the spell reached its full intensity. The disciples watched the advancing force in bewilderment as the surrounding flames grew increasingly intense. The spear of fire tore straight through the defensive barriers. It incinerated everything that stood in its path. The spell was drawing toward its final, powerful conclusion. Fili looked on in astonishment as the rock suddenly burst apart. Aisha modestly admitted her actions were tied to the case, leaving the others in awe of the strength she had displayed. The girl remarked that for a B-rank adventurer, this was merely a modest display of their true strength and skill. He felt that she was far more unique and unforgettable than any other adventurer he had encountered. Aisha explained that imagination serves as the foundation of magic, emphasizing that true progress only comes through consistent practice rather than shortcuts. Enveloped by magical energy, the boy recalled his meditation techniques, drawing on a familiar sensation from his past life to deepen his focus. Offering a supportive smile, the warrior handed the line to the young man, reassuring him that there was no need to worry even if he didn't succeed. Yuri's friend offered a few words of encouragement, urging him to give it his all. Accepting the challenge with confidence, Yuri began preparing for his performance. He advanced with steady confidence, sword in hand, while the others watched intently to see what trick he would reveal next. Aisha was stunned to see the boy draw his blade, as she hadn't expected such a bold and decisive move from him. Focusing his energy, Yuri activated his magic to launch the blade, wondering if he had performed this exact action in the past. Invoking the fire. Funeral spell, he unleashed a torrent of flames that coalesced into the shape of a soaring firebird. Moments later, a violent explosion erupted, sending flames roaring through the entire area. Both girls stood frozen, staring at the smoldering remains of the battlefield as the sheer scale of the devastation began to sink in. The group was left completely stunned, unable to process the incredible display of strength the boy had just shown. After attaining the superclass fire magic skill, the young man felt satisfied with the results of his training and overall growth. A sudden rockfall sent the girls into a panic, and they shouted a warning to Yuri as the landslide barreled toward them. Terrified by the looming danger, the girls screamed and clung to one another, bracing for the impact of the falling rocks. Yuri responded by activating his water magic, a glowing circle appearing in his hand as he prepared a powerful defensive spell to hold back the landslide. He conjured a massive wall of ice that rapidly expanded, successfully halting the rockfall and sparing everyone from a fatal impact. He watched in awe as the descending rock slide began to splinter the ice wall beneath its weight. With the situation rapidly deteriorating, it became clear that an immediate solution was necessary. Aisha urged the young man to escape with them, but he chose to turn down her offer. He manifested a sequence of magic circles in the air, determined to shield the girls from the impending landslide. As the surge of earth crashed against the ice shield, Yuri stood his ground with unwavering resolve while his terrified companions watched in awe. The landslide finally settled, leaving a dense cloud of dust and a heavy, uneasy silence over the area. Yuri finally let out a sigh of relief, realizing the ordeal was over as his gaze sharpened with a sense of calm concentration. A look of pure satisfaction crossed his face as he realized he had successfully mastered another new skill. Feely rushed to the boy's side, joyfully thanking him for saving them as she pulled him into a grateful hug. Aisha watched in awe, her expression shifting through shock and recognition into a look of genuine admiration for the young man's actions. A massive wall of shimmering ice suddenly surged upward, blocking her path. Overwhelmed by confusion and shock, the girl called out to the young man, still unable to grasp the true extent of his power. Yuri responded with only a cryptic smile, making no effort to reveal his true identity. The scene shifts to the city, where a popular local establishment bustles with life, offering a welcoming and serene atmosphere to all its visitors. As Yuri stepped inside, the werewolf Poncho recognized him immediately and offered a friendly greeting. A plate of bull carpaccio was soon served, which the chef proudly introduced as his signature masterpiece. Recognizing the meal as the fish he had caught earlier, the young man was eager to finally give it a taste. The bartender explained that while fish was once a luxury, prices had recently dropped thanks to the arrival of a highly skilled fisherman in the area. As the conversation shifted toward Aisha, the bartender explained that her current situation was actually a deliberate part of her training, expressing a clear sense of admiration for her. Caught off guard by the bartender's connection to the girl, the young man was genuinely curious to learn how the two of them were acquainted. According to the bartender, she was a regular who took immense pride in her abilities, never missing an opportunity to put them on display. Yuri validated the bartender's assessment, agreeing that the girl was indeed a proud individual with a strong character. As footsteps echoed through the bar, a newcomer's arrival shifted the atmosphere and drew the attention of everyone inside. Upon noticing the guest, the bartender offered a warm welcome and invited him inside. Intrigued by the newcomer's appearance, The man turned around to get a better look. Poncho recognized the newcomer immediately, his face brightening with a mix of surprise and eager anticipation. Clad in armor, the man's stern expression and commanding presence made it clear he possessed the strength of a seasoned warrior. 38-year-old Rose Biscotti possessed a rugged appearance and an expression of steady, calm determination. After greeting Poncho, the man commented on how much the business had grown, while the boy quietly observed their exchange and continued his meal. The establishment's patrons recognized Rose instantly, and the room began to buzz after someone identified her as Rose of the Iron Ingot. The man politely asked to sit beside him, and though Yuri was caught off guard, he welcomed the company without hesitation. Rose ordered a lavish feast of shashlik, salami, and dried fish, admitting that he hadn't had a proper meal since the expedition began. He curiously inquired if anyone knew a man named Yuri, completely unaware that the person he was looking for was already sitting right beside him. Slightly taken aback, the young man inquired if they had met before, a question that visibly startled Rose in the middle of their meal. The man stood frozen in shock, as Yuria's words clearly resonated with him and began to stir long-forgotten memories. A frown creased his face as he began to realize the true identity of the person he was addressing. Rose approached him with genuine interest, mentioning she'd heard about him from Aisha and correctly identifying him as the newcomer. The bartender was visibly stunned to learn of Rose's connection to Aisha, caught completely off guard by the unexpected revelation. Reacting in a panic, Poncho ordered the young man to set down his fork and demanded to know if he realized who he was facing. He revealed that Rose was no ordinary warrior, but the legendary Rose of the Iron Ingot, a man widely celebrated for his reputation and strength. The man calmly affirmed his status, his unwavering confidence making it clear he was the strongest A-rank adventurer in the city. He humbly downplayed his reputation as an exaggeration, and despite his celebrity status, the bar's relaxed atmosphere remained undisturbed. Offering a faint smile, he continued his explanation, hinting that he had a significant matter to discuss despite his modest attitude. Poncho backed up Aisha's claim, affirming that Yuri was truly a good man, which left the young man stunned by the unexpected praise. The man was transparent about his reasons for seeking him out, eventually offering to join the team to help complete a vital mission. Hearing the word mission put Yuri on guard. He repeated it aloud, his expression shifting between curiosity and a touch of anxiety. Rose invited Yuri to join the mission to eliminate the dragon, leaving Poncho stunned and questioning if the proposal was actually real. Poncho cried out in disbelief at the news, while the young man remained composed as the weight of the mission filled the air with tension. The werewolf pushed back, highlighting the boy's lowly F-rank status, but the man remained steadfast and confident in his decision. Rose spoke with conviction, asserting that Yuri was easily on par with A-rankers despite their very recent meeting. When the mysterious hooded girl reminded him of her order, the sound of her voice caused Poncho to freeze with tension. The girl remained seated without looking up, while the bartender, visibly nervous in her presence, quickly confirmed that everything was ready. A sudden flash of light erupted above the guild building, sparking immediate panic and sending everyone inside into a frantic rush. Inside, the scene was pure chaos as mages and doctors scrambled to provide aid. But while 5 people remained unconscious, the rest were already beyond saving. Issuing urgent orders, the guild president called for a re-inspection of the building and the immediate suspension of all quests within a 50-kilometer radius of the western plateau. He issued an urgent command to notify all neighboring villages and towns without delay. As the organizational meeting was underway, a man in a wheelchair made his entrance into the room. The sight of a weakened Captain Lanner signaled that the situation had become critical. The president grew wary, unable to fully grasp what had occurred with the ranked adventurer. Gasping for air, the only thing he could manage to mention was the fight. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, a man recounted the story of a survivor from yesterday's strange battle who had lost everything. Poncho agreed, noting that the adventurer held a C rank and had lost his limbs. He explained that the dragon's emergence was drastically altering the local environment, causing many adventurers to struggle during their encounters. Rose extended an invitation to the young man, asking him to join their party and help defeat the evil dragon. The mysterious figure's loud objection caught Yuri off guard, causing him to spin around and freeze, stunned by such a sharp remark from the newcomer at the bar. Chloe Dowell, a dark elf, suddenly arrived and questioned Rose's sanity. criticizing his choice to bring an unprepared rookie on the mission. The girl sarcastically mocked Rose's common sense, claiming that asking an F-rank adventurer for help was a clear sign of poor judgment and failing eyesight. Though typically reserved, Chloe voiced her blunt concerns that Yuri's involvement would make the A ranks look foolish for recruiting such an inexperienced newcomer. Taken aback by her revelation, the young man turned to Rose and questioned her about who she truly was. She introduced herself in return, though her manner remained noticeably reserved. She dismissed the boy with contempt, making it clear that she would never allow an F-ranked seeker into her party, regardless of his tricks or how much time passed. Yuri calmly assessed the situation, realizing that despite her blatant hostility, Chloe was also part of the mission to slay the evil dragon. Rose called out to her with a sharp edge in his voice, clearly bothered by her words and the unfair way she was judging the man. Rose offered a stern reminder that rank doesn't dictate an adventurer's true power, expressing his frustration with the flaws of formal assessment systems. Chloe suddenly turned and proposed an alternative, her judgmental tone shifting into a professional one as she decided to give the young man a chance to prove his worth. As she looked at Yuri, she confessed that she had never encountered such a talented F-ring fighter, an unexpected admission that seemed to shift her perspective entirely. She emerged brandishing a fork and challenged him to a duel, her delivery making it clear that this was far from a friendly game. Surprised by the mention of the game, the young man voiced his doubts, but the girl quickly reassured him of its simplicity. He dropped his fork in response, signaling his fearless acceptance of the challenge. Chloe suddenly unleashed her magic, knocking the fork off its path and into the ground. A clear sign of her resolve, Yuri stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the sudden magic, his surprise deepening as he realized the fork signaled the start of the true trial. Brandishing a fork infused with magical energy, the girl announced she would use only 30% of her power, promising to recognize Yuri's strength if he managed to deflect the strike. Rose watched the scene with a sense of unease, his attention fixed on how Yuri would manage Chloe's upcoming test. Standing before her, the young man somberly inquired about the consequences should he face defeat. Chloe issued a cold ultimatum, stating that if he lost, he would have to vanish from her life forever, her eyes reflecting absolute confidence in her victory. Maintaining eye contact, he calmly dismissed his F-rank status as nothing more than a letter, his voice steady with the resolve to prove his true capabilities. She pressed him to hurry and finish his preparations. In that exact moment, the girl sent the fork flying through the air. She reached out to touch the young man's face, but he caught her hand before she could make contact. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. Of everyone present, the group commander appeared to be the most delighted. Initially caught off guard, the girl soon offered a gentle smile as she watched Yuri's reaction, quietly acknowledging his strength while keeping her true thoughts hidden. Yuri remained silent and composed, his steady posture and focused gaze projecting absolute confidence as he waited for the test to begin. Moving with blinding speed, the magic-infused fork came to a halt, just inches from the young man. Even as the flickering energy emitted a crushing pressure, he didn't so much as blink, keeping his gaze locked on the projectile. Chloe was left in complete shock when she saw him stop her fork, unable to believe that an F rank could neutralize her attack, even at only 30% of her power. He raised his hand to gather magical energy, eager to see how the girl would react, and if she could finally prove herself worthy of his respect. Infused with magical energy, the fork surged forward, following a powerful and erratic trajectory. Stunned by the sudden movement, she froze as the fork streaked past her face, her eyes widening in disbelief at such incredible speed. The fork whistled past and slammed into the wall, leaving a visible crack in its wake. As Chloe watched the utensil pierce the stone, she realized she had severely underestimated her opponent's strength. The girl was visibly stunned, her face clouded with a mix of shock and utter confusion. The fork lodged deep into the wall, creating a web of cracks as residual magic flickered around it, proving to everyone present that the attack carried immense power. With a look of intense focus, Yuri parried the strike using only a fork, stunning the onlookers by demonstrating skill and agility that defied his F-rank status. Rose then joyfully announced that their final team member had been chosen, his face beaming with confidence now that Yuri would be joining them for the perilous quest ahead. Confidently, the man turned to Chloe for her consent, and though she was visibly frustrated, She gave a silent nod of approval in recognition of his success in the previous trial. Turning to Yuri, he formally asked to join the group, leaving his participation in the upcoming campaign against the evil dragon entirely up to Yuri's final decision. The young man accepted their invitation, realizing that a refusal would only lead to further complications. After parting ways for the evening, the group prepared to reunite the next day to confront their mutual enemy, the dragon. Yuri assured Pancho he would cover the repairs for the wall his fork had damaged, leaving the tavern owner in shock as he mourned the state of his establishment. Lydia was a thriving hub of commerce, where caravans and travelers constantly streamed through the western gate. Among them was a party of adventurers, arriving to begin their quest to eliminate the evil dragon. As Yuri approached the gate to get his bearings, a passerby greeted him warmly, making him realize that someone was already expecting him at the team's designated meeting point. Rose and Chloe stood before the young man alongside a new bunny-eared companion, each of them exuding confidence as they prepared for the perilous mission ahead. Aisha greeted the young man with a cheerful smile, noting how long it had been since they last saw one another. Taking note of the team's strength, comprising 1 A-rank and 2 B-rank members, Yuri realized the true severity of the mission ahead. Rose was stunned to see the boy casually carrying the slime. Oblivious to its true nature, he watched it with curiosity while waiting for her to explain its significance. The young man calmly clarified that the lime, was his companion, though the others remained skeptical and questioned the purpose of having such a creature. Chloe was stunned to learn the young man possessed the rare taming skill, a discovery that shocked everyone considering he was only an F-rank adventurer. Rose managed to secure a small wagon for the team, though he apologized for the humble transport since it was the only option available. With a smile, the man noted the limited space in the cart and asked for everyone's patience as they headed toward the quest location. Sensing their gaze, Yuri grew wary and braced himself for the potential conflict he felt waiting on the road ahead. Inside the cramped carriage, Chloe grew increasingly frustrated while Aisha fought for more room, leaving the young man to suffer in silence as he was squeezed between his 2 assertive companions. Glaring at Chloe, the girl grew irritated by how much space she was occupying, as the cramped conditions and their mutual dislike caused the tension between them to rise. Though she appeared composed, the girl felt a heavy pressure emanating from Aisha and Yuri, sensing that their true intentions went far beyond mere irritation. As they traveled by carriage, a heated argument broke out when the girl complained that the elf's chest was taking up too much room, sparking a fresh wave of annoyance. The group's cart suddenly flipped over, losing a wheel and sending the horses into a panic as the scene dissolved into a chaotic cloud of dust and debris. Yuri and Chloe narrowly escaped the carriage, leaping out just in time. They quickly regained their footing to evaluate the situation. Both remained on high alert, clearly prepared for a fight. Rose and her teammate responded immediately, leaping into action with weapons drawn as they slid across the ground to intercept the potential threat. Gazing toward the horizon with concern, the commander watched a billowing cloud of dust, his attention captured by a sudden roar as he attempted to identify the approaching threat. A swarm of wyverns suddenly filled the sky, led by a massive, tamed beast with a C-rank classification. Seeing this, everyone realized the situation had become much more dire. As Chloe and Aisha unleashed basic water and fire magic, Yuri watched in surprise, quickly realizing that the wyverns weren't acting on instinct, but were being directed by an unseen hand. A coordinated barrage of fireballs and ice arrows struck the enemies simultaneously, creating a powerful explosion that scattered the wyverns across the sky. The group's coordinated strike hit home, triggering a massive explosion that sent the wyverns scattering into the air in a panic while the mages and the young man watched the aftermath from below. As new monsters filled the sky, one of the enemies acknowledged that the B-rank adventurers were more formidable than expected, though the real threat was still to come. The leader quickly issued orders, assigning Chloe and Yuri to the left flank, while the rest of the squad coordinated their roles to deal with the remaining wyverns. With a look of steady determination, the knight took charge of the right flank alongside Aisha, who was already positioned and ready for combat. Elf and Yuri rushed ahead to fulfill their mission, with the girl eagerly diving into the confrontation as the boy followed close behind. After the young man asked how to defeat their enemies, Chloe told him to stay out of it, snapping at him for using her name and making her lack of trust perfectly clear. As they ran, the girl made it clear she still hadn't accepted Yuri, remaining skeptical of his strength and reliability despite Rose's support. She unleashed an ice arrow spell, her determination clear in the precision and force she directed toward her enemies. The wyvern's sudden descent caught Yuri by surprise, but as he raised his hand, he realized their coordinated movements were far too precise for wild animals. With a snap of the boy's fingers, the wyverns reacted instantly to evade the ice arrows, causing the entire volley to miss its mark. As Chloe unleashed her intermediate water magic, a flurry of glittering droplets materialized over the battlefield, causing the wyverns to freeze as they felt the mounting pressure of the spell. With a smile, the elf spread her arms and cast a spell, summoning a freezing rain that served as a lethal follow-up to the magic she had already used against her foes. Ice spears plummeted from the sky, skewering the wyverns and sending them crashing down before they could even attempt to evade the strike. Just as she was about to savor her victory, the young man realized the fight was far from over, as a new wave of formidable monsters began to descend from the sky. A formidable wyvern suddenly emerged before them, a tamed beast that far outclassed its predecessors and presented a much more dangerous challenge. Chloe immediately launched an ice magic attack against the fire wyvern, certain that she was finally facing the main boss. She watched their attempts to strike her with chilling indifference, her hollow gaze showing neither fear nor pain. As the creature unfurled its wings and unleashed a massive fireball, its roar echoed across the horizon, signaling that the true battle had finally begun. Just then, the creature unleashed a blast of fire, triggering a massive explosion and a piercing scream. Yuri reached out and summoned Lime to her side. Without warning, the mucus expanded to an enormous scale. She swallowed the fireball whole, successfully repelling the attack. The crowd looked on in disbelief as the assistant began consuming the wyvern shells, leaving Chloe completely stunned. Struggling to process the sight before her, she forced the words out with great difficulty. Harnessing her water magic, the girl conjured a massive spear of solid ice. In that instant, the ice spear hurtled toward the adversary. The wyvern let out a scream of pure fury after being struck by a powerful counterattack. The elf quickly realized that her attacks were proving ineffective against her opponent. However, hearing the young man's self-assured rebuttal caused her to immediately change her mind. Yuri then activated a specialized magic, reinforcing his body to prepare for a devastating strike. He closed the distance instantly, launching a high-speed assault on the dragon. He delivered a devastating strike that sliced the dragon in two while it was still in midair. Sword in hand, Yuri calmly emerged from the inferno, his expression remaining stoic even as the monster behind him crumbled to ash. Thoroughly bewildered, the girl demanded an explanation for his actions, but Yuri only responded with a puzzled question, appearing genuinely oblivious to the problem. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she let out a confused scream, visibly shaken by the boy's terrifying display. Paralyzed by shock, she found it difficult to accept the reality of what she was witnessing. Chloe's expression tightened with irritation, her voice dropping into a low, disbelieving protest. The girl cried out in horror, pointing toward the massive, defeated beast. Its body had been sliced clean in half, and the surrounding earth was heavily scarred by the remnants of a savage assault. It was a sight so unusual that even veteran fighters found it deeply unsettling. As the battlefield fell silent, a sudden noise caught the young man's attention. He and his comrades turned toward the hill with caution, only to be taken by surprise when several figures emerged from around the bend. Standing atop a heap of slain monsters, Rose gripped his shield and smiled, acknowledging that the conflict had finally ended for both teams as Aisha stood behind him with her staff. The warrior was stunned by the scale of the carnage Yuri had left behind, spotting several rare meteor wyverns among the fallen monsters. He was quietly impressed to find that the young man had performed twice as well as he had expected. Aisha beckoned the young man over to show him the adventurer rankings, revealing that she had secured the 10th spot. Though the boy remained composed, his interest was clearly piqued. Yuri gazed at Rose with genuine admiration, feeling the man's overwhelming charisma and strength from afar as lightning crackled in the background, marking him as a warrior who commanded respect by his mere presence. As the squad assembled, the captain prepared to outline their next move. Rose frowned, warning the group that time was running out, but noted one major problem still blocking their path. His grave expression made it clear that the situation was serious. The man's growing suspicion cast a shadow over the group, as they realized that if he was correct, their situation was far more dire than it seemed. Yuri and the others remained cautious, waiting in silence for him to explain further. Their focus returned to the slain wyvern, whose lifeless form seemed to hint at an underlying threat, especially since the captain suspected that someone was pulling the strings behind these creatures. The team came to a sudden halt at the strange remark, their shocked expressions suggesting they had finally realized the enemy was among them. A confused Aisha struggled to process the situation, noting that controlling B-rank monsters should be an impossible feat. The elf shared her unease, as such a display completely defied the established logic of their magic. Though surprised, she conceded that Rose was right, and the atmosphere grew heavy as they discussed powers that defied conventional limits. Yuri listened closely, trying to grasp the reality of the situation. With a composed and steady voice, the young man confessed to sensing the same mysterious force that manipulated the monsters, a revelation that left the group deeply unsettled by the true scale of the situation. The elf theorized that the force controlling the monsters was resonating within the boy, leading Rose to wonder if he had unintentionally tapped into that power. Yuri awkwardly confirmed he'd felt an unusual reaction, realizing his analytical ability had helped him sense it. As the conversation continued, everyone present began piecing together the full scope of what was happening. Abruptly shifting the conversation, Rose issued a warning about a new complication. Amidst the scattered debris lay a wounded horse, its labored breathing and blood-stained flank revealing how narrowly it had survived the recent battle. As the team gathered around their wounded horse, one man voiced a grim realization. The recent attack had nearly destroyed their only mode of transport, leaving them in desperate need of a solution. Aisha surveyed the road ahead and informed the group that they were looking at a 2-hour hike. Losing their transportation posed a serious threat to their schedule, leaving the team to navigate this unexpected setback. Yuri brainstormed ways to solve their transport issue, considering having Lime shift into a basilisk, though he doubted the creature could support all 4 squad members at the same time. Approaching Rose, the boy offered to examine the horse's injury, and his confident demeanor prompted the surprised commander to ask if he had a solution in mind. The man pointed out that the horse was in critical condition with a slim chance of survival, and while he didn't stop the attempt, he remained skeptical that Yuri could actually save it. Chloe offered a calm word of support by calling out his name, leading Rose to pause before ultimately giving him her permission, acknowledging that even a slim chance was better than none. Taking a seat next to the horse, Yuri gazed at the animal with a look of genuine sympathy. The boy channeled intermediate sacred magic to heal the injured horse, enveloping the animal in waves of light. The onlookers watched in disbelief, stunned that he was capable of performing such an advanced spell. Infused with magic, the horse's wounds began to mend at an incredible rate as glowing particles knit the muscle back together right before their eyes, far faster than anyone had anticipated. Aisha and Chloe were stunned, as holy magic was a legendary power rumored to have long since vanished and remained out of reach for typical adventurers. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered that it was impossible, his skepticism shifting toward respect, as he realized this man was far from ordinary. The horse suddenly sprang to its feet, fully recovered from its injuries. As the girl cheered with joy, the animal let out a spirited neigh, leaving the rest of the team stunned by both the miraculous result and the revelation of Yuri's true power. After a thorough inspection, the boy confirmed the horse had fully recovered. The healing was a success, and seeing the animal so lively left him satisfied that he had managed to save its life. Just as the young man prepared to leave his horse, the commander's voice stopped him, sounding hushed and guarded as if he were about to broach a serious topic. Rose admitted his surprise, having been unaware of Yuri's holy magic, while Yuri himself offered a hesitant response, still struggling to grasp the nature of his own power. Turning toward him, the commander lowered his voice and warned the boy to keep his holy magic a secret, his serious tone hinting at a much deeper reason. Rose's advice weighed heavily on the young man as he recalled Rico's earlier shock at his magic, causing him to question why such secrecy was necessary and what hidden dangers might be at play. He then gave Yuri a stern warning about the rarity of holy magic, explaining that such a gift would draw dangerous attention if it ever became public knowledge. Considering the worst-case scenario, He realized that entire nations or armies might try to seize the boy to exploit his abilities, making it far too risky to use holy magic in public. While he silently acknowledged Rose's sincere desire to protect him, the boy was driven by his own internal motivations, firm in the belief that his actions were justified. Ignoring the warnings, Yuri remained completely unfazed, leaving the commander stunned by his absolute resolve. With a gentle smile, the young man patted the horse and expressed his resolve to use his magic to heal the injured, regardless of where he might be. Chloe turned to Rose and whispered in a low, respectful tone, finally beginning to grasp the true significance of the person they were facing. Watching the young man, Yisha was bewildered by how he could remain so composed after everything they had just endured. He simply continued to pet the horse with a calm demeanor, acting as if their current situation was perfectly ordinary. Suppressing a chuckle, the man let out a faint grin. Though he was just as baffled by the guy's behavior, he began to feel a genuine sense of respect and empathy for him. The girl burst into laughter, admitting she found the boy just as puzzling as the others did. Riding ahead with a mischievous smile, Rose confessed he had been thinking the same thing, as it became clear the entire team was starting to see the boy as someone truly special. Resuming their journey, Yuri and Chloe navigated their horses through the thick forest as they returned to their mission. As the alarms blared, Rose urged the group to quicken their pace toward the commotion ahead, while the boy and girl struggled to keep up with her. Deep within the forest, Yuri and Aisha were startled by a brilliant light. Aisha cried out in alarm while Yuri's expression darkened, sensing an approaching danger. As the group reached the forest's edge, they stood frozen at the sight of a landscape consumed by fire and ruin. The earth itself left scarred and incinerated. Rose ordered the group to abandon their horses and proceed on foot, warning that since the dragon could appear at any moment, they needed to stay prepared for anything. The commander's expression hardened as he ordered everyone to stay alert, prompting Yuri, Chloe, and Aisha to confirm they were prepared. As the team engaged the demonic beasts, Rose crashed into the front line with his shield, while the girl provided precise magical support, and Aisha delivered swift strikes with her blade. Their coordinated power was so overwhelming that the monsters couldn't find a single opening to break through. Following the battle, the group scanned the aftermath, as the girl boldly remarked on the enemy's foolishness for attacking. Meanwhile, the commander reflected on their location, realizing that reaching their intended destination only confirmed the true gravity of the situation. Yuri observed the skirmish with a faint smile, opting to stay out of the fight since the E and D rank monsters were no match for him. Meanwhile, he noted that his comrade's strength was already suited for B rank adventures and beyond. As Chloe and Rose discussed the demon's uncharacteristically aggressive behavior, Rose theorized that the evil dragon's influence was likely responsible for their heightened state of rage. Turning to issue a command to his team, his expression hardened as he sensed danger closing in. The team suddenly froze as the air grew heavy with tension, their anxious expressions revealing that they sensed a dangerous presence approaching. As sparks and flashes of light cascaded from the sky, the panicked crew looked up to see a massive silhouette emerging from the clouds with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming pressure suddenly weighed down on everyone, as if the sky itself were pressing against them. As the crowd looked on in shock, the colossal skull of a monstrous creature began to emerge from the thick clouds of ash. Rose's sudden shout drew everyone's attention to the sky, where even the most experienced adventurers couldn't mask their dread at the sight of a looming threat descending from above. A skeletal dragon manifested in the sky, enveloped in the aura of taming magic. Its massive wingspan stretched across the horizon, casting the ground into deep shadow. The crew stood paralyzed as they finally grasped the true magnitude of the danger before them. The crew looked on with dread as the threat drew closer, their faces etched with anxiety and suspense. A sudden surge of energy descended from the sky, catching the entire team off guard. Looking up, they watched as a massive figure emerged, casting a shadow over everything in sight. An immense pressure suddenly forced everyone to the ground, the air thickening around them as they struggled to stay upright while the skeletal outline of the dragon's head finally came into view. Chloe and the knights cried out in alarm as they spotted a threat looming above, pointing skyward just as a skeletal dragon came into view. A formidable skeletal dragon materialized before them, hovering in the air while wreathed in dark magic. The squad stood their ground against the enemy onslaught as the knight braced behind his shield. While the rest of the group tensed in preparation for the clash, the suddenness of the ambush left everyone rattled, especially Yuri, who struggled to make sense of the unfolding chaos. Struck by the roar's unexpected power, the young man realized it was a B-rank skill designed to stun and debuff its targets, finally explaining their dazed behavior. As the dragon touched down, it emitted a crushing pressure, making the man realize that anyone weaker would have collapsed instantly from the sheer horror of its presence. Struggling to withstand the assault, the commander's shield trembled under the pressure, leading Yuri to realize the attack was far more powerful and dangerous than they had anticipated. Immediately after the roar, a heavy blow struck the shield, causing it to flare with energy as Rose strained to hold his ground against an opponent far more powerful than he had anticipated. Stunned by the overwhelming assault, the entire group found themselves paralyzed as an inexplicable force completely restricted their movements. Though she mocked the strike as weak, her laughter was interrupted by a voice from above expressing utter contempt for the adventurers of the modern age. Perched atop the cliff was a muscular, one-horned demon named Zach Potnev, who observed the events below with an arrogant smirk. The demon smirked as he spoke Yuri's name, his voice carrying a dark curiosity that confirmed he was well acquainted with him. Recalling the young man only by a designated number, he was stunned by his defeat and realized he had seriously underestimated his opponent's power. The entire squad was suddenly immobilized by magic, left to endure an overwhelming pressure from an unknown source. Watching from above, the creature taunted the adventurers for their weakness, but Yuri and his team struggled to keep their composure despite the insults. Revealing his true identity, the numbered demon Zach Potnev was visibly caught off guard and intrigued by the young man's appearance. Calling out the protagonist's name, the demon mentioned a former adversary from the organization, alluding to the hero's history in battle. Yuri discovered that the demon also bore a number, confirming its connection to the same organization he likely originated from. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a fierce attack, sending a massive explosion rippling across the terrain. The blinding flash overwhelmed everyone's vision as the ground trembled from the sheer force of its roar. The cloaked man's eyes snapped open, his previous composure quickly fading as he realized the situation was beginning to spiral out of control. Propelling himself off his shield, the young man charged into the fray just as a violent explosion rocked the earth, leaving his worried comrades to call out his name in hopes that he was still alive. Activating his enhancement magic, Yuri was enveloped in energy as he lunged forward, channeling all his power into a decisive sword strike. Dashing past the dragon, he delivered a precise strike that caught the creature off guard, as it hadn't expected such speed from a lowly F-rank adventurer. Pouring all his strength and concentration into the strike, he delivered a precise thrust, aimed directly at his opponent's most vulnerable spot. The dragon skeleton let out a pained roar as its body began to crumble, writhing from an impact it simply couldn't withstand. Wasting no time, Yuri forced himself back up, resolved to see the fight through to the very end despite his exhaustion. He unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, saturating the area with magical blades that formed a lethal web of attacks. Looking down at the remains of his fallen dragon, Zach was forced to acknowledge Yuri's unexpected strength, having never believed his pet could be defeated. Zakpotnev boldly announced the second round, catching the young man off guard as he stared at the demon in surprise, having not expected the fight to continue. A new monster lunged from the darkness toward Yuri, forcing him into a reflexive reaction before he could fully grasp the situation. He immediately leaped back to evade the blow and quickly analyzed the scene, recognizing the danger before bracing himself to retaliate. The creature abruptly sprouted a mass of limbs, leaving the young man to struggle against the onslaught as he tried to comprehend exactly what he was facing. A powerful strike managed to break through Yuri's guard, sending him flying backward with a cry as he failed to fully deflect the monster's assault. Realizing the dragon could regenerate and was virtually invulnerable, the young man grew hesitant, unsure of how to proceed. As the dragon loomed over the battlefield, a mysterious cloaked figure emerged from behind a rock and approached him. As Chloe and Rose regained consciousness, the commander checked to see if they were mobile, and both confirmed that their strength was gradually returning. After assessing the situation, the knight called for a retreat, warning his crew that staying any longer would be far too dangerous. The dragon concentrated a surge of magical energy and unleashed a devastating blast, leaving the squad members paralyzed with fear as they watched the explosion approach. A powerful blow sent the entire group reeling, leaving them wounded and crying out in pain as they collapsed to the ground. Recognizing the severity of the crisis, Yuri unleashed his initial sacred magic to protect his comrades and secure a chance for survival. A radiant light enveloped the injured as the healing magic took hold, mending their wounds and restoring their strength and hope. Sensing a sudden threat, the dragon's eyes snapped open, caught completely off guard by the sheer intensity of his opponent's magic. Leaping directly toward the dragon, the young man drove his sword home, his eyes burning with the resolve to win no matter the cost. He was taken aback to see the dragon cowering, confirming that his sacred magic was indeed having an effect. Memories of Yuri's past life soon returned, reminding him that he had encountered this specific fear before, one shared by the undead and demons alike when faced with sacred objects and magic. As the young man drew his weapon, he couldn't help but compare this moment to the past, noting that the skeletons still recoiled in fear at the sight of the holy light. He unleashed advanced holy magic, engulfing the dragon in a brilliant light that drew out a deafening roar as its body shimmered with intense pain. The dragon let out a piercing cry, thrashing in pain as the sacred flames seeped deep into its bones, systematically destroying its magical essence from the inside out. As the holy magic took effect, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the dragon dissolve into nothing but crumbling fragments. Zach Potnev laughed as he recognized the boy's formidable strength, calling out his name in surprise as the true potential of holy magic became clear. Maintaining his resolve, Yuri signaled the start of the third round with a hardened expression, knowing the battle was far from over. Zach leaped from the heights, landing directly in front of the boy with an impact that shook the ground and signaled the true beginning of their battle. Facing one another, the demon showed his respect by addressing Yuri by name, and the two immediately commenced the third round. The demon met the boy's gaze with a confident smirk, but the youth remained composed, sharpening his focus as he braced for the next stage of the fight. Attempting to ease the tension with a joke, the monster reminded the young man that he knew exactly how their encounter was going to end. As the demon mocked the insignificance of adventurers, he stood over his fallen enemies and readied his next attack. Zach launched a furious assault while hurling threats, but Yuri remained composed as he carefully gauged his opponent's strength and true intentions. Yuri evaded the incoming blow and quickly sized up the demon, noting that while it possessed great power, it was far too slow to land a hit on him. The young man leaped from the heights, diving straight toward the demon to deliver a decisive strike from above. His eyes widened in shock as a sense of unease took hold, even before he could fully grasp the situation. The demon's strike fractured the ground, sending a massive shockwave through the area with Yuri caught at the very center of the impact. Stunned by the carnage, he struggled to believe the demon was capable of such immense destruction with just a single blow. Stunned by the sheer scale of the devastation, the young man couldn't comprehend how the demon had obtained such an inexplicable and terrifying level of strength. He sidestepped another strike and repositioned himself, all while his opponent continued their relentless pursuit from behind. The demon slammed into the ground with violent force, shattering the stone platform beneath him. Zach's heavy blow triggered a violent shockwave, with the scattering debris illustrating the sheer magnitude of the impact. Evaluating the sheer force of the attack, the boy realized that even the wind pressure it generated was capable of causing him significant injury. The creature suddenly erupted into a loud laugh as it surged with power, radiating a sinister and overwhelming aura that struck fear into everyone. Whenever he attempted to wound the young man with his words, the attack was specifically designed to eliminate his companions. Their lifeless forms still lay scattered across the ground nearby. The young man cast a spell to bolster his physical resilience. Without hesitation, the two of them lunged forward to begin their assault. He unleashed a series of furious strikes, but the boy managed to evade, causing the resulting impact to erupt in a blinding flash that shook the very ground beneath them. As a massive cloud of dust billowed from the impact, the demon watched the destruction with a smug laugh, clearly satisfied with the power of his strike. As the smoke cleared around them, Zach admitted that Yuri had caught him by surprise, though he still maintained his sense of superiority. Instructing Lime to lead the others to safety, the young man braced himself for the next encounter, fully aware of his opponent's power. The demon lunged forward once more with a murderous cry, but the young man remained composed as he prepared to meet the attack head-on. Understanding that a direct assault was futile, he decided to reposition for a strike from behind. The boy drove his blade into the demon's back with everything he had, yet the creature appeared to take no significant damage. Zack knocked the boy back with a crushing blow, mocking his lack of strength. The force of the blow sent Yuri hurtling into the mountainside, causing the rock face to shatter upon impact as the monster observed the destruction from a safe distance. Meanwhile, Zack ridiculed him as a pathetic weakling, clearly relishing his suffering. Enveloped in a radiant stream of mana, the young man channeled primordial sacred magic to mend his severe injuries. Noticing that his mana reserves were heavily depleted from the day's events, he realized he needed to be more cautious to avoid total exhaustion. The demon mocked Yuri, assuming he had surrendered, while Yuri remained hidden behind a rock, biding his time for the perfect opening. Focusing his mind, he opened his eyes with a look of firm determination, refusing to give up no matter the odds. Bathed in a brilliant light, the young man stepped forward with resolve, ready for the final stage of the battle. The monster lunged forward with a wide grin, but the young man stood his ground, meeting the enemy's aggressive charge head-on. Drawing on his physical might and tactical experience, he prepared a strike capable of cleaving through any barrier. After settling into his stance, he shifted his weight and waited for the perfect opening to strike his opponent. Activating his magical enhancements to bolster his strength, Yuri's sword began to glow as he readied his next strike. He swung his blade with calculated speed and precision. The battle had finally reached its critical turning point. Wielding the holy blade, the boy struck the demon from behind, delivering a blow that pierced through his body with incredible speed. As their eyes locked, Zack was struck by a wave of fear, realizing that Yuri's strike was aimed with lethal precision. Letting out a cry of agony and terror, the demon struggled to accept that he had been bested by a mere mortal. Stunned, the monster recognized the equipment as belonging to the mysterious man from his past, leaving him in complete disbelief. As the dragon appeared to take its leave, the demon vowed to seek revenge, admitting that their clash had been an enjoyable experience. As the monster ascended on the dragon's back, the young man channeled his magic to prepare a counterattack. Utilizing a unique form of fire magic, he summoned a massive fire tornado that spiraled into the sky and shook the entire area. Panicked, Zack let out a scream as the tornado swallowed him whole, having never anticipated an attack of this magnitude. Yuri watched the destruction with a steady gaze, his expression remaining serious as the storm completely overwhelmed his opponent. He collapsed to the ground in total exhaustion after successfully completing the mission, while Lime plummeted through the air, feeling a sense of fulfillment for having aided his master. Once the intense struggle concluded, the area was left deserted and heavily scarred by the remnants of a brutal fight. Waking up in the heart of the forest, the knight, the mage, and their companions scanned their surroundings with visible confusion. Greeting the team with a faint smile, Yuri confirmed that everyone was safe and the immediate threat had passed. Stunned by the outcome, the onlookers questioned if the young man had truly managed to defeat the dragon. Rose stood in disbelief, certain that the dragon possessed S-class power as the entire crowd watched in awe. He explained that his victory was made possible through the use of advanced holy magic. Surrounded by his companions, the warrior was caught off guard, unsure of how they should go about splitting the trophy from their recent battle. Yuri revealed a massive rank A dark magic stone, an impressive source of power that commanded immediate attention. As the stone's true origins were revealed, the allies stood in disbelief, shocked that such a situation could unfold following the dragon's defeat. They stared at the magical artifact in disbelief, struck by its massive scale and the overwhelming power it held. After taking a moment to reflect, Rose conceded that the team had no rightful claim to Yuri's magic stone. The young man was taken aback to learn that the magic stone belonged solely to him, a decision the rest of the group fully supported. The team reached a consensus, agreeing that the artifact was rightfully his as they acknowledged his individual merit. The commander cautioned the boy to handle the stone with care, subtly hinting at the danger it truly possessed. He explained that the magic stone held the potential to either bring the nation to new heights or lead it toward total ruin. The young man offered his word, promising to use the magic stone to safely amplify Lime's power without causing any harm. With the mission successfully completed, the team gathered their horses and began the journey home, satisfied with the outcome. The following morning, Yuri woke up in the room, caught off guard by the chill of the floor and an unusual sensation. Waking up on the floor, he recalled falling asleep beside Lime, yet the spot next to him was now empty. Confused, he stood up and called out for Ko, hoping to find someone else in the immediate area. He looked on in surprise at the mysterious girl resting on the floor in the sunlight. Rubbing his eyes, the young man struggled to determine if the stranger standing before him was actually real. The young girl eventually stirred and opened her eyes. Looking up, she immediately recognized Eri and rushed toward him with a joyful cry. She suddenly pulled him into a surprisingly forceful embrace, leaving the young man frozen in utter confusion. Recognizing a familiar voice and scent, he began to piece together the stranger's identity. Introducing herself as Lime, the girl excitedly rushed toward Yuri and pulled him into a hug. Struck by surprise, the young man realized that something about the bed seemed off. He recalled placing the dark magic stone on the bed, only to find that it had completely disappeared. Realizing that Lime had likely swallowed the magic stone, he questioned her about it directly. After consuming the dark magic stone, Lime successfully took on a human form and began examining his new body with curiosity. Caught by surprise, she suddenly spoke Yuri's name, leaving him stunned by her voice and the realization she had reached. She attempted to pull herself up, but her body remained unsteady, making every movement a struggle. Yuri pondered the situation, feeling conflicted about whether this change was truly a positive development, even if it did bring Lime closer to humanity. Gently patting his assistant's head, he reassured him that there was no need to mimic human behavior. Commending her hard work, he offered some gentle encouragement while softly patting her head. With an enthusiastic smile, Yuri urged his assistant to get started, and Lime happily obliged. The city's familiar energy surrounded us as the locals calmly went about their daily routines. At the heart of the city stood the magical Gilb Tower, its 3 spires adorned with flags and mystical runes. Inside, the hall was bustling with active adventurers as Yuri made his way toward the quest board to check the latest listings. Scanning the list of available tasks, he searched for an assignment that was both engaging and rewarding. Every quest proved to be a repetitive cycle of goblins and wolves, offering little in the way of excitement or value. His attention was suddenly drawn to a loud shout from the balcony, where someone was calling out for the black-haired brother. Leaping down from above, the stranger immediately began charging toward Yuri. He landed with a heavy, dramatic thud and stepped forward with a smug expression, leaving the onlookers completely captivated. Dutch closed the distance toward Yuri rapidly, coming to a sudden stop with a theatrical flourish. He stopped to catch his breath, but his heavy panting only made the surrounding atmosphere feel increasingly awkward. He introduced himself with pride, revealing his status as the 8th-ranked C-rank adventurer ready to offer his aid. Striking a boastful pose, Dutch confidently declared himself an expert in hunting rare monsters. Standing by his side was his assistant Leon, an intelligent talking mouse who wore a self-satisfied smirk. Yuri was impressed by Leon's sharp intellect, finding the mouse to be just as clever as Lime. When a new acquaintance proposed a partnership, the young man readily agreed to join forces. Dutch explained that the quest wasn't on the standard list, as it was specifically meant for a beginner like him. With a stern expression, he informed the man that this was a mission of significant importance. After a brief moment of hesitation, the young man decided to accept the request, as the rest of the available tasks seemed quite uninspiring. An acquaintance stepped forward, vowing to look after Yuri as if he were his own brother. As they made their way out of the city, Dutch began to realize that his companion was actually a newcomer to the adventuring world. After the young man confessed his lack of experience, his friend vowed to share every bit of knowledge he possessed. Certain that the cart he sold was defective, his companion promised to handle the repairs himself once they arrived. The man then inquired whether the youth held a contract with the slime, a question that sparked immediate confusion. He explained that various species of slimes existed, catching the man completely by surprise. The young man harshly criticized the idea of contracting with a weak slime, labeling it the most foolish choice an adventurer could make. Wearing a stern expression, the man advised the youth to select a different monster. The young man found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Quickly regaining his composure, he stepped in to defend the assistant he had just selected. Dutch found the situation quite amusing and couldn't help but laugh. With a confident smirk, he declared he would relinquish his title if the slime proved to be truly formidable. Without warning, The cart's axle snapped and the vehicle overturned, sending everyone tumbling as the situation spiraled into chaos. Losing his footing, a panicked Yuri cried out for Lime's help as he watched the situation unfold. The assistant suddenly grew to a massive size, looming over the cart and shielding all the passengers within. It pulled Yuri, Dutch, the horses, and all the cargo inside, ensuring their safety. From within the giant slime, the young man expressed his gratitude to the creature for saving him from the cart accident. Stepping forward, the man anxiously asked Dutch if he was all right following the incident. Trapped within the slime, the man screamed in terror, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding around him. He cried out in indignation, shocked by the slime's massive scale and accusing the young man of deception. With a smirk, he gestured toward the blue slime, signaling that he considered it to be the weakest of the group. Their fellow traveler was stunned to realize he had indeed just called the slime weak, causing him to hesitate in response. As he worked on the cart, the man expressed his genuine surprise that Yuri was completely unaware of the Valley of Dragons. He spoke of the Valley of Dragons as a sacred land, acting as if this information should have been common knowledge. Dutch's words were met with skepticism, as the true significance of the Holy Land remained unclear in this situation. Home to formidable dragons radiating immense power, the Dark Valley earned the nickname Holy due to the high density of these creatures. Startled by the name, the boy finally began to grasp the valley's true nature, while the man reprimanded him for his complete ignorance of the dragon's territory. Sharing his ambition to capture a dragon, he asked Yuri to help him locate a young and vulnerable one. Deeply inspired by the proposal, he praised the ambitious goal and expressed a sincere interest in helping out. Dutch acknowledged the mission's risks, but assured them he had planned for every contingency, raising a finger as he cryptically hinted at a master strategy. He warned that the dragons were far more volatile now that they were nesting, while also admitting he no longer possessed the skills to face them. Yuri explained the strategic advantages of capturing the dragon, leaving the man impressed by his insight and unique perspective. Embracing the boy, he resolved to mentor him as a hero, bonding over tales of his own past triumphs and successes. While the wagon navigated the gorge, Dutch shared the story of how he earned his reputation as a legendary dragon hunter. He concluded his tale with a sense of pride, clearly expecting admiration while once again expressing surprise at the extent of his own legendary reputation. As the team traveled in the wagon, they shared stories of their past achievements, with the man speaking proudly of his own skills as a hunter. Yuri showed a keen interest in Dutch's past, posing a question that he found particularly exciting and intriguing. He was taken aback when asked why someone with his level of merit was only ranked 8th in the C rank. Dutch admitted that he wasn't seeking fame, feeling that his efforts went unappreciated and choosing to remain humble instead. The boy agreed with a respectful laugh as their cart navigated the narrow mountain path, keeping the conversation light and easy. After spending the day on the road, they paused for a meal by the fire before pressing on, using the time to coordinate their plans for the upcoming mission. Dutch cheerfully announced their arrival, catching the man off guard as he hadn't expected to reach the destination so soon. As the cart pulled up to the entrance of a narrow valley, the man announced that they had finally reached the Valley of Dragons. Surveying the massive mountain from above, the hero explained that scaling its heights was the only way to reach the dragons. Leon and the owner excitedly proclaimed that the time had finally come for him to make his debut. To reach the dragons, they were forced to scale a steep and challenging mountain. The man advised the youth on how they should proceed. He skillfully exploited the synergy of their team to his advantage. As the journey pressed on, the members of the group began to show signs of fatigue. Along the way, they were suddenly intercepted by a pack of kobolds. Classified as D rank, the creature's aggressive nature caught the young man off guard, filling him with a sense of unease. His friend reassured him that the kobolds were harmless, allowing him to maintain a calm and steady composure. He argued that a monster's true nature could be deciphered through its physical traits and actions, though Yuri found herself questioning that logic. Regardless of Dutch's words, the young man could still sense the blatant hostility from the kobolds as they watched them with visible tension. Presenting himself as a seasoned elder, the man confidently offered to explain the entire situation. He broke down the 2 primary methods for taming monsters, holding up 2 fingers to emphasize the available options. Faced with the choice between fighting or using food, Yuri recalled how he had successfully tamed Lime with dried meat in the past. Dutch introduced me to Dango, the ideal food for taming, which he prepared overnight specifically for the kobolds. Although the young man and his assistant were repulsed by the bait's foul appearance and stench, he remained entirely certain of its effectiveness. Approaching the kobolds with visible enthusiasm, he called out to offer his friendship, hoping the food would be enough to win them over. While one of the kobolds was drawn to the scent of the dango, the rest of the pack turned on him with alarming aggression. With a fierce roar, the lead kobold lunged forward, catching Dutch completely off guard. Overwhelmed by panic, the man clung to Leon and pleaded for assistance, completely bewildered by the unfolding situation. Yuri unsheathed his sword in a flash, charging forward to defend his ally from the encroaching monsters. He took note of the kobold's sharp reflexes, admitting their intelligence was far beyond what was expected for a D-rank monster. Enveloped in darkness and smoke, the boy activated his power, his eyes gleaming with resolve as his aura noticeably intensified. Paralyzed with fear, the kobolds watched as Yuri radiated a menacing aura, making them realize their opponent was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. He watched with a cold expression, noting that monsters possessed a sharper instinct for sensing strength than humans, allowing them to accurately gauge the threat. Yuri signaled Lime to attack, and a massive slime plummeted from above, instantly engulfing the kobolds within its body. Although the monsters struggled to escape the slime, they remained completely immobilized as it enveloped them and stifled any further resistance. The young man commended Lime for his exceptional efforts, and as the slime beamed with pride, the bond between them grew even stronger. Dutch trembled and clung to Leon in fear, while Yuri smiled as he asked if his assistant had successfully captured all the monsters. Standing in the center of the vast empty plain, the team found no enemies in sight as the area was overtaken by a heavy, peaceful silence. The once hostile kobolds now knelt in humility, their expressions conveying a deep sense of respect and regret. Upon realizing the dragons were the cause of the kobolds' suffering, Yuri requested to be led to their lair so he could offer his assistance. Dutch was once again stunned by Yuri's ability to interpret the language of monsters, as he had never believed such a feat was possible for a hunter. Amused by his own lack of knowledge, the man joked that he hardly deserved the title of hunter if he couldn't even understand the language of monsters. The young man spoke calmly to the kobolds, who understood his request and agreed to assist by guiding him directly to the nest. Led by their kobold guide, the party began scaling the cliffs as a landscape of deep crevices and rugged terrain loomed ahead. Despite the group's exhaustion, Kobold Vankichi maintained a brisk pace as they navigated the long and grueling path toward the summit. Dutch jokingly commented on Yuri's knack for coming up with nicknames, leaving Yuri surprised enough to ask for clarification. One of the kobolds responded with delight, clearly finding the new nickname to his liking. The boy officially named the kobold Vankichi, who reacted with visible joy, clearly inspired by his new identity. The kobold dashed forward with enthusiasm, eager to lead the way as Dutch and Yuri followed close behind. Catching sight of something strange ahead, the man's expression twisted into a look of pure shock and confusion. Upon reaching the steep incline, the group was taken aback by how treacherous the path to the cliff's summit actually was. As Dutch began his ascent, he quickly discovered the climb was far more grueling than expected, leaving him winded and exhausted. Yuri cautioned him to stay alert as the ascent grew increasingly perilous, yet they pressed onward, taking the journey one step at a time. The man lost his footing, causing the stones beneath him to begin crumbling. Without warning, he plummeted, and though the other man lunged to catch him with a shout, he was too late as the situation spiraled into complete chaos. Leon let out a desperate cry, lunging toward his falling master in a frantic attempt to save his partner. Without a moment's delay, Yuri reached out to Lime, fully confident that he could handle the situation. Slime Lime immediately extended its body to seize Leon. Gripping the slime tightly, he exerted every ounce of his strength to catch Dutch and prevent him from plummeting into the abyss. Leon clung on with every ounce of his strength, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and despair as he doubted his own ability to endure. Exerting every ounce of their strength, the team finally managed to pull the man free. Though he was finally safe, he still struggled to catch his breath. He expressed his sincere gratitude to everyone for coming to his rescue. Before long, the group resumed their journey. As they neared the volcano, they discovered a new obstacle blocking their path. Dutch let out a panicked cry as he spotted an unexpected obstacle blocking their path through the gorge. A massive boulder stood in their way, completely sealing the passage and leaving the group confused as to why the path was blocked. Realizing there was no way forward, the man cursed in frustration, desperate to avoid retracing his steps along the treacherous cliffside. An exhausted Dutch admitted that he wouldn't survive the journey if he were forced to head back. Wearing a cryptic smile, he presented a peculiar object to Yuri, signaling that a new strategy was in motion. With visible excitement, the man activated the magic circle, finally ready to unleash the powerful technique he had been preparing for a long time. An ancient summoning circle suddenly flared to life on the ground, signaling that a monumental event was about to unfold. Dutch shouted the incantation with resolve, executing the summoning technique with a display of confidence and power. A massive stone golem suddenly rose from the earth, a powerful summon from his ally that left the young man in awe of its sheer scale and strength. To his astonishment, Yuri recognized the summoning magic as the very same technique he had wielded in his past life as an emperor magician. Striking a heroic pose, Dutch proudly showcased his newly summoned D-rank golem. With a confident gesture, he commanded the golem to clear the massive boulder obstructing their path to the summit. With a powerful roar, the golem slammed a heavy strike against the stone barrier, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Struck by a powerful blow, the monster stiffened and slumped into a boulder, letting out a faint groan before it stopped moving entirely. A look of visible confusion spread across Dutch's face. He faced a sobering reality check as it became clear that his pride had blinded him to the golem's limitations. The man turned to his ally, requesting their assistance. Yuri wasted no time in offering her response. He took a moment to reflect on his recent decisions. Before long, he requested that the man step aside. Yuri suddenly drew his blade, catching the man off guard as he struggled to understand the reason behind it. Dutch and the golem stood motionless, observing the boy's movements as Dutch began to suspect he was following a specific seeker strategy. With a look of intense focus, the young man prepared to unleash the power he had kept hidden until this moment. Yuri shattered the massive boulder, blocking their path with a single forceful strike, unleashing a wave of overwhelming energy. Dutch watched in disbelief, unable to fathom that a human was capable of wielding such immense destructive power. With a single powerful swing, the boy cleaved the massive boulder in two, sending a violent shockwave rippling through the air. The group watched in stunned silence as a single swing of the sword completely cleared the path ahead. His newly met companion struggled to comprehend how such a thing was even possible. He was left in disbelief, as he had always considered it impossible to master both swordsmanship and taming, but Yuri calmly assured him that he could manage both roles. At that moment, he recalled hearing about the immense challenge of mastering several skills simultaneously. This realization left him deeply lost in thought. Groot continued forward, navigating through challenging terrain and inaccessible paths. Breathing heavily from the strain of the journey, the man suddenly pointed toward their destination. They finally arrived at the mouth of the cave, standing directly before its entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Dutch prepared to make a brief stop, while the young man suddenly grew alert after hearing a strange noise. He caught the distinct sound of approaching footsteps, while his partner remained preoccupied with counting their supplies. Sensing someone nearby, Yuri ordered everyone to remain silent. Sensing an intruder, he immediately dropped into a combat stance, leaving Dutch baffled as to how anyone else could be in such a remote location. Emerging from the cave's depths, Aisha spotted the young man and let out a joyful cry of recognition. Caught off guard by Aisha Ternova's sudden appearance, Dutch and Yuri spoke in unison, asking what had brought her there. Smiling, she pointed out how much time had passed since they last worked together on a mission. Yuri asked in surprise if Aisha had truly come to slay the dragon, but Aisha was genuinely confused as to why she would ever need to do such a thing. Yuri reasoned that the B-rank girl's presence in the Dragon Mountains meant she was likely there to hunt, but Aisha immediately dismissed his theory as incorrect. Spinning around, she asserted that the situation was actually the complete opposite, leaving him frozen in place. She further explained that her mission was to stop illegal dragon hunters, emphasizing that her goal was to protect the creatures rather than kill them. Yuri explained that every part of a dragon, from its skin to its bones, is utilized. Dutch met this response with a sense of clear indignation. Dragon materials were utilized to craft nearly everything imaginable, from weaponry and armor to fine jewelry. After personally investigating the area, Aisha reported that the guild had begun restricting all quests involving dragons. Casting a suspicious look at Dutch, she raised her voice to ask if he was a wandering dragon hunter. Dutch reacted with offense, calling her words disrespectful as he insisted that he was an adventurer rather than a hunter. In response, she grew quiet and began to reflect on the situation. She then recalled that the man was actually a C-rank adventurer. Confused by the situation, the young man listened as the girl explained that the elder was notorious for sharing tales of his heroics with newcomers to help boost his rank. The man offered no verbal reply, choosing instead to hiss in response. A logical puzzle began to take shape within the young man's mind. With a somber expression, Yuri noted that Dutch's situation was looking grim, eventually falling into a heavy silence as he cast his gaze downward. Covering his face, the young man calmly remarked that it was impossible to attain such desired power through lies. Dutch dropped to his knees instantly, loudly pleading for forgiveness as he admitted his faults and vowed to change his ways. Overwhelmed by despair, the man tearfully promised to change, while Leon stood beside him, loudly vouching for his sincerity. Aisha questioned Yuri about the old man's reliability, and as he looked back at her with uncertainty, a peculiar noise suddenly caught the group's attention. Retreating to cover, the girl with the sword insisted they postpone their business for later. Yuri agreed, leaving a bewildered Dutch to watch and see what would happen next. Yuri quickly realized they were surrounded, recognizing the group as the illegal dragon hunters Aisha had warned them about earlier. Maintaining his composure, he calmly analyzed the situation, his resolute expression making it clear he was ready for battle and had no intention of retreating. Promptly drawing her sword, the girl asked the young man if he could handle the enemies on the right, catching him off guard. Aisha unfurled her cloak with the poise of a seasoned warrior, introducing herself as the B-rank Urumi and claiming responsibility for half of the opposing forces. Yuri asked his ally to leave all the enemies to him, explaining that he had a plan that caught her completely off guard. Standing on the ledge, he announced his intention to test a new technique and drew his blade, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Dutch noticed the boy initiating a magical ritual, and as he began sketching runes, his companions grew increasingly uneasy. Once Yuri finished her incantation and commanded the summoning, several powerful kobolds emerged from the magic circle. The summoned kobolds assumed their combat stances, letting out fierce growls that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Dutch was stunned to recognize the powerful kobold, Vankichi, as he had previously believed that maintaining multiple summons was an impossibility. A group of kobolds suddenly materialized around the boy, each dropping into a combat stance as they prepared to strike. Maintaining his focus, the young man commanded the kobolds to eliminate the suspicious individuals surrounding him and Aisha. One of the Venkichi launched a sudden strike against an enemy concealed behind a rock, forcing the others to finally grasp the severity of the situation. The kobolds charged forward with intense fury, smashing through the rocky terrain and sending the enemy forces into a panicked retreat as they realized the battle was lost. Yuri was visibly taken aback, clearly caught off guard by such a sudden and jarring turn of events. One of the kobolds let out a roar to flex its power, catching Dutch off guard as he realized these creatures were far more formidable than typical D-rank monsters. Upon Yuri's command, the creatures surged forward, their overwhelming strength leaving Aisha stunned while the enemy forces scattered in a frantic panic. Surrounded by powerful kobolds, the young man realized their movements far exceeded the C-rank standard, nearing the level of a B-rank threat. The man also confirmed that their rank could be elevated by utilizing the power of darkness. As the allies shared a few words, the mysterious figure vanished, leaving the path into the cave completely clear. Inside the cave, torches flickered to life as a dark silhouette watched the events unfold from deep within the tunnel. Inside a vast stone chamber, a group of people rested comfortably in what was clearly a camp for dragon poachers. An anxious cry for Anza-sama rang out, jolting the man with the bandaged face awake as his subordinate screamed for him. Overcome with panic, the scout reported that they had crossed paths with Aisha Tronova, C-rank Dutch, and the F-rank rookie, Yuri. He pinned the blame for the injury on Aisha, labeling her a nuisance, while his subordinate struggled to find any words to justify the situation. The second bandit reluctantly confessed that he had been injured by an F-rank adventurer, a revelation that left everyone else in disbelief. Frowning at the confession, he listened as the band explained that the individual being discussed was actually one of the most famous people in the world. Dismissing the F-rank's strength as a total impossibility, the leader stood up, his presence turning dark and menacing. He suddenly seized his subordinate by the head, announcing a new plan that left the surrounding onlookers paralyzed with dread. Onjis ridiculed his subordinates for their loss, finding it hard to believe they were actually defeated by a mere F-rank weakling. The man let out a sharp gasp of pain while the leader looked on with a smile, remarking that he had no patience for lies, especially from those younger than him. Once the slaughter was over, Anges announced with a smile that he had successfully eliminated a deceitful F-rank. Yuri, Aisha, and Dutch cautiously neared the cave entrance where the enemies had just disappeared. The girl expressed her gratitude for his help with the robbers, while he followed along in an awkward silence. Noticing Dutch's visible distress, she asked for an explanation, but he hesitated, unsure of how to put his thoughts into words. She shouted at Aisha, accusing her of spying and demanding she stop now that the bandits had already been dealt with. Explaining that she was only fulfilling her duties, the girl admitted she still didn't trust the old man, sparking his resentment. She expressed her gratitude for their overtime assistance, but the man grew resentful, frustrated that her B-rank status placed her above his own C rank. Dutch argued that his life experiences made him the better man, and by dismissing Aisha as a mere little girl, he dealt a sharp blow to her pride. Yuri watched as she disciplined the man for his insolence, noting that despite their bickering, the two seemed to share a close bond. The girl confessed that every encounter with the young man left her astonished, noting that both his physical stature and latent potential were far from average. Dutch admitted he was taken aback by Yuri's talent, noting how the boy absorbed the techniques of both the swordsmen and the mages with incredible ease. The young man was taken aback by the peculiar nature of his skills, a sentiment his companions loudly echoed in agreement. Watching them with a chuckle, he realized that despite their constant bickering, Aisha and Dutch had formed a genuine friendship. Detecting an unusual scent, the man grew wary and spun around, sniffing the air as he peered tensely ahead. Yuri was taken aback by the fishy odor clinging to Dutch, while Vankichi appeared noticeably frail and anxious. Aisha pointed out that the scent originated right beside the dragon's lair, a claim the old man confirmed with visible astonishment. Upon realizing exactly where they were, the entire group fled the area in a frantic panic. A breathtaking sight unfolded before them as they discovered a multitude of dragons resting near waterfalls in a region teeming with magical energy. The group watched the slumbering dragons in awe, deeply moved by the creatures' natural elegance and commanding presence. The identification of a B-rank heavenly dragon underscored the extreme danger of their current surroundings. The heroes were stunned to discover a massive clutch of dragon eggs, realizing they had stumbled upon an absolute treasure trove. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the man's behavior grew suspicious as he slipped away from the group to approach the eggs alone. Approaching the nest with a devious smirk, he offered a quiet apology, clearly intent on stealing the dragon egg. The old man watched the unfolding events in shock, but when something unexpected occurred, he froze as his heart began to race with fear. Aisha and Yuri both tensed up at once, their expressions turning serious as they picked up on a powerful aura nearby. As one of the dragons slowly lifted its head, its intense gaze caused the surrounding air to grow heavy with tension. A dark fury and a chilling bloodlust surged from deep within the dragon, striking terror into everyone nearby. Yuri immediately sensed a lethal threat, remaining on high alert as he encountered such a powerful intent to destroy for the first time in his life. He hesitated. Despite how far they had come, he couldn't bring himself to steal the eggs, even as Dutch frantically urged him to flee for his life. As he watched the mother dragon care for her young, the boy realized these creatures possessed emotions, and that stealing their eggs would be a violation of the natural order. Asha shared Yuri's perspective, acknowledging that his choice to decline the award was both sensible and worthy of respect. Dutch was terrified, knowing that dragons are highly intelligent and vengeful. Even if they escaped now, the creatures would eventually hunt them down for stealing their eggs. The group soon realized that even in a weakened state, the dragons were still far too powerful. Yuri supported the man, urging him to persevere while remaining on his guard. As a mysterious figure approached, the sound of their footsteps echoed through the cave, drawing the immediate attention of the entire group. Glancing upward, they were startled to see a figure descending toward them, instinctively sensing that this encounter would be far from easy. As Anjas and his party emerged from the cave's shadows, Aisha was struck with surprise, her body tensing as she recognized her former acquaintance. Suspecting the robbers were actually the leader's subordinates, she began to question his possible involvement. Angia stepped forward with a confident gaze fixed on Aisha, as his name resonated through the heavy silence. As one of the survivors stealthily trailed Yuri, the young man maintained his composure despite the distinct feeling of being watched. The girl's eyes widened as she caught a sudden movement, her immediate reaction confirming she realized something significant had changed. The assailant reached out stealthily before suddenly lunging for the boy, executing the silent strike with perfect precision. The enemy caught Yuri in a restrictive hold to neutralize him, but the young man stayed level-headed and showed no signs of panic. Leaning in close, the man whispered a stern command for the boy to remain still as the tension began to rapidly escalate. In that moment, the leader stepped forward, attempting to intimidate the girl. He spoke mockingly of her connection to the young man, disparaging both their relationship and his rank. She met his every attack with nothing more than a weary sigh. She expressed her genuine sympathy for the leader. Angus struggled to make sense of the situation, bewildered by how his opponents could remain so composed under the circumstances. The girl responded with a smile of her own. With a solemn expression, she pointed out that Anjas had picked the wrong opponent by failing to recognize Yuri's actual strength. Effortlessly evading the attack, the young man responded with a sharp and perfectly timed counterpunch. Before his opponent could recover, he pivoted sharply and delivered a heavy blow to the man's stomach. Sent reeling by Yuri's forceful strike, the enemy cried out in shock, unable to process how the exchange had ended so abruptly. In a state of panic, the bandits tried to halt the young man, shouting for his death as he continued his steady, fearless approach. Yuri remained silent, settling into a combat stance with a cold, focused gaze directed at the looming threat. With a single decisive blow, he neutralized his foe before they could even register the incoming attack. The second bandit lunged at Yuri with a barrage of threats and fury, but Yuri calmly evaded the assault and readied his counterattack. He delivered a sharp blow to the attacker's face, catching the entire group off guard with his unexpected power. He landed a forceful kick to his opponent's midsection, sending the man crashing to the ground. Exhaling steadily, he secured the buckle as the others looked on, completely awestruck by his display of strength. Something unusual caught Yuri's eye, prompting him to instantly sharpen his focus on the unfolding situation. Anjas watched the unfolding scene with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in the situation. Seething with anger, the leader lunged at him with his sword raised, letting out a roar as he prepared to strike. He readied his assault, his expression hardening with the clear intent to deliver a decisive blow to Yuri. He maintained a cold focus on his opponent's every movement, mentally preparing for the final clash of blades. After narrowly dodging the strike, he seized the momentum to launch an immediate counterattack. Unable to comprehend the unfolding events, his face twisted into a mask of pure shock and fear. Yuri brought the confrontation to an end, leaving the leader wounded and standing in a stunned daze. After observing Angie's prowess, the young man acknowledged that he was certainly not weak. He dispatched Aisha to warn the boy, advising him not to take his enemy lightly during the heat of battle. The enigmatic warrior revealed that he was already well acquainted with the opponent they were facing. He introduced himself as Anjas, explaining that Rikori was once a renowned genius adventurer. Gripping his sword tightly, Anjas reflected on his former strength and his past status as a B-rank genius. A small chuckle escaped him as he recognized the irony behind his sudden defeat. Declaring the sword to be worthless, he simply cast it aside. Closing the distance, he began calculating his next deceptive strike against the enemy. After producing the Nahi herb extract, he prepared to utilize its poisonous effects. Angus flashed a grin as he uncorked the bottle, noting that its contents were a specialized extract formulated specifically to counter dragons. Struck squarely in the face by the extract, the dragon let out a pained cry and lashed out in a violent rage. The leader boasted that his attire was infused with a scent specifically designed to ward off dragons. Fury instantly flared in the dragon's eyes as its pupils constricted, signaling the start of its transformation. Unleashing a powerful roar, the dragon unfurled its wings and prepared to launch an assault. Overcome with panic, Angus screamed that Yuri's time was up, once again lashing out with insults. Aisha and Dutch looked on in disbelief, stunned by the leader's sudden actions. It suddenly dawned on the young man that the dragon was being utilized as a weapon. Letting out a thunderous roar, the furious dragon ascended into the sky. Suddenly, a massive dragon's paw plummeted from above, crashing down on the heroes. As the dragon suddenly swoops down, the standing Anges feel a surge of confidence that victory is finally within their grasp. The leader erupted into another fit of manic laughter, fully expecting his opponents to meet their end. The dragon slammed its heavy foot into the earth with immense force, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The dragon's eye underwent a sudden transformation, now burning with a sense of fury and sharp awareness. To her horror, Angus realized that something had gone terribly wrong. Yuri reacted instantly, catching the strike with his hand and revealing a sudden, overwhelming surge of strength. He caught the dragon's paw mid-strike, a feat that left the surrounding crowd in total disbelief. The leader looked on in sheer horror, unable to believe the sight unfolding before him. His companions watched in disbelief as Yuri successfully neutralized the devastating assault. Sensing something out of the ordinary, the dragon regarded the young man with surprise, suddenly locking in. His gaze sharpened with a clear sense of resolve and inner strength. He spoke to the dragon in a low, gentle tone, attempting to soothe the panicked creature. The dragon's terror intensified as the effects of the extract Angus used began to take hold. A flicker of fear passed through the dragon's eyes before he regained his senses. The trio stood before the dragon, observing as the creature gradually began to settle. Aisha and Dutch soon realized that the dragon was, in fact, completely harmless. Angus stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before her. He reached out his hand, triggering a mysterious and unknown taming ability. The dragon instantly went still, showing no signs of aggression as it calmly observed Yuri. Without even realizing it, Yuri had successfully tamed the heavenly dragon using his skill. A sudden system notification caught him by surprise, announcing that he had successfully acquired the taming skill. The leader found it hard to believe that an F-rank adventurer had actually managed to tame a dragon. The man then ordered the dragon to strike the leader, placing his full trust in the creature to handle their enemy. The dragon lunged at Angus with incredible speed, causing him to cry out in terror. Stunned by the dragon's sudden offensive, the enemy forces quickly descended into a state of panic. The group looked on in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the peculiar light manifesting above the dragon. Yuri was left equally bewildered, unable to make sense of the chaos unfolding around him. Abruptly, the light radiating from the dragon intensified into a brilliant glow. Under the light of the transformation, the dragon's body began to crumble into fragments. The awakened dragon let out a roar, setting the power of its taming skill into motion. The dragon lunged forward with such suddenness that Angus was left stunned by its incredible speed. The strikes landed in quick succession, leaving the opponent with fewer and fewer opportunities to fight back. By capturing the enemy, the dragon effectively derailed all of his carefully laid plans. Angus was forcibly swept up and carried high into the sky. He attempted to resist, but the sheer confusion of the situation left him completely disoriented. The leader let out a panicked scream as he plummeted into the depths of the crater below. A massive stream of boiling water then erupted from the crater with a thunderous roar. Exhausted, the leader broke the surface, fully convinced that his end had finally arrived. Yuri confirmed he had successfully tamed the dragon, a revelation that left his allies in complete shock. Yuri and his team looked on as Lime systematically neutralized every criminal. Aisha complimented Lime, remarking on how incredibly useful the slime had proven to be. The girl stated she would reach out to the guild to request reinforcements. Just then, a black raven swooped down from the sky. The messenger landed on the girl's shoulder, and she responded with a bright, happy smile. Extending the letter, she entrusted the raven to carry out its delivery. The raven took flight, ascending into the sky with a critical message. Yuri suddenly glanced behind her, asking in surprise where Dutch had vanished to. Aisha gestured toward the distance, indicating the old man's current location. Elsewhere, Dutch and Leon celebrated their discovery of treasure hidden among the rocks. From her high vantage point, the girl looked down, unable to make sense of the unfolding chaos. The youth spotted a strange item in the man's grasp, realizing it was actually F-rank dragon dung. Aisha and Yuri looked on as Dutch celebrated his discovery with pure excitement. They couldn't help but wonder what could have brought him such genuine happiness. He clarified that the man's debts were the result of his business ventures. Glancing toward the man, they both voiced their sympathy for Dutch. The dragon watched Yuri with intrigue and let out a low growl, prompting Yuri to turn around in surprise, confused by the sound. Upon waking, the dragon shed its hide, leaving behind a valuable resource that Yuri identified as rare, B-rank skin. Stunned by what he saw, he questioned whether it was truly meant as a gift. With an approving roar, The dragon confirmed that he was surrendering his hide of his own free will. Eager to share the good news, the young man quickly called Dutch over, who looked up in total disbelief, unable to immediately process what had occurred. Yuri offered a genuine smile, clearly pleased with the outcome and the dragon's choice, as he felt truly respected by such a formidable creature. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Dutch broke into tears and rushed toward Yuri in pure delight. With their unexpected mission alongside the dragon successfully completed, the boy called for his companion, Vankichi, as they prepared to head home. Vankichi, a dog known for being both strong and gentle, looked at his owner with a puzzled expression, unsure of why he was being summoned. By bringing both parties to the negotiating table, the young man successfully partitioned the territory between the creatures. Upon their return to the city, the group found the guild still standing tall, yet their familiar surroundings now felt strangely different. The guild hummed with its typical daily activity as members discussed their upcoming tasks or simply relaxed, while Yuri made his way toward the counter. Aisha presented him with a substantial reward, expressing her gratitude for his success in the dragon mission. Impressed by his talent, she acknowledged that since he had accomplished the task entirely on his own, he truly deserved the reward. Just as the girl prepared to depart, Yuri called out to stop her, determined to gather some crucial information before she could leave. As he approached to ask his final question, Aisha turned toward him in surprise, giving him her full attention. He mentioned Angus, the man he had previously fought, and the name alone clearly struck an emotional chord with the girl. Convinced that she held the answers, he watched as she cast her gaze downward, momentarily lost in her own memories. Following a brief silence, she took a steadying breath, signaling her readiness to address the gravity of the situation. Aisha began recounting the ancient tale, her memories drifting back to a forest in the distant past. Recalling her past, she remembered facing a deadly monster and launching a fearless attack with her eyes locked firmly on the target. A massive monster lunged at her from behind, leaving her unable to react to the sudden ambush in time. Her eyes widened in terror as she realized the strike was moving far too quickly for her to evade. Just as the strike was about to land, someone intervened to block the blow, leaving the girl to turn around in shock as she tried to process the situation. Her rescuer was Anji, who arrived just in time with his sword and gave Aisha a smirk, ironically checking to see if she was still alive. Offended by his disrespectful tone, she struck him hard and indignantly shouted that she was no longer a little girl. Observing from the sidelines, the two men gauged the pair's capabilities and acknowledged that they were truly elite in their field. Despite their differences, Aisha and Angie worked as a team, and through sheer persistence, they overcame every obstacle to finally attain the C rank. Following her promotion to B rank, she accepted her new identification with pride, officially taking her place as the guild's strongest representative. Aisha's rapid ascent through the ranks left the entire guild in awe, earning her the universal respect of her fellow members. Shortly after, Anjay S. and Pethos arrived, and while Anjay publicly hailed the girl as the guild's greatest hope, he secretly harbored deep feelings of envy. He harbored a deep-seated frustration, feeling increasingly bitter as he watched others receive praise for the very things he struggled to achieve. Sensing the mounting tension, Aisha watched him warily, realizing the leader was on the verge of overstepping his bounds. As he exited the room, he privately admitted his resentment toward her success and his deep-seated fear of being left behind forever. He later lashed out at his subordinate for being late, driven by a pride that refused to let him accept defeat. Upon discovering him mistreating the younger child, the girl and her partner intervened as she shouted his name to put an end to the violence. Aisha leveled an accusation of extortion against Angus, backing her claims with evidence provided by the Guild of Abuse of Power. A fellow adventurer stepped forward to corroborate her story, confirming the report was accurate and the leader's behavior was entirely inexcusable. Ignoring the accusations, Anjays simply turned and walked away, but he soon lost his license and departed the city for good. She later admitted that encountering him in such a location was completely unexpected, as a rush of old memories suddenly resurfaced. Aisha spoke with a heavy heart, explaining that she had failed to save the man despite her best efforts. Her eyes betrayed a mixture of sadness and regret, revealing her deep hesitation. Caught off guard by her strange question, Yuri could only stare back in confusion, unable to grasp what she was trying to imply. She then asked what becomes of adventurers who turn to evil, and the young man honestly admitted he didn't have an answer. Aisha explained that dark guilds recruit rogue adventurers who, after being stripped of their official licenses, serve as enforcers for various criminal organizations. Observing Yuri, she acknowledged his formidable power and felt a genuine sense of respect for his capabilities. She further admitted that the young man appeared so vulnerable that being near him felt like being with a helpless infant. Caught off guard by her observation, Yuri realized he hadn't considered how others perceived him, and his look of surprise was entirely genuine. Aisha noted sharply that while the man possessed the strength of an A rank, his intellect seemed to remain at an F rank level. Yuri admitted he had only been in this world for 6 months, finally providing context for his naive perspective and unpredictable behavior. Letting out a weary sigh, she felt as if she were looking after a child, even though she barely had the strength to take care of herself. Feeling motivated, he promised to attend Aisha's seminar, where she planned to help him sharpen his mental discipline. Under the cover of night, he wearily made his way down the long and narrow stone path. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and despair, he struggled to catch his breath while questioning the cruel turn of events that had brought him to this point. Recalling a sudden opening, he seized the brief window to flee, leaving the others behind to fend for themselves. His eyes burned with madness as he pinned the blame on Yuri, incensed that a mere F-rank weakling had managed to ruin everything. Angus let out a furious roar toward the sky, haunted by the crushing guilt of failing to secure the dragon's heart. Abruptly regaining his composure, a dark smile flickered beneath his cloak, suggesting he had already devised a new plan. A cloaked figure suddenly appeared in the forest before the despairing Angus, who spun around in fear at the unexpected arrival. The mysterious woman offered the man her assistance, her calm voice carrying a subtle but unmistakable sense of power and danger. Angus responded to the proposal with a nervous stutter, his voice betraying a mix of deep-seated fear and a faint hope for salvation. The mention of Killy's name caused him to stop in his tracks, sensing that she was not only formidable, but also carried a dark, commanding influence. With an intimidating yet graceful stride, she drew closer, her true motives a mystery even as the sense of danger intensified. She pointed her finger sharply toward Anya's face, an unsettling moment that suggested the finalization of a dark contract or the beginning of a manipulative scheme. The mysterious woman in black identified Yuri Izawa as the one responsible for their troubles, leaving the man in a state of shock. The leader pointed frantically, his face contorted with shock and confusion as the identity of the person she named finally registered. As the woman reached out, Angus instinctively recoiled, caught off guard by her sudden and unexpected gesture. Consumed by fear, he scrambled to justify himself, insisting he could still acquire the artifact if given a little more time. Kylie coldly declared that she'd had a change of heart, viewing him as entirely useless and the item as no longer necessary. He attempted to speak, but panic gripped his expression as he realized his final hope for salvation was slipping away. With a cryptic smile, the mysterious woman snapped her fingers, appearing poised and ready for the next phase of her plan. Immediately following the click, magic erupted from Anja's forehead, leaving him terrified and confused by the sudden turn of events. His body was instantly racked with pain, and he let out a scream as a disturbing internal shift began to distort his consciousness. The man's screams echoed as he writhed in terror, the mounting agony gradually reshaping him into a horrific new being. The woman laughed as she witnessed Anya's transformation into a monster, openly admiring his powerful new form. Tossing her hood aside, she revealed a demonic face framed by horns and a sinister smile, marking the appearance of a formidable new foe. Eventually, morning arrived, signaling the start of a new day. The young man's room was filled with a bright and tranquil atmosphere. He drifted into a deep sleep, appearing completely untroubled by his surroundings. This continued until Philly eventually returned to the room. As he struggled to open his eyes, he couldn't quite understand why she was visiting him at such an early hour. She followed up by reminding them about the scheduled training day for the newcomers. She explained how Aisha had recommended Yuri for the team, leading him to narrow his eyes as he weighed her words. When asked about his move, Yuri explained that his supplemental income had finally allowed him to upgrade to a better room. Phil noticed Lime was nowhere to be found, prompting him to scan the area in surprise at his sudden disappearance. Startled by the situation, he shuddered. While Phil had already spent the entire morning cheerfully searching for Lime, Phil shrieked in terror as the kobold launched a sudden assault, leaving her completely baffled by their identity. As Yuri stepped inside, the sight before him caused him to clutch his head in frustration, realizing he had completely overlooked the kobolds. Waking up to find herself surrounded by bizarre monsters, a panicked Phil immediately turned to the young man for assistance. As they navigated the city streets, she clarified the reasons behind the kobolds' temporary stay at Yuri's home. After crossing the bridge, Phil admitted she was taken aback to find kobolds in his quarters. Upon reaching the training yard, they noted that the new recruits were set to begin their drills the following morning. Aisha introduced herself to the newest recruits, informing them that she would be overseeing their training sessions once again this month. She was pleasantly surprised to find the newcomers already assembled and listening with undivided attention. Yuri and the others were taken aback by the unexpectedly low number of participants. She explained that 3 had perished while another surrendered their license, a revelation that left the entire group in shock. The mustachioed man questioned the casualties in disbelief, while another participant argued that keeping half the group alive was actually a significant feat. In that moment, Yuri reflected on the adventurers' plight, fully grasping the cold and unforgiving nature of their world. Aisha made it clear that the life of an adventurer was no game, but a harsh and unforgiving reality. One of the mentors cautioned that survival on this path would only be possible through relentless, consistent training. The man eventually relented, choosing to follow Aisha's lead to ensure his continued survival among the students. Smiling in approval of his new mindset, she acknowledged that he was finally starting to see things clearly. She caught the entire group by surprise when she announced that today's training session would be anything but ordinary. Aisha proudly revealed the package, signaling to the group that it was time to prepare for the mission. The participants stood frozen in confusion, unsure of what the strange demonstration with the scarf was meant to achieve. The girl left everyone in disbelief when she announced that their training for the day was simply to pick up trash. Aisha announced that today's training would consist of garbage collection, tasking everyone with clearing the entire area. Infuriated and insulted, the men struggled to understand how something as simple as cleaning could be vital to their survival. The girl remained silent, carefully observing their reactions. She continued to watch them in silence, her gaze growing so heavy that it eventually forced everyone into a hushed stillness. Anxiety spread through the men as they began to grumble, with one even muttering that they were already fed up with her. Aisha projected her voice to ensure everyone heard her command, ordering them to continue working without pause until every bag was completely filled. The group begrudgingly followed orders to collect the litter, clearly frustrated by what felt like a completely pointless chore. As Phil's voice rang out to point out the remaining trash, Yuri grew wary and turned back to face him. Phil threw herself into the cleanup with such intense energy that her frantic pace soon became contagious to everyone around her. Stunned by her agility, the young man listened as she proudly explained that her speed was the result of a lifetime of hard work. Phil was visibly delighted, finding the chore of gathering trash to be an effortless and even enjoyable experience. Glancing at his bag, Yuri steeled his resolve and decided he would no longer yield to Phil and zeal. She commended the boy for his success in gathering the waste, leaving him genuinely surprised by his own performance. He admitted that he hadn't noticed the grime before, but the sheer amount of trash cluttering the city was now impossible to ignore. Just then, Aisha approached to inform them that they were the first to successfully complete their garbage collection quota. The young man admitted that the labor was grueling, prompting the girl to ask for his honest thoughts on the job. Unable to grasp the link between scavenging and survival, he received a mediocre score of 50 out of 100 from her. He immediately pressed her for the answer that would grant him the remaining 50 points, but Aisha only responded with a mysterious smile. Gazing at the young man with a serious expression, she explained that there are only 2 types of people in this world: those who litter and those who clean up. Yuri froze as the girl's words sank in, making him realize she was referring to something far more significant than actual trash. Aisha emphasized that adventurers must understand ethics, pointing out that the world's messes won't simply vanish on their own. She emphasized that avoiding the pollution of the world was the fundamental basis for both survival and honor. The girl recalled Anjes, whose self-centered path and lack of consideration for those around him eventually led to his defeat. She hoped to teach Yuri that those who sacrifice for others will eventually receive that same kindness in return. He realized that with the support of his companions, he could truly survive as both an adventurer and a person. As morning broke, the square remained deserted, holding a quiet stillness just before the next stage was set to begin. As the residents gathered inside the shelter, they remained completely unaware of the strange events about to unfold. While clearing out the trash, Phil suddenly froze, her attention caught by something surprising overhead. She looked on as a pile of trash lay scattered carelessly at the feet of the person standing before her. Phil let out a joyful shout as he pointed out a new spot filled with trash, calling Yuri over to help him. Miscalculating her speed and distance as she ran, she suddenly slammed face first into a man. The man with the cigar berated the girl, criticizing her lack of focus and her sudden, reckless attack. Overcome with terror, she offered a frantic apology and fled the scene with a panicked scream. The stranger kept the conversation going, lightheartedly reminiscing about the girl's earlier antics. Yuri noticed a familiar woman landing nearby, her expression clearly reflecting a state of shock. He observed the unfolding events with a grim intensity, his expression heavy with suspicion. He walked up to the men and addressed them with a firm tone, instantly commanding their full attention. He picked up the cigarette butt and scrutinized it, making no effort to hide his clear indignation. Offended by the sharp tone, Phil grew indignant and immediately engaged in a heated argument. Yuri confronted the men, reprimanding them for their blatant disrespect and for polluting the city. One of the men attempted to play it off with a joke, but his excuses were awkward and entirely unconvincing. Contradicting his own words, he tossed the trash onto the floor as a clear sign of his lack of concern. The two burst into laughter, openly mocking the young man and ridiculing his lack of talent. One of them ordered him to pick up the trash, a move intended to reinforce his low standing in the group. Yuri then turned his attention toward Aisha, ready to take action with his own sense of confidence. He dismissively suggested the mockers were nothing more than trash, leaving both men stunned and infuriated by the insult. Stunned by his statement, the men erupted in anger, refusing to believe what they had just heard. Aisha offered her support, insisting that Yuri follow through with the decision he had made. Without warning, a massive man lunged at the boy, shouting a barrage of insults. Without so much as a blink, the young man deftly evaded the incoming strike. Without saying a word, he seized his opponent's hand to put his raw strength on display. He slammed the brute to the ground, taking him down in one swift motion. The second hooligan attempted the same maneuver, but Yuri was already prepared for the strike. Urging them to stay calm, he explained that he had simply taught them a lesson for littering. Yuri utilized his fire magic to set his opponent's hair ablaze. The enemy let out a pained scream as he suddenly realized his hair was gone. Panicking, the second hooligan scrambled toward his comrade, who was now engulfed in flames. Aisha channeled mid-level wind magic, letting it manifest directly in the palm of her hand. A sudden magical whirlwind materialized, leaving both bullies completely frozen in terror. Caught in the violent gale, the men were tossed through the air in a state of panic. The massive urn suddenly erupted in flames, catching Yuri off guard as he looked on. After finishing his work, the young man expressed his hope that the troublemakers would finally be set on the right path. Deep within a secluded, snow-covered valley, a somber and dilapidated castle stood in ruins. Within the castle walls, several unidentified figures gathered around a long conference table. One of the seated individuals shared the news, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The long-haired vampire offered a cryptic smile as he prepared to hear the message. The demon lord was left in disbelief upon learning that his most powerful subordinate had been defeated. A second demon corroborated the report, confirming that the enemy had successfully taken down a vicious monster known for its extraordinary abilities. An examination of the scene revealed that the dragon had been defeated by a single strike. One of the demons then stepped forward, volunteering to handle the mysterious enemy himself. The other assembly members broke into laughter, confidently issuing threats of violence. Flashing a grin, the vampire requested that the boss assign the task to him personally. Killy soon returned to the assembly hall, offering an apology for his late arrival. Stunned by her appearance, the other demons fell into a heavy, tense silence. She calmly stated that the objective would be effortless for her to complete. Without hesitation, Killy eliminated the demoness who had attempted to ambush her. She observed the unfolding situation with bewilderment, appearing completely unbothered by any potential threat. One demon explained that by eliminating her, he could finally elevate his own standing. The girl dodged the strike with ease, immediately landing a counterblow on her opponent. The three of them were caught off guard, their initial shock quickly turning into a state of confusion. The assailant charged ahead only to be met by unexpected opposition from both flanks. She dismantled her opponents with ease, showcasing a lethal blend of speed and precision. She flashed a confident grin, clearly eager for the chance to face a powerful new opponent. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to reveal the imposing architecture of the Academy of Magic. A crowd of adventurers gathered around the notice board, debating which of the latest quests to take on. One of them declined the mission, prioritizing their own survival over any potential payout. His friend Yuri gestured toward the board, drawing his attention to something noteworthy. Yuri was caught off guard when he came across an advertisement that immediately sparked his interest. He noticed a quest to take down an ogre, which offered a substantial reward for the task. That's when a special quest caught my eye. A mission to subjugate the Ogre King for a reward in the millions. It soon dawned on the young man that even Aisha and Chloe would be unable to participate. Despite their official rank at sea, the ogres remained figures of widespread terror. The group deliberated on the Ogre King while seeking out further information. One of the individuals present hinted that he possessed some vital information. He detailed the unexpected downfall of a veteran A-rank adventurer. Upon hearing this, Yuri flashed a mysterious smile and looked ahead with unwavering confidence. Yuri and Lime ascended the stairs as they made their way toward the guild. With firm determination, he announced that the time had come to face the ogres. Yuri suddenly caught sight of something unexpected, leaving him stunned by the unfolding situation. He spotted Phil on the steps, appearing deeply engrossed as he studied the notice. He walked up to her and called out her name in a loud voice. Caught off guard, he struggled to comprehend the reason for her sudden silence and visible sadness. Phil was caught off guard when Yuri suddenly approached him, inadvertently getting a bit too close. Though she admitted to being afraid, she quickly managed to regain her composure. Phil spoke up with a sense of unease, asking Yuri if he was truly going on the mission. Her visible hesitation made it clear that she was withholding a significant secret from him. Overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, Phil broke down in tears and fled the scene. He remained where he was, silently observing her stunned reaction. He chose to handle the mission on his own, leaving the girl behind. Yuri set his sights on Moinello, the village that served as his intended destination. After realizing he was unfamiliar with the route, he began searching for a means of transport. I managed to find a cart heading directly toward Moinello. Phil suddenly rushed over to Yuri, appearing as though he had something to tell her. In that moment, both of them realized they were heading toward the exact same destination. Yuri and Phil stood in silence, both of them at a complete loss for words. Ultimately, they crossed paths once more by chance and shared a friendly greeting. The driver suddenly broke the silence, inquiring if they would be traveling together. Yuri settled into the cart, mentally preparing for the long road ahead. Phil appeared visibly dejected, a change in mood that the young man immediately picked up on. The girl apologized to him, expressing regret for her earlier remarks. He met Phil's apology for her earlier remarks with a sense of understanding. She revealed that she was a native of Moinello, having been born and raised there. The girl explained that, for reasons still unknown, the village has become a magnet for ogres. Phil stood her ground, remaining resolute in her decision not to retreat despite the clear danger. Yuri was caught off guard when she realized the true depth of Phil's sincerity. The girl wasted no time warning that the strange occurrences in Moinello would require careful preparation. At that moment, the entire group was traveling through the forest together in a single cart. They made the decision to journey together toward Phil's home village. The journey led them through rugged mountains and dense thickets, eventually following a narrow road. After completing her long journey, Yuri was finally stirred from her sleep. The charioteer spoke up, announcing that they had finally reached their destination. The carriage eventually came to a halt, arriving in a strange forest bathed in a mysterious light. The young man was surprised to find himself surrounded by a dense forest instead of the village he expected. Just then, Phil's voice rang out from the forest, guiding him further ahead. The girl explained that the village was situated just beyond a thick stretch of forest. They continued their journey on foot, navigating through the dense thicket. She also issued a warning about the snakes, a danger Yuri silently acknowledged. The pair pressed on together, navigating the various natural hurdles of the forest. The man was caught off guard when Phil announced they had finally reached their destination. They soon came across a village nestled high within the trees, a truly impressive sight. Yuri noticed the peculiar architecture of the area, observing that the houses were built directly on top of one another. He noted how the structures appeared to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Hoping for some clarity, the group approached the village mayor to ask about the current state of affairs. Without warning, an unfamiliar figure plummeted from above, their screams filling the air. Yuri and Phil were shaken as several shells suddenly impacted the ground right next to them. They hurried over to the man, who had fallen motionless onto the dusty ground. Elsewhere, the man lashed out at the elderly woman who had just thrown an object at him. This elderly woman was Hilda, a long-standing village resident who was now 102 years old. He was caught off guard by his first encounter with a man who had lived for over a century. Hilda launched another round of chestnuts, successfully driving the uninvited guest away. Yuri was left impressed after the elderly woman effortlessly drove the young man out of the village. She was taken aback to hear a familiar voice calling out from the ground beneath her. Phil called out her name, successfully drawing her grandmother's attention. Hilda then commanded them to rise, informing the group that she would meet them at the summit. She expressed her gratitude to Yuri for looking after her granddaughter. Once inside, Phil and the elderly woman shared a heartfelt moment reflecting on their history together. Despite her lingering reservations, Obaba could sense that the girl had finally matured into a young woman. Skeptical of her grandmother's claims, Phil immediately began inspecting her own body. The elderly woman also correctly sensed Phil's feelings for Yuri, creating a wave of visible awkwardness. Right then, the girl stood up to dismiss the suspicions and speak in the young man's defense. Despite her confusion, she still recognized the genuine care and kindness he was showing her. Obama burst into laughter, leaving Phil visibly mortified by the situation. Familiar with her granddaughter's temperament, the elderly woman could tell that the situation was grave. The elder acknowledged their arrival, noting that she was already aware of the reason for their visit. She cautioned the group that their current strength simply wouldn't be enough to complete the mission. For their part, Yuri and Phil were left puzzled as to why they were unable to join the battle. Obaba clarified that the ogre god possessed a level of strength far beyond human limits. She recounted the history of the ogre king who had first emerged 30 years ago. He was depicted as a colossal demon, a figure that commanded absolute terror and a profound sense of hopelessness. The villagers assembled before the altar of Kishinsama to perform their ritual of worship. The elder reiterated his warning, making it clear that challenging him was both futile and extremely hazardous. In that moment, the young man realized her true intention was to protect the village by driving away the weak. Abruptly, the old woman called out to her granddaughter, expressing her deep concern for Yuri's life. Fear immediately took hold of her as she heard the threat against her loved one's life. Hilda sipped her drink in silence, reflecting on the conversation from earlier. Phil offered a subtle smile as she prepared to voice her thoughts to the rest of the group. With unwavering confidence, the girl asserted that Yuri's strength far surpassed that of any other warrior. Hilda watched them in silence, carefully masking her inner doubts. Yuri turned his gaze toward the elderly woman, his expression filled with visible shock. Hilda finally admitted that he was truly unlike any other man she had encountered. Flustered by her grandmother's remark, Phil turned a deep shade of red, much to the young man's surprise. Terashina let out a cryptic laugh as she prepared to announce a significant test for Yuri. Hilda promised that if the young man could prove his strength, she would personally conduct his trial. Phil moved through the high canopy with practiced agility, guiding Yuri across the massive branches as they approached the nearby habitat of the little ogres. Earlier, as Hilda saw the group off, she told Phil that if her faith in Yuri was genuine, she would put him to the test, promising to guide him to the demon god's shrine if he succeeded. Hilda outlines Yuri's trial. He must collect 10 horns from the small ogres he defeats before dawn, adding that completing the task alongside Phil will prove his worth. Yuri recalled Phil's remark about the small ogres resembling goblins, but his wandering thoughts were soon interrupted when she called out to lead the way, nimbly leaping through the branches as she guided him forward. Watching her with admiration, Yuri noted that while he had always been aware of her physical prowess, her movements had become remarkably more refined since they last performed together. Yuri's attention shifted as he asked Phil if she recognized the stranger trailing them from a distance, while carefully keeping them in his sights. The boy was revealed to be Sam Arnett, a 12-year-old lichen who glared at Yuri with clear annoyance, prompting Phil to explain to her friend that he was actually her younger brother. After examining the man's features, Yuri tells Phil that she sees no resemblance between them, awkwardly looking away as she agrees, while Phil notes that their village is unique in its own right. Phil explains that their village is where children from across the city who lack families are typically brought, though Yuri struggles to grasp the meaning behind her words. Phil shared that she and Sam were abandoned in the woods as children, only to be discovered and raised by Hilda. Phil mentioned that Hilda raised them with the same strictness as the other children, suggesting this is likely why her current actions cause such a sense of unease. Phil shares with Yuri that he's experienced something similar, but his tone shifts as he aggressively calls one of them a sleepyhead, leaving a confused Yuri to ask Sam if he was really being addressed that way. Sam bluntly remarks that the name suits Yuri perfectly due to his constant drowsy expression, leaving Yuri to wonder if he truly looks that tired. Sam's temper flared as he confronted Yuri, shouting that regardless of how he had managed to win Phil over, Sam would never truly acknowledge him. He boastfully claims that Obaba personally tasked him with evaluating Yuri's potential, causing an incensed Phil to demand he stop insulting her friend. Turning to Yuri, she apologized for her brother's behavior and urged him to ignore Sam's comments, though Yuri didn't seem to take any offense. His anger boils over as he grits his teeth in disbelief, pointing at Yuri and questioning Phil on why she would bother protecting someone like him. Choosing to distance herself from Sam, Phil shyly took Yuri's hand and urged him to keep moving toward their goal, leaving Sam fuming as he watched them walk away together. Losing his temper with both of them, Sam shouted at Phil to keep his hands off Yuri and ordered him to back away immediately. While Phil led Yuri away, she noticed something was wrong, but Yuri had already realized they were surrounded. Looking up, he spotted several small E-rank ogres perched high in the branches. Sam settled comfortably onto a branch, wearing a smug expression as he voiced his curiosity about how the city guy would fare against the small ogres. A small boulder suddenly hurtles from the foliage toward Sam, and though he lacks the time to react, the stone stops dead in its tracks just inches from his face. Yuri parried the stone with his blade, earning a look of surprised resentment from Sam as the small ogres began to close in, tightening their circle around the group. Yuri suggests they fight back to back, and with Phil's agreement, the two work in tandem to eliminate every ogre that ambushes them. The two fought in silent synchronization, alternating sides as a stunned Sam watched on, and once the ogres were defeated and Phil and Yuri set down their weapons, Sam remarked that they must be making fun of him. Yuri turns to Sam to gauge his reaction, but when Sam expresses confusion, Yuri clarifies by asking if his opinion of him has shifted after what he witnessed. Sam simply snorted, confidently asserting that defeating ordinary small ogres was nothing to be surprised about. Wearing a smug expression, Sam claimed that even an ordinary villager could accomplish the task, completely unaware that someone was closing in on him from behind. Phil and Yuri stare in terror at something lurking behind Sam, urgently signaling for him to turn around. As he looks back, a massive shadow looms over him, revealing a gargantuan, unknown monster that leaves him paralyzed with fear. Turning around, Sam looked up to find a massive C-rank ogre looming over him, its light hair and human-like features giving it an unsettling appearance. Overwhelmed by terror, Sam stands frozen and trembling, unable to even let out a cry as the ogre suddenly raises its left leg to deliver a powerful blow. Just before the ogre's strike could connect, Yuri intervened, scooping Sam into his arms and leaping back to a safe distance. Cradling Sam, Yuri instructs Phil to take his brother to safety, and after a moment's hesitation, she reaches out to accept the boy. Yuri suddenly noticed the monster making strained sounds that vaguely resembled human speech. Able to comprehend the language of monsters, Yuri understood that the creature was threatening to tear him apart, just as two horns suddenly sprouted from his head and began to grow rapidly. As Yuri studied the ogre, the monster's voice felt strangely familiar, making him wonder how it knew his identity. When the creature spoke his name once more, the truth finally dawned on him. As Yuri studied the ogre's face, he realized that despite its heavily distorted and nearly unrecognizable appearance, its features and hair color bore a striking resemblance to Anja. Raising his hand, the ogre lunged toward Yuri, who managed to stay out of reach by flying backward, only for the beast to suddenly snatch up the body of a fallen smaller ogre with his left hand. The monster crushed the small ogre with overwhelming force, causing blood to seep from its mangled body. As the ogre's hand swung wildly in front of Yuri, blood splattered across his face. Instantly drenched in the monster's blood, Yuri struggled to shield his face and keep his eyes open against the spray, while a concerned Phil called out to him. The ogre swung a powerful blow at his opponent, while Yuri found himself completely blinded by the blood streaming into his eyes. Yuri recalled that by sharpening his senses, he could use magic and shifting air currents to track an opponent's position and anticipate their strikes without needing visual confirmation. Yuri narrowly evaded the ogre's strike at the last second, drawing his blade as he leaped into the air to dodge yet another incoming blow. Following through with a sharp swing of his blade, he opened a massive wound across the ogre's body, causing it to bleed profusely. Moments later, the monster erupts in screams of agony, while Yuri looks down to find himself once again drenched in the creature's blood. Moments later, the ogre's massive frame collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. As Yuri sheathes his dagger, Phil rushes over to offer his enthusiastic praise for a job well done. Yuri finally returned to his normal size, carefully wiping a trace of blood from his face. Still reeling from the shock of the situation, Sam could only manage a faint yelp. Yuri tried to reach out and reassure him that the danger had passed, but Sam quickly recoiled, hiding behind Phil and hissing in response. Yuri stared at Sam in bewilderment as the nervous boy fearfully asked why he was sleeping while walking, questioning if every adventurer in the capital was truly that lazy. Yuri informed Sam that he held the lowest possible rank of F, warning him that the challenges in the capital would be far more formidable. Stunned by the news, Sam immediately suggests heading to the capital, but the group is so distracted by their conversation that they fail to notice the monster has recovered until it slams heavily onto the ground. Behind Yuri, the ogre hauled itself back to its feet, its massive wound still bleeding profusely. It stood with its head hung low for a moment before letting out a guttural roar, blood streaming from its open jaws. Terrified once again, Sam let out a sharp cry while Yuri braced for the monster's next move. However, the beast suddenly slumped to its knees, growling powerlessly in what seemed to be a mix of intense pain and lingering rage. The ogre let out a series of bizarre noises before collapsing face first once again. Phil looked to Yuri for an explanation, but he could only admit that he was just as confused. Suddenly, the ogre's body began to writhe and distort into a disproportionate shape, emitting unsettling noises even as he continued to hurl insults at Yuri. Suddenly, white smoke enveloped the monster, and as it began to clear, it revealed that the ogre had shrunken to half its original size, causing it to roar in agony once more. As the dense white smoke gradually clears, the ogre's more human-like features are revealed, confirming Yuri's realization that the monster is indeed Ange's. He managed to stand and began to approach Yuri with great effort, causing Phil and Sam to retreat in fear. Angus, his face bloodied and weary, looked at Yuri and called his name while reaching out a hand. Yuri remains rooted to the spot, watching as Ange looks up in terror before finally collapsing, unaware that a mysterious figure is observing the entire scene from above. Killy stood atop one of the branches, a confident smirk on her face as she noted that she had finally crossed paths with Yuri. With the mission complete, Phil and Yuri returned to Hilda's hut, where she was stunned to find her table covered in ogre horns. In disbelief, she asked Yuri just how many demons he had managed to take down in a single night. After noticing a horn of a peculiar size, she pointed out that it clearly belonged to a massive demon rather than a common imp. Sam explained to Hilda that Yuri possessed incredible power, noting that the two were quite similar, especially since Yuri had managed to defeat a demon with a single strike. Sam enthusiastically recounts how Yuri saved his life, expressing his deep gratitude, while a silent Hilda simply lowers her gaze in thought. Remarking that she expected nothing less from Phil's choice, she offered the two adventurers a place to stay for the night, which Phil gratefully accepted. Hilda offers a smile, promising to lead them to the chapel of the evil god at daybreak. While Phil celebrates their success with Yuri, Yuri notices that Hilda's attention is lingering thoughtfully on the great demon's horn. As night fell and the others retired to their rooms, Phil and Yuri stayed behind at Hilda's house, where Yuri ended up positioned over Phil as he held her hands firmly despite her trembling and attempts to break free. Frustrated, she lashes out at him with an insult and a kick to the groin, while a weary Yuri realizes with irritation that this is already the 8th time it's happened tonight. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, Hilda arranged for them to share a single bedroom, providing only one bed for the both of them. While Yuri didn't mind sharing a bed with Phil, he struggled to get any rest because she spent the hour after falling asleep tossing and turning, constantly waking him up. Springing from his bed, he stepped out of the small house and made his way across the bridges linking the buildings, taking a moment to admire the village's enduring beauty. Gazing at the small houses bathed in the moonlight, Yuri suddenly heard the faint sound of unrecognizable chanting, as if someone were reciting spells or prayers in the silence. Inside one of the homes, two lit torches stood on either side of a large stone, while Hilda moved energetically through the room, waving an object as she called upon the gnome spirit, the avatar of the gods, to protect the lives of his children. The room contained a shelf lined with statues of various figures, and just as Yuri walked in, he found Hilda dancing and jumping around while loudly reciting prayers. Yuri watched in complete confusion as Hilda sat down by the stone to catch her breath, only for her to turn sharply and angrily ask if he had a habit of spying on women. Hilda turned to question his late-night stroll through the village, and after he admitted he couldn't sleep, Yuri's attention was drawn to the collection of figurines on the shelf. He suggests the figures represent her children, but Hilda clarifies they are her family, noting that some were foolish enough to die before her. Gently lifting one of the statues, Hilda revealed to Yuri that it was actually her son, a man once celebrated as a hero in their village and a high-level A-rank adventurer in the city guild. Finding the situation hard to believe, Yuri asked Hilda about her son's whereabouts, only for her to mournfully reveal that he had been killed long ago by the ancient demons residing within the spillage. Hilda shared that her son had left to fight demons 50 years ago and never returned, leading Yuri to realize she had raised Phil and Sam to cope with the void left by his disappearance. Hilda explains to Yuri that the loss of her son is why she prays to the gods for her family's safety during war, though she admits this devotion likely seems foreign to the younger generation. Yuri denies the claim, but his attention is quickly diverted when he spots a small S-rank gnome in the room, prompting him to point out the creature to Hilda. Following his remark, the gnome immediately retreated behind a statue, leaving Yuri puzzled and Hilda stunned as she questioned if he could truly see the spirits. Yuri asks if only a select few can see the dwarves, and Hilda confirms this, explaining that while she's heard only the most rigorously trained adventurers can perceive them, she has never personally seen one. She reassures Yuri of his potential to defeat the evil gods before asking him what the demons said upon their arrival. Though slightly puzzled, Yuri realizes he was actually able to understand her. When morning arrived, Hilda saw Yuri and Phil off, pointing toward a bridge and explaining that following the path would lead them straight to the temple. She mentioned that offerings and sake were already prepared, having carefully packed the bottles and her other essentials into a large bag. Phil soon rejoined the group in traditional attire, sporting a layered floor-length skirt and various hair accessories, before asking Yuri for his thoughts on her appearance. Hilda tells Yuri and Phil that ogres are very fond of young girls, so the many decorations on Phil's clothes can be used as an offering. Yuri complimented Phil on her new outfit, much to her delight, before picking up the bag of offerings and announcing it was time to head out. Yuri and Phil arrived at the temple together, noting that the entire complex appeared weathered and neglected. At the entrance, 2 fires burned steadily on either side of the main building. Yuri set down his bag of offerings, confirming they had reached their destination, while Phil immediately began arranging the items and sake onto the offering table. Standing back with a proud smile, she admired her completed work, though Yuri couldn't help but worry about her safety. When he asked if she was truly out of danger, Phil simply reassured him that everything was under control. With a confident smile, she reassured Yuri that she could easily outrun the monster if it happened to spot her. Yuri remains unconvinced, so Phil attempts to reassure him by explaining that the villagers actually worship the creature as a god, leaving Yuri to marvel at her sheer boldness. As the lights near the temple continued to burn, Phil settled onto a small cushion before the offering table while Yuri stood behind her, keeping a steady watch on the entrance. An hour had already passed with no sign of the ogre approaching, while Yuri smiled at Phil, privately wondering if her exhaustion was simply due to a lack of sleep the night before. Phil sat with her head bowed, snoring peacefully, but Yuri's smile quickly faded as he sensed an approaching presence. Looking toward the temple entrance, he saw a massive ogre slowly emerging from the shadows of the dense forest. Yuri stared at the creature in shock as the ogre approached the temple entrance to tower over the offerings. Clad in several pieces of armor and sporting 2 massive horns, The beast stood tall while firmly gripping a heavy club. Gazing down at the temple and the two individuals near the offerings, the ogre tightened his hold on his massive club and swung it with devastating force. Yuri's eyes widened in a flash of terror just before the ogre swung his heavy club with crushing force, striking him directly in the temple. The sheer force of the impact lifted the entire temple grounds into the air, causing the fragile structures and the main entrance to shatter instantly. The offerings on the table were sent flying in every direction as the impact kicked up a massive plume of smoke, visible from nearly every corner of the forest. Waking up just in time, Yuri and Phil successfully evaded the strike by leaping a significant distance onto a high tree branch. Phil panics, frantically warning Yuri that the monster has already arrived. In contrast to Phil's fear, Yuri remains composed and focused on the threat ahead. The creature is revealed to be an A-rank ogre lord, which lets out a deafening roar. As the smoke from the impact clears, the ogre remains perfectly still while Yuri calmly waits for its next move. Suddenly, the beast pivots, locking its gaze directly onto him. As the enemy lunged forward with another swing of his club, Yuri quickly managed to release Lime and ordered him to head toward Phil. The ogre slammed his weapon into the branch where Yuri and Phil stood, but the wood snapped under the force, sending the blow into the dirt, while Yuri managed to block the massive club with his slender blade. Phil remained perched on Lime as he clung to the tree trunk, and as she fearfully checked on Yuri's well-being, he responded by mentally commanding Lime to take her to a safer location. Lime obeys the command instantly, leaping off 2 tables to scale the tree trunks with impressive speed. Phil squeals in surprise at the sudden movement, fearfully reaching back toward Yuri in hopes of returning to help him. Avoiding her gaze, he simply pointed upward to signal he would be fine, while Yuri stood before a massive creature, staring up at its overwhelming size. Yuri frowned as he realized he was now alone with the ogre lord, and seeing the creature up close, he finally grasped just how powerful his opponent truly was. Realizing the monster had no more tricks left to play, Yuri felt no fear. Instead, he felt a surge of strength and tightened his grip on his sword. The ogre lord leaned forward to unleash a powerful roar, but Yuri simply met the creature's fury with a cold and unwavering gaze. The ogre launched another strike, but Yuri managed to parry the heavy club with the thin edge of his blade. Seizing the opening, Yuri executed a nimble leap, using the ogre's leg as a springboard to get behind it. Yuri's focused expression instantly shifted to shock as he turned to see an ogre's club hurtling toward him at high speed. Unable to dodge in time, Yuri shielded his head to brace for the impact, which sent him hurtling backward with enough force to snap a thick tree trunk. Regardless, Yuri quickly closed the distance once more, swinging his blade with enough force to sever the ogre's left arm and send it tumbling to the ground. As Yuri landed, he noticed something strange about the ogre. Despite the heavy blood loss from its wound, the injured area suddenly began to emit a mysterious glow. The ogre's regenerative abilities took hold, causing a new arm to rapidly sprout from the site of the wound. Suddenly, Yuri was halted by the ogre's voice, which claimed to have finally found the unbending, leaving him to stare back in complete confusion. Grasping his newly healed arm, the ogre turned to Yuri and suddenly asked the boy to finish him off, admitting that he simply couldn't bear the thought of being hurt anymore. Yuri stared at the ogre in disbelief, struck by a sudden realization upon hearing its voice as the creature once again desperately pleaded for him to take action. Suddenly, a mysterious man wearing a dark glove snaps his fingers, causing the ogre to fall silent as his eyes widen. Abruptly clutching his head, the ogre let out a pained scream that left Yuri momentarily confused. However, after taking a closer look, he realized the magic responsible for this reaction was actually familiar to him. Yuri recalled a voice expressing interest in his current appearance for the sake of entertainment, leading him to realize that this magic felt identical to the individual who had controlled the dragon skeleton. Yuri immediately used his analysis skill to investigate the ogre lord's condition, discovering that the creature's agonizing screams were the result of external mind control. As Yuri observed him, the ogre clutched his head with one hand while swatting at the air with his right, as if trying to brush something away. His eyes burned with rage as he desperately pleaded for Yuri's help again, frustrated by the man's unyielding nature. The ogre resumed his aggressive assault, but Yuri continued to skillfully evade every strike as the monster boasted about the many lives he had taken, claiming his victims included far more than just warriors and adventurers. He recounted his atrocities to Yuri, detailing how he had laid waste to entire villages and ruthlessly taken the lives of young girls. Stating that he no longer wishes to take lives, the monster pleaded for the unyielding one to end his existence, his eyes welling with tears of pain and bitterness. Yuri's expression clouded over at those words, and he abruptly stopped dodging the ogre's strikes. Instead, he vaulted into the air and drew his sword, decapitating the beast with a single decisive swing. Shortly after, an unfamiliar voice thanked Yuri for his assistance, yet he recognized the speaker immediately. The ogre's decapitated body slumped to the earth, blood pooling from the fresh wound and staining the ground below. Yuri appeared somber and remained speechless, realizing that even though he had fulfilled the ogre's request, the outcome felt far from rewarding. Suddenly, the faint sound of a woman's laughter caught Yuri's attention, leading him to find a stranger perched high in the trees who remarked that she expected nothing less from him. The mysterious stranger was revealed to be Kili Potnev, a 206-year-old demoness who stood weightlessly on the tree's fragile branches. Unaware of her true identity, Yuri simply lifted her up. In the blink of an eye, the girl had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a thin branch still trembling from her weight. While Yuri remains preoccupied with her sudden disappearance, Kili silently drops behind him and closes the gap, though he manages to detect her presence at the very last second. Kili attempts to drive her dagger into him, but he manages to intercept the strike with the blade of his sword. Smirking as she acknowledged Yuri's quick reflexes, Kili leaped back and noted how much more interesting things had become, giggling as she identified him as the one who defeated her brother. Yuri noticed a striking similarity between her own abilities and those of the demon he had previously defeated, suggesting they might share a common origin. Throwing up her hands in disbelief, Kili questions how Yuri can be so powerful despite being an ordinary human. But as she extends her hand and snaps her fingers, she notes that they are finally about to find out. The earth surrounding Yuri began to churn as dark smoke seeped from the cracks, followed shortly by human hands breaking through the surface. Soon, several creatures began to struggle as they clawed their way out from beneath the ground. Upon closer inspection, Yuri realized the creatures were actually deranged zombie ogres. Kili finally introduced herself, explaining that her power allows her to create others in her own image. Yuri frowned at the news and tightened his grip on his sword once more. Kili explained that her ability allows her to create others like herself by using living humans as the source, and as she looked toward the bloodied bodies hanging nearby, she revealed that his mother was among them. Stunned, Yuri watches the scene unfold as he recalls his earlier confusion regarding the monster's human voice, realizing that if the ogre truly was Angus, then everything finally makes sense. Kili sauntered over while feigning grief, noting that the ogre lord had been her favorite. Leaning over his head, she mentioned that a nearby village once hailed him as a hero. Yuri recalled Hilda making a similar comment about her own son, while Kili idly swung her leg and explained how she had used the ogre as a makeshift carriage. Kili then delivered a powerful kick to the ogre's head, launching it dozens of meters away, where it slammed into a rock and began to bleed even more heavily. Kili then broke into a wide grin and began laughing aloud, asking Yuri if he could hear the furious cries of the zombie ogres while excitedly noting their immense rage. As the zombie ogres began their advance, Yuri listened to their furious screams, which were filled with a deep hatred and a demand that he finally pay for his past slaughters. Yuri soon realizes that these zombies are actually the imps he defeated the previous day, but his train of thought is interrupted when Angus calls out to him, clearly attempting to deliver a message. In a moment of distraction, the surrounding zombies lunged at Yuri and pinned him down, their low growls echoing with visceral hatred. Yuri paused briefly before frowning and ordering silence, immediately followed by a powerful surge that sent the surrounding zombie ogres flying in total disarray. Tightening his grip, Yuri unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, cutting into the zombie ogres before their bodies could even hit the ground. Riddled with severe wounds, the zombies' bodies eventually disintegrated and collapsed to the ground. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed his blade, but the moment of peace was shattered by a furious roar from behind. Kili glared at him with pure hatred, accusing him of being the sole person responsible for the massacre. Kili's voice was laced with genuine hatred as she branded Yuri a murderer, leaving him staring back in total confusion. Raising her hand high, she declared that he must finally answer for his crimes. Declaring her intent to act as his judge, a long, dark spear suddenly materialized above her. This was the S-ring Spear of Justice, a weapon whose power scales according to the target's level of guilt. Killy seized the spear and launched it toward Yuri, shouting that the weapon contained her full power and would surely end his life. The spear hurtled toward Yuri in a tight spin, and despite its incredible speed, he managed to evade the strike. His instincts proved correct, as he successfully evaded the incoming projectile, but he was caught off guard when the spear suddenly pivoted mid-air to strike at him from behind. Noticing the spear hurtling toward him, Yuri reacted quickly and caught the tip just before impact, though the weapon's sheer momentum still threw him back against a tree trunk. As the spear spun with violent speed, Yuri's hands began to bleed profusely from the friction. Killy laughed maniacally at his struggle, mocking him with the claim that dodging or defending against her magic was entirely useless. She gleefully asks Yuri if he's in pain, warning him that this is only the start, while Yuri responds by activating more spells to amplify his power. His legs surged with power as he stood up with newfound confidence, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Despite the agonizing pain, he seized the spear with all his might, forcing its rotation to a complete halt. Killy watches in disbelief as Yuri tightens his grip and crosses his arms, shattering the spear like glass and leaving her increasingly on edge. A notification sound alerted Yuri that he had just acquired a new skill, granting him the highest level of curse magic. Yuri questioned Killy about the reason for his punishment, and as she struggled to understand his meaning, he met her with an indifferent look and asked why she believed murder was evil. Caught off guard and visibly anxious, Killy argued that killing is inherently wrong since their instincts forbid them from harming their own kind, warning Yuri that he wouldn't be able to eliminate them so easily. Yuri agreed that senseless killing is wrong, but he explained that the demons he destroyed had already lost their dignity, and the ogre lord himself had actually yearned for death. As panic and rage took hold, Killy clutched her head, realizing that Yuri could actually understand the language of demons. He hadn't just defeated her brother and the ogre. He had stripped her of her greatest weapon by shattering the Spear of Justice. Glaring at Yuri with pure resentment, Killy voices her hatred and warns that he is about to see her true nature just as her body begins to warp into a demonic form. Yuri watched as Killy vanished once more, only to leap high into the air for a strike that he managed to spot just in time. Killy's strike slams into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave that shatters the earth into boulders. As a small magic circle glows beneath his palm, Yuri narrowly manages to dodge the impact at the last second. As the magic circle began to glow, Killy unleashed a mid-level curse called Darkness Shore, instantly flooding the surrounding area with surging waves of black water. Yuri lowered himself to the ground and cautiously withdrew his leg from the pool, staring at the opaque black water in bewilderment as he questioned its nature and potential danger. Redirecting his attention, Yuri watches as Killy charges toward him with impressive speed, closing the gap to launch another strike. Recognizing that Killy isn't too fast for him to evade, Yuri prepares to dodge, only to realize he is unable to jump because his foot has become trapped in the dark water. Killy delivers a powerful blow that sends ripples through the surrounding water, only to find Yuri catching her fist. She simply notes that she knew he'd be capable of blocking it. Withdrawing her hand, she leaped back from Yuri and smugly pointed out his obvious shock at being unable to move his body as he intended. Killy smirks as she explains that while her dark shore doesn't hinder those on foot, a restriction spell completely prevents her victim from jumping or taking flight. She explained that while his extraordinary magic, swordsmanship, and physical attributes far exceeded normal limits, these gifts didn't change the fact that he was still fundamentally human. Killy explained that he lost his balance the moment she restricted his movements, then pointed to the magic circle on his hand and questioned what would happen if she constrained him even further. Following his declaration, Killy activated a mid-level curse called Darkness Fog, causing a heavy, unnatural mist to instantly blanket the entire area. Surveying his surroundings, Yuri recognized the curse as the same one used by the goblin shaman, though the fog's density and sheer volume were now on an entirely different level. Yuri attempted to shield his face from the thick smoke, realizing the danger of his poor visibility, just as the distinct sound of splashing water began closing in on him. Sensing the flag's approach, Yuri instinctively gripped his sword hilt, but Killy moved with incredible speed to appear behind him, mocking his weakness before landing a strike. Unable to evade the strike, Yuri was sent tumbling to the side. However, as he regained his footing, he realized that the ogre's attacks had been surprisingly predictable, even when he was fighting blind. Surrounded by an absolute void, Yuri is haunted by Killy's mocking laughter as she taunts his helplessness, declaring that he is destined to perish within the darkness. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuri suddenly spread his arms, utilizing the reflection to emit a radiant light that forced the surrounding dark water to recede in waves. Scanning his surroundings, Yuri realizes Killy has disappeared again, only to look up and find her targeting him with a magic circle while challenging him to evade her high-level curse magic. Killy unleashed hellfire, directing a powerful torrent of flames from the magic circle toward Yuri while screaming for him to burn. A moment later, she noticed a magic circle manifesting before Yuri's outstretched hand, expanding rapidly as he channeled a high-level fire spell. A powerful blast of fire soon erupts from the magic circle to counter the hellish flames, prompting a sinister laugh from Killy as she recognizes it as the same force that killed her brother. She was about to claim victory with her dark flames, but Yuri's fire suddenly surged in intensity, aggressively consuming her hellish streams. Killy was instantly consumed by rage and disbelief at the sight before him. A moment later, Yuri's flames surged upward, overwhelming the hellish fire and erupting into a massive firestorm that caught Killy in its wake. Collapsing in agony, she slumped to the ground in total exhaustion, her body covered in bruises and severe burns. As she struggled to catch her breath, she voiced her disbelief, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled so far out of control. Moments later, Yuri began closing the distance, and as Killy looked up, she was met with a chillingly vacant stare. Overwhelmed by fear, she instinctively recoiled and scrambled backward, desperate to get away from him. Gazing down at her, Yuri affirms that she is indeed human as he recalls Hilda's story of her son being killed by a local demon ogre, as well as the creature's own desperate plea to be destroyed. After unleashing the highest tier of curse magic, Yuri summoned the Spear of Justice into his hand, leaving Kylie paralyzed with fear as she realized it was a far more powerful version of her own weapon. Scrambling to her feet, Killy attempted to flee while desperately pleading for her life, but Yuri ignored her cries and hurled a spear straight at her. The spear then pierces Kelly's body, causing her to dissolve from the point of impact as she protests that this shouldn't be possible for someone of her double-digit level. She struggled to voice her final words as her body rapidly dissolved, leaving behind nothing but a heap of dark dust. After successfully completing their mission, Phil and Yuri returned to the village, where they were met by the townspeople, Sam and Hilda, who smiled as she informed Phil that she had brought a real man with her. Hilda admitted to Phil that she was shocked by her own success, never truly believing the queen could be defeated, a revelation that left Phil completely stunned. Phil offers an awkward smile and agrees, while Hilda decides not to mention how she had simply slept through the wait for the ogre and stayed in safety while Yuri handled everything. Turning to Yuri, Hilda bowed her head and earnestly asked him to watch over Phil for the years ahead, a request that stunned the villagers and left Phil blushing intensely. Though Yuri doesn't fully grasp her meaning, he agrees to her request anyway, leaving Hilda satisfied while Phil and Sam look on in surprise. A flustered Phil frantically waves her arms and tells Yuri to stop, much to his confusion, while the laughing villagers congratulate her on finally finding a potential partner. In an instant, Sam fled the scene in tears, leaving Yuri with a final request to ensure Phil's happiness. Feeling increasingly flustered, Phil nervously tells Yuri that he shouldn't make such decisions for her, leading him to ask if she even wants to be his friend. Clutching his head in frustration, Phil desperately tried to clarify the misunderstanding, after which Yuri approached Hilda to speak with her. Taking advantage of the other's distraction, Yuri reminded Hilda of the request she made that night, that he be the one to deliver her final words to the Kishin-sama when the time finally came. Phil overheard their exchange and turned toward them. After a brief moment of silence, Yuri finally thanked Hilda, leaving her completely stunned. Surprised, she asks Yuri for confirmation, and he admits to being able to understand monsters. After a brief pause, Hilda accepts his explanation. She kept repeating the action until tears finally spilled over, her body trembling slightly as a gentle smile formed on her face. Yuri watched her in silence, his expression heavy with sadness as he recognized the weight of his lie. While the Ogre King's final words were indeed a message of gratitude, Yuri knew they hadn't actually been intended for Hilda. Observing Hilda's tears, Yuri decided that revealing the full extent of the incident would be far too cruel. Recognizing Hilda's deep concern for her child, he couldn't bring himself to reveal the truth about her son's violent raids, though it was clear the boy had only spared Moilan because of his lingering memories. The villagers then approached Yuri and Phil, who was caught off guard by their respectful manner. Together with Hilda, the entire group bowed deeply to offer the heroes their sincere thanks. Yuri and Phil smiled at the sight, and as they began to depart, Phil continued waving farewell to all the villagers. During their journey, Phil turns to Yuri and points out with a smile that he lied about the ogre thanking Hilda, making Yuri realize she had seen right through him. Confirming her suspicions, Phil admits to his previous deception and asks if she believes he should have just told Hilda the truth from the start. Phil voices his disagreement, but she simply leans toward Yuri with a smile, explaining that she appreciates a well-crafted lie and believes there's a clear distinction between those that are good and those that are bad. Yuri paused as the weight of those words settled in, realizing that lies could indeed be a force for good depending on how they were used. Turning back, Phil questioned Yuri's sudden hesitation and urged him to pick up the pace, prompting Yuri to follow his smiling friend once again. As bubbles rush toward the surface, Yuri wearily opens his eyes, feeling weightless as his body slowly drifts deeper into the depths. Scanning his surroundings, Yuri notices fish and seaweed drifting through the ruins of an abandoned underwater structure, his expression filled with confusion. Peering down, Yuri spots a small platform connected by steps and carefully makes his way onto it. Scanning his surroundings, he was certain he'd fallen asleep in his own bedroom and couldn't fathom how he'd suddenly ended up submerged underwater. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called out Yuri's name, prompting him to turn around and find a girl standing just a short distance away. Grateful that he had finally awakened, she offered a silent prayer of thanks, while Yuri's eyes widened as he gazed at her. Submerged in the calm ocean water, she looked like an angel with her hair and clothes drifting gracefully around her. Yuri studies the stranger as she smiles softly at him, struck by a lingering sense of familiarity that makes him wonder if they've met before. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to recall a single memory. Clasping her hands as if in prayer, the girl explained that she had exhausted the last of her power to speak directly to his heart. She urges Yuri to head for the water capital of Luminaria immediately, just as her body begins to dissolve into shimmering fragments of light. Before fading away, she warns him that their world will face destruction if he fails to act. Her body then dissolves completely, leaving nothing but air bubbles in her wake. Yuri reflects on her claim that the world would cease to exist, but before he can grasp its meaning, he suddenly finds himself struggling for air. Doubling over, Yuri clamped his mouth shut to conserve his remaining oxygen, but as the crushing weight of suffocation took hold, he finally gave in, exhaling his last breath to gasp for air. As the world around him fades to black, he loses consciousness, only to wake up and find Lime sitting directly on the sleeping Yuri's face. Bolting upright, he wiped his face and gasped for air until his breathing finally steadied. Looking around, Yuri realized he was safely back in his room and that everything he had just experienced was merely a dream. Yuri sat on the edge of the bed, reflecting on how remarkably vivid the dream had felt. He then turned to Lime and grabbed him firmly, sternly demanding to know if he was responsible for what happened, though Lime only reacted with complete confusion. Hearing the familiar sound of a skill notification, Yuri realizes he has just acquired an advanced level of non-elemental magic. Upon seeing this, Yuri realized that merely interacting with Lime allowed him to automatically acquire non-elemental magic. Following their conversation, he suggests they go on an adventure for the day, which Lime excitedly accepts. Once their preparations are complete, the two make their way to the Adventurers Guild. As Yuri approached the large notice board, he overheard a group of adventurers discussing one of the posted tasks. He brushed off the suggestion to take the mission, maintaining that a simple vagabond like himself wasn't cut out for working with the knights. Yuri noticed an announcement for a classified expedition to Luminaria's water capital, a non-repeatable quest that promised 3 million gil for completing a top-secret objective. At the mention of Luminaria, Yuri realized the name sounded familiar, recalling that the woman from his dreams had urged him to travel to its capital. A familiar voice suddenly calls out to Yuri, who turns to find 16-year-old Riche Glanes waving at him with a smile. She mentions that it's been quite a while since they last met, a sentiment that both Yuri and Lime readily agree with. While checking the board, Riche noticed a quest in Luminaria and invited Yuri to join her. He accepted, realizing it was time for him to start being more active. Riche informs Yuri that he is scheduled for a nightly test, but he fails to understand why she has such an ominous feeling about the situation. Riche turned to Yuri with a smile, asking if she could join his quest, and he warmly welcomed her, expressing how glad they were to have her along. Stepping out of the Adventurers Guild, Yuri realized that having Riche along would put him at ease, as her extensive knowledge could bridge the gaps in his own understanding. Riche softly mentions the knights, but her expression soon grows somber as she pauses, admitting that thoughts of them always pull her back into the past. Yuri asked Riche to clarify what she'd said, but she quickly dismissed it, claiming she was just talking to herself about something unimportant. Upon departing the Adventurers Guild, Riche led Yuri back to the weapon shop where they had first encountered one another. Riche swung the door open and called out for Hugo with a wide smile, checking to see if he was in. Hugo Mantle, a 53-year-old dwarf and master of weapons, turned his attention toward the customers as they entered. Noticing Riche, he dismisses her with a snort and returns to his weapon case, mentioning that the item he promised is waiting on the shelf. Riche grinned with excitement as he followed Hugo's gaze, spotting a sleek, dark sword featuring a slender blade and an ornately decorated hilt and sheath. Riche picked up the B-rank ruby rapier, a blade forged from a rare, corrosion-resistant metal, and expressed her delight that the weapon she'd been waiting for was finally complete. When Yuri inquires about the sword, she eagerly leans in with an inspired look, expressing her delight that he asked and leaving him a bit taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. Riche explains that the sword is forged from ruby ore, a remarkably rare material found exclusively within the southern mines. Riche reveals that she obtained a rare material during a previous quest, prompting her to have Hugo forge this specific sword. Since the material naturally radiates heat, it remains warm even during the coldest winter days. Feeling slightly unsettled by the emotional weight of the description, Yuri offered an awkward smile and simply noted that he understood. He never imagined that the typically composed Riche could show such intense passion for a sword. Riche beams with excitement as she explains how much she wanted to show off her improved swordsmanship, confident that her new blade makes her a far more capable fighter than before. Hugo studied the companion and suddenly recognized him, asking Yuri if he was the F-rank adventurer who had recently come to him to purchase a sword. Hugo inquires about the performance of the sword he crafted, prompting Yuri to smile and express his gratitude, confirming that the blade is exceptional and in constant use. Yuri expresses his complete satisfaction with the weapon, prompting Hugo to respond with a proud and boisterous laugh. He explained that he forged the weapon himself, noting that his blades are famous for their durability and never chip even after years of use. Since it was crafted from the finest iron ore, the sword possesses a significantly higher level than standard equipment. Following his request, Hugo reaches out to inspect the weapon, and Yuri complies by drawing the blade from its sheath. Upon examining the weapon, Hugo was surprised to find the blade in a state of decay, dull, weathered, and uneven, with dark patches spreading across its surface. Hugo seized the weapon, his expression full of dread as he frantically asked what it was, leaving Yuri completely bewildered by his intense reaction. Hugo then began shouting about how the blade was utterly ruined, questioning Yuri on what he could have done to leave it in such a damaged state. Scratching his head sheepishly, Yuri offered a guilty apology for ruining the sword, but Hugo was left in disbelief when he learned the blade had broken during routine use. Hugo carefully inspected the damaged blade, noting that its current condition prevented him from tapping into even 30% of its true power, and asked a surprised Yuri if he hadn't noticed anything unusual while wielding it. Yuri noted that while the sword was flawed, it managed to maintain its keen edge through enchantment magic, a revelation that left Hugo completely stunned. Hugo closed his eyes and let out a brief sigh, acknowledging his actions, but he quickly followed up by confidently assuring Yuri that he would resolve the situation. Hugo confidently claimed he could restore and upgrade the sword to its former glory in just 30 minutes, inviting Yuri and Rico to join him for tea while he worked. Yuri offered a sheepish apology for the trouble he'd caused, and while Rico seemed thrilled to be having tea with him, Hugo simply laughed and told the young man not to give it a second thought. With a playful wink, he reminded Yuri to settle the payment for his work later, earning a smile in return. A diverse crowd of knights and adventurers had already assembled at the designated meeting point for the quest. One adventurer nervously admitted this was his first quest for the knights, but his companion warned him of the difficulty, recalling his own past failure while vowing to succeed this time. While the warnings about the selection's difficulty were disheartening, another adventurer smiled and pointed out a beautiful girl who also appeared to be joining the trial. Amidst the other participants, a young girl in armor walked with confidence, her light hair styled into twin buns as she scanned the crowd in search of someone. Half an hour later, Hugo finished fully restoring the sword and returned it to the adventurer with an apology, leaving Yuri astonished by the blade's impeccable new state. Hugo explains that the sword's durability and sharpness have been significantly enhanced, and Yuri is stunned to see the blade polished to a mirror-like finish, leading him to warmly thank the craftsman for his work. Hugo smiled and advised Yuri to bring his sword by regularly, noting that proper weapon maintenance is the foundation of being an adventurer, and Yuri promised to return. Armed with their new weapons, Rico and Yuri arrived at the assembly for the knight's top-secret quest, where Yuri noted that the turnout was much larger than he had anticipated. Surveying the other adventurers, Rico informed Yuri that although the mission would be challenging, the compensation was significant, noting that rumors had likely drawn in competitors from neighboring cities. Yuri soon understood why there were so many new faces in the area, just as a specific person caught his attention. He spotted a group of knights nearby clad in full plate armor, led by a blonde youth who appeared to be issuing them orders. Scanning the gathered adventurers, a young girl searched the sea of strangers until her eyes finally landed on Rico. Spotting her target, she began waving enthusiastically while calling out to her as Oni-sama. Rico glanced over and recognized a familiar face, 15-year-old Clarissa Apricot, who greeted him with a sweet smile while clad in her knight armor. Clarissa rushes toward Rico in a burst of excitement and leaps at her, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Clarissa pulled hers into a tight embrace, explaining that she had been searching for her all this time, while a bewildered Rico questioned Clarissa's sudden actions. She admitted that she'd went there specifically to find Rico, but he reacted with frustration, ordering her to stop her behavior and calling her far too clingy. Clarissa gazed at Rico in awe, remarking that she had grown even more beautiful since they last met, before her attention was suddenly drawn to Yuri. The moment she spots the young man, her expression sours into a menacing glare, leaving Yuri baffled by such hostility from a complete stranger. Clarissa then points a finger at him, indignantly demanding that Rico explain who he is. Rico proceeds with the introductions, explaining to Clarissa that Yuri is a helpful adventurer friend, but Clarissa remains silent as her frown only deepens. She stood up and extended a hand to help Rico to her feet, who then introduced her to Yuri as her longtime friend, Clarissa. Rico reveals that she served as a knight before relocating to the city, where she first crossed paths with Clarissa. Yuri nodded in understanding, realizing that Rika's history as a knight explained why she possessed a distinct aura compared to typical adventurers. Clarissa leaned down toward Yuri, sternly noting that he had apparently come to take the exam with Rico. Clarissa explains that the quest is strictly reserved for licensed adventurers. While she doesn't want to doubt his abilities, she still insists on seeing Yuri's credentials. Yuri didn't hesitate to present his license to Clarissa, asking if she required anything else, but she was left completely stunned the moment she saw the document. Clarissa snatched the license from Yuri's hand to inspect it closely, her body trembling with frustration as she confirmed he was only an F rank. Before Rico could offer an explanation, Clarissa began shouting at Yuri, questioning how an F-rank adventurer like him had the nerve to attempt such a difficult test. Rico tries once more to convince her friend that Yuri is powerful despite his F-rank status, but Clarissa refuses to listen, shouting that she will never allow it. In a fit of rage, she threw Yuri's license to the ground, declaring that while he might have deceived Yasama, she would never give him her approval. Clarissa departed immediately after speaking, her demeanor making it clear she was still deeply offended and furious. Sighing wearily, Rico apologized for her friend's impulsive behavior, but Yuri reassured her that it was fine, admitting that his F-rank status made the assumption understandable. Accustomed to the disdain directed at his F-rank status, Yuri barely reacted until a knight stepped forward to address the gathered adventurers. Revealed to be 27-year-old Brian Hawks, he stands before the adventurers and offers a smile, expressing his sincere gratitude for their presence. Following this, he approached the adventurers and asked them to undertake a specific mission. He suggested they begin with formal introductions, noting that the knight's social standing and core values differed significantly from those of the adventurers. Brian attempts to suggest they prepare first, but the adventurers quickly cut him off with frustrated shouts, insisting that no further preparation is necessary. One adventurer lashed out, declaring they were only there for the 3 million reward and refused to cooperate with government lapdogs, a sentiment the rest of the group loudly and cheerfully echoed. The adventurers indignantly questioned why they were expected to cooperate with dogs, but Brian remained silent, simply smiling as he calmly listened to their grievances. Clarissa suddenly steps into the fray, demanding an explanation for the adventurers' blatant disrespect toward the captain as Brian moves to restrain her. Irritated by her presence, the adventurers dismissively questioned her intent while calling her Little One, provoking a furious Clarice to reach for her sword and demand the man repeat what he just said. As the tension reached its peak, Brian hoisted his massive sword and drove the tip into the earth with a resounding thud. The impact sent cracks spiderwebbing through the ground, instantly silencing Clarissa and the gathered adventurers. Brian's expression shifted into a grim smile as he coldly commanded Clarissa to sheath her sword at once. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the adventurers in a commanding voice, declaring that the knights had been entrusted with a top-secret government mission. He explains that since the information is strictly confidential, only the knights' comrades were meant to be informed, leading the bewildered adventurers to question why they were even summoned. Brian explained that this was why he was requiring them to take a preliminary knighthood exam, a prospect that immediately caught Yuri's interest. With a commanding presence, Brianna explains that the adventurers will face a 2-day survival trial, from which only 5 individuals will emerge victorious. Brian concludes by stating that any adventurer dissatisfied with the terms should leave immediately, a remark that catches the group off guard before their surprise quickly shifts to collective anger. One of the adventurers indignantly challenged the captain, questioning if he truly expected them to tolerate the situation as others quickly stepped forward to support him. Several members walked out, making it clear they weren't there to serve him and that knights had no right to look down on adventurers. A group of adventurers joins in, asserting that they won't let the knights order them around even for 3 million, while Brian silently watches them depart. Rico asks Yuri about his intentions, and after a moment's thought, Yuri decides he'll likely take part to satisfy his curiosity. Glancing at Brian, Yuri realized this quest was far more significant than he had anticipated, and he couldn't stop dwelling on the woman's warning regarding the world's destruction. Brian surveyed the remaining adventurers to confirm their participation, instructing them to follow their respective leaders and head toward the eastern forest. Offering a parting smile, he sincerely wished the group the best of luck with their upcoming knighthood exam. Before long, the remaining adventurers and their supervising knights entered the forest to begin the preliminary knighthood examination. Brian described the exam as straightforward, explaining that teams of 2 were required to survive in the forest for 2 days, with each pair taking a different route alongside an assigned knight. Once the exam details were finalized, the participants divided into teams and entered the forest. Yuri and Rico were paired together. As Rico studied the paper in her hands, Yuri turned his attention toward the knight accompanying them. The knight is revealed to be Clarissa, who glares at Yuri with a look of deep frustration. When he asks why she is accompanying them, she offers no response. Lifting her head with an air of superiority, Clarissa dismissed his question as foolish. She refused to use his name, addressing him only as an F rank, while asserting that the knights alone would decide whether he passed the exam. She informed them that she would be monitoring their skills from now on, and as she stood right beside them, Yuri questioned her proximity, only for her to clarify that it was necessary for her observation. A sudden thought occurs to Yuri, leading him to ask Clarissa if she truly intends to stay with them all day, which she confirms. Clarissa continued to eye him with disdain, pointing out that the exam was also meant to gauge their fundamental knowledge as adventurers. Clarissa explained that because she already fully understood Rika's abilities, her top priority would be observing the F rank instead. Pointing directly at Yuri, Clarissa glared at him with frustration, certain that Rico had been manipulated and feeling an urgent need to help her friend come to her senses. Clarissa desperately vows to protect Izama, leaving Rico confused as to why an examiner would say such a thing, while Yuri concludes that it all makes sense given Isama's F-rank status. He realized that in a situation like this, demonstrating his abilities would be far more effective than any verbal explanation. He explained that he hadn't meant to disturb them, but the sudden appearance of monsters forced his hand as Rico and Clarissa realized they were already encircled by a pack of wolves. A pack of D-rank fanged wolves closed in on their victims with vicious growls, but Clarissa only smirked as she watched the scene unfold. With a smug expression, she remarked that the fanged wolves would serve as the perfect opponents for the exam. Rico immediately surges forward, unsheathing her new blade and asking Yuri to let her handle the 4 wolves ahead. Rico charges the pack without hesitation, leaping from one wolf to the next as she dispatches each with a single precise strike to the neck. Rico moved with fluid precision, taking down 4 wolves in seconds before they could even mount a defense. Standing atop the wolf's carcass, Rico drove her blade deep into the monster's throat, prompting a joyful Clarissa to remark that she had expected nothing less from her. Behind her, 2 feigned wolves prepared to strike with jaws wide open, yet she remained completely oblivious as her attention was fixed entirely on Rico. Terrified, Rico calls out to Clarissa, hoping to snap her back to reality before the approaching danger reaches her. Before she can even react, the 3 wolves are dispatched in an instant, and a surprised Clarissa looks up to find Yuri standing over her, finishing a series of sword strikes. Clarissa's eyes widened in shock as she watched Yuri land before the fallen wolves and sheath his sword, unable to believe he had defeated all 3 at once. While Clarissa watched him, wondering about the kind of person he truly was, Rico smiled, noting that he had met her expectations before praising Yuri's incredible strength. Clarissa observed the scene in silence with a look of clear dissatisfaction, but her expression quickly shifted back into a smug smile as she noted that Yuri definitely possessed the power, if not something even greater. She also pointed out that his unrefined swordsmanship made him no match for Rika. Infuriated by the remark, Rika scowls and tries to defend Yuri's competence, but Clarissa merely turns away like a stubborn child. Clarissa shot her friend a skeptical look, irritably questioning if she was being far too lenient with the F rank. Rico's temper flares as she demands Clarissa drop the subject, prompting Clarissa to irritably remind her friend that Yuri's capabilities far exceed what any ranking system could measure. Yuri attempted to soothe Rico with reassurances, but Rico remained deeply unsettled and continued her persistent efforts to prove her point. Yuri reassured her that the exam had only just begun, believing that he would eventually be able to earn Clarissa's recognition. Clarissa scowls as she addresses him by name, questioning how he managed to win Izama's favor while vowing to eventually expose his true nature. Having fended off the wolf pack, the 2 adventurers and their disgruntled knight companion ventured further into the forest, eventually settling at a campsite where Yuri began pitching a tent. After some time, he finished pitching a large tent capable of housing the entire trio. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yuri surveyed his handiwork and noted that everything was finally prepared. Clarissa watched him work from behind, letting out a snort of clear disapproval. With a look of disdain, she haughtily remarks that the unsightly camp is perfectly suited for an F rank like Yuri, who offers no rebuttal. Scratching his head and looking away awkwardly, he felt she was being a bit too harsh, though he deeply regretted his lack of camping experience as he recalled a similar situation from when he first arrived in this world. Interrupting his train of thought, Clarissa began critiquing his craftsmanship, sternly pointing out a clumsy knot and stating that his work wouldn't even earn a score of 50. As Clarissa lectures him, Yuri realizes that his talents are strictly limited to magic and swordsmanship, noting that he hasn't been scolded this severely since arriving in this world. Clarissa voiced her indignation, questioning Yuri on whether he truly intended to let Rico stay in such a subpar tent. Asserting that this is exactly why F ranks are unreliable, Clarissa takes command and demonstrates the proper way to tie a rope, sternly warning Yuri that she won't repeat the lesson once he finally grasps the technique. After some time, Rico returned to the campsite with a bundle of branches. Letting Yuri know she had finished gathering the firewood, Rico complimented the tent's setup, prompting Clarissa to explain that she had handled it herself since the F rank was incompetent while Yuri remained silent. A short while later, they used the kindling Rika had gathered to build a small fire outside the tent. Rika noted that their preparations for the night were finally finished, and Yuri nodded in agreement. Turning to Yuri, Rico pointed out that their most immediate problem was still ahead. They needed to find a way to feed themselves. The group eventually arrived at a small river, where Yuri peered into the clear water, certain that there must be fish swimming nearby. When a fish suddenly leaps from the water, Clarissa points her fingers toward it and casts a basic ice arrow spell. The moment an ice arrow manifests in her hand, she fires instantly, landing a direct hit on the fish. Observing her performance, Yuri realized that Clarissa's talent wasn't limited to raw magical power, but extended to her technical skills as well. Watching Clarissa aim, Yuri realized she was molding her magic into the shape of an arrow to increase her precision, a level of finesse that clearly required years of practice to perfect. Wearing a smug expression, Clarissa conjured small shards of ice in her hand and informed Yuri that their next lesson would focus on magic, calling it a perfect opportunity. Clarissa signaled for Yuri's full attention, explaining that he must now use magic to hunt his prey and promising to acknowledge his skills only if he managed to outfish her. Accepting her terms with a satisfied smirk, Yuri stands beside Clarissa as they both prepare for their competition. He notes that his only goal is to outfish her, a condition Clarissa confirms is correct. Yuri recognizes his own inexperience with the mundane aspects of daily life, yet he remains entirely self-assured in his mastery of magic and the blade. Unexpectedly, Rico warns him that the task will be more challenging than anticipated, prompting Yuri to ask for clarification. Rico explains that Clarisse is one of the most skilled knights regarding magic, emphasizing that her level of precise control is truly unrivaled. Clarissa suddenly summoned a volley of ice arrows, reminding Yuri that her brother's praise for her precise magic control meant she would never lose to a mere F rank. Clarissa launched another ice arrow, weaving in her magic to send a barrage of shards in every direction, each one striking a fish in the river with perfect precision. A growing number of ice arrows materialized around Clarissa as she directed their flight, glancing confidently at Yuri to see if he could keep up with her speed. Observing the precision of the arrows striking the fish, Yuri noted that Clarissa's marksmanship was truly impressive. Recognizing that Yuri's mastery over her developing magic far surpassed his own, he began to weigh his options. Watching Clarissa, he realized that trying to replicate her method would only lead to defeat, as he lacked the precision to hit every target as flawlessly as she did. An idea suddenly struck him, leading him to ask Clarissa for confirmation that he wasn't required to catch fish one after another. Confused by his statement, she asked for clarification, prompting Yuri to explain that capturing the entire group at once would be far more efficient than taking them down individually. Infuriated by his words, Clarissa indignantly questioned how far he was willing to go to humiliate her, ultimately challenging him to prove he could actually back up his claims. She demands a full demonstration of his capabilities, and as he agrees to show her, a magical aura begins to envelop his body. Yuri invoked his advanced zero magic and extended his arms, manifesting a black hole in the center of the river that began drawing in all the water. A small black speck in the river rapidly expanded, drawing the surrounding water into its center. Clarissa panicked, questioning the nature of the magic, while Rico observed that the entire river was being swallowed up. After a brief pause, Yuri decided he had waited long enough and suddenly clenched both of his fists. He then raises his hand and employs advanced zero magic to manifest a white hole, which immediately begins discharging the fish that had been sucked into the black hole. Yuri recalled that this magic was designed to release whatever the black hole had absorbed, noting that its selective nature would likely prove useful in the future. Once the fish finish pouring out of the white hole, Yuri seals it shut and proudly admires his massive haul, leaving Rico and Clarissa frozen in complete shock. Struggling to find her words, Clarissa suddenly cried out in frustration, her voice echoing through the forest as she questioned what was wrong with the man. Perched on a tree trunk, Rika held a skewer of fire-grilled fish in one hand, while hiding her blushing face with the other, quietly admitting how delicious the meal was as a tent stood behind her. Sitting across from Lime, who was making peculiar noises, Yuri held a skewer of fried fish with both hands, and remarked that river fish actually tasted quite good. As Yuri began eating his fish, he noticed Clarice watching him from behind a tree. She held a skewered fish of her own and turned toward him with an irritated growl. Peering from behind a tree, Clarice's expression twisted with rage as she gripped her skewer of fried fish so tightly that it snapped, fueling her resolve to expose Yuri's true identity. As Yuri continued to eat his fish, he noticed Clarice glaring at him from behind a tree, her intense gaze making him feel quite uneasy. A bright crescent moon and twinkling stars stretched across the night sky above the lush treetops, while a teapot hung from a branch over an open fire. While taking a sip from her mug, Riko was caught off guard by Yuri's question about why she joined the Knights. Setting her drink aside, she explained that she was simply following the legacy of her ancestors. Yuri held out a steaming mug and questioned why Riko had left the Knights, a sudden inquiry that caused her expression to contort in surprise. Beads of sweat formed on Riko's face as she lowered her head and closed her eyes, taking a moment to compose her thoughts before looking up again. Approaching the group, Clarice clasped her hands and closed her eyes, telling them to stop their idle chatter, which left Yuri surprised while Riko called out her name. Standing before the fire, Clarice remarked that surviving the night would be the hardest part of the exam, emphasizing that it wasn't the time for idle talk. While Riko watched her from a log with a mug in hand, Yuri found himself unable to grasp the meaning of her warning. Clarice frowned as she explained that monsters become much more active after dark, which was a major concern since they lacked night vision. Even with the campfire illuminating their surroundings, she warned that camping out at night was an incredibly dangerous risk. Recalling the dangerous monsters he had faced, Yuri realized his previous quests were likely preparation for this very moment, explaining why the organizers had chosen the eastern forest for the exam. Clarice raised her hands to get the group's attention as they sat on the logs, coordinating their watch rotation to ensure they passed the exam. Amidst the planning, Yuri rested his face in his hand, appearing deep in thought. Yuri suggested utilizing his monster companions as lookouts, causing Clarice to clasp her hands together in surprise. Clarice frowned, noting that Yuri was free to use every resource at his disposal, but as a peculiar sound echoed from the ground, Yuri stood up from the log, prompting a surprised Riko to call out his name. As Yuri distanced himself from the group, Clarice offered her well wishes should he decide to head out on patrol. Signaling for silence, Yuri crouched and pressed his palm to the floor, triggering the appearance of magic circles beneath him. Placing his hand on the ground, Yuri summoned a pack of wolves from the magic circles appearing around him, while the girls huddled by the fire in fear. Sweat broke across the girls' faces as they cried out in fear, while Yuri stood among the monsters, explaining their duty to patrol the forest. He then presented them with fish, showing the reward they would earn for their work. Clarice watched Yuri with concern as he stood surrounded by monsters, her brow furrowing as she admitted her surprise at his impressive magical capabilities. Yuri noted that most people lack a large variety of monsters, prompting Clarice to shout that tamers are typically limited to only 4, while Yuri's own roster consisted almost entirely of aquatic creatures. Yuri visualized a man accompanied by several monsters, which confused her since she believed Dutch's tamer only had 2, while the girls began discussing their own uncertainty regarding Yuri's powers. Before heading into the tent, Yuri paused to explain that he had stationed kobolds on guard duty for their protection, a revelation that provoked an indignant Clarice to let out a scream of rage that echoed across the entire area. Nestled against the forest, the tent echoed with snoring as Yuri lay tucked under a blanket, while Riko slept soundly beside him, her hand resting on him as she drooled with her mouth wide open. When Yuri opened his eyes, he found Riko's hand resting on his face and her leg draped over him, making him realize that getting any more sleep would be impossible. Finding himself in Riko's arms, Yuri took a look at her before deciding to slip out of the tent, feeling that her strength made it wiser for him to sleep elsewhere. Stepping outside, Yuri began to stretch his back, recalling how Phil's constant tossing and turning had made for a restless night. Glancing to the side, Yuri noticed Clarice sitting on a log by the fire, quietly stirring the glowing coals with a stick. Curious about why she wasn't resting, Yuri approached Clarice, but she immediately turned away upon noticing him. Crossing her arms, she insisted she was capable of defending herself, leaving Yuri to realize she was skeptical of an F-rank's abilities. Yuri took a seat beside Clarice and asked to learn more about Rico and how they first met, prompting Clarice to gaze ahead thoughtfully. Clarice looked up and claimed she could describe Rico's true scale, catching Yuri by surprise as she slowly closed her eyes. Clarice recalled the shouting crowd gathered between two large tables, remembering how Rico stood over her while she sat on the floor. Rico tightened her fist as Clarice recalled their first encounter, which had taken place roughly 2 months after she earned her knighthood. Clarissa recounted the tragic bear attack from her childhood that claimed her parents' lives, remembering how she had reached out for her father just as a furious beast lunged toward her. Suddenly, the sounds of a struggle rang out, and when Clarice opened her eyes, she saw a group of riders who had already intercepted the bear charging toward her. With tears streaming down her face, Clarice noticed an unfamiliar coat of arms as the Knights of Luminaria arrived to save her, a moment that sparked her deep admiration for them. Following the incident, Clarice was sent to an orphanage where she dedicated herself to honing her sword skills and used daily chores as a way to build her physical strength. As Clarice began her classes at the night school, she was met with a cold reality. The other students, who mostly came from prestigious families, shunned her and refused to see her as an equal. Left alone in the darkness, Clarice devoted herself to mastering the sword and expanding her knowledge, fueled by a relentless drive to achieve greatness. As Clarissa walked through the school hallways, she felt the weight of her classmates' judgmental stares before they began to harass her. After enduring the painful encounter, she eventually sat down at a table where several plates of food were waiting for her. A classmate approached Clarissa and snatched her plate, telling her she didn't belong there before placing her meal on the floor and mockingly banging a spoon against it to show her where her place was. Suddenly, the boy shoved her off her chair and forced her head down against the plate while hurling insults. A crowd quickly gathered around them, yet they all stood by and watched the scene unfold without intervening. A group of boys and girls stood nearby mocking Clarissa with laughter, but as someone began forcing their way through the crowd, she shouted for everyone to leave. Rico stepped in and struck the boy who was bullying Clarice, delivering a blow strong enough to send one of his teeth flying. With the boy knocked aside, Rico stepped in front of Clarissa and berated the men for their cowardice, though they only stared back in confusion, unable to recognize her. Raising her fist, she boldly introduced herself as Rico Glanes and announced that her training at the School of Knights began that very day. Following a brief exchange, one of the boys suddenly lunged at Rico, but she quickly evaded his strike and landed a counterattack of her own. Rico effortlessly neutralized the additional attackers, leaving them unconscious on the floor. Standing over her fallen foes, she proceeded to sever their hands until they turned to dust, leaving the remaining onlookers paralyzed with shock. Rico cast a suspicious gaze toward the men discussing her and those she had influenced, eventually turning to point her finger directly at them. Rico shouted that strength was irrelevant, declaring her intent to protect the weak and challenge the strong as a true knight, while Clarice looked on in fascination despite the food staining her face. Tears streamed down Rico's face as she gritted her teeth, finding motivation in the words she had just heard. Moved by this, Clarice decided to follow her, pausing only to ask if she could call Rico Wanya as they stood against the building's brick walls. As Clarice sat on a log, she remarked that Rico was a true knight who never belittled others. Yuri, seated beside her, smiled as he realized Rico hadn't looked down on him for being a frang. Clarice pointed a finger at Yuri, explaining that Rico's temperament made her both vulnerable and easily led, a cold assessment that Yuri found particularly cruel. When Yuri's summoned monster let out a sudden booming bark, both he and Clarice were instantly put on high alert. Rising to their feet, the boys peered toward the source of the sound, as Yuri noted that they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Standing silently before their tent, the boys peered into the dense thicket as Yuri frowned, spotting someone heading their way. A group of menacing men emerged from the forest and approached the boys, led by an individual with bandaged hands who stepped toward a tree branch and announced he was looking for Clarice. This caused both Yuri and Clarice to eye the strangers with deep suspicion. The boys remained silent as they watched several intimidating figures emerge from the forest thicket and walk toward them. While discreetly preparing a spell behind her back, Clarice questioned the men's intentions, only for the blonde man with a mustache to claim she had disqualified them from the competition. Drawing a knife, the man and his companions took their fighting stances as he shouted that their exclusion had left them furious, demanding that the girl pay the price. Yuri found the men's actions perplexing, as they were once again required to prove their worth. Clarice readied her weapon, questioning the man's audacity to challenge her, only for him to respond with a burst of boisterous laughter. The blonde man stated he had no intention of fighting Clarice with swords, catching her off guard just before she collapsed to the ground, realizing an E-rank snake had bitten her leg. Clarice quickly cut through the snake before planting her whip in front of her to lean on. Observing this, the men rejoiced, confident that their plan had worked and that defeating her was far easier than expected. As sweat began to bead on Clarice's skin, she insulted the man for his deceitful behavior, though Yuri stayed by her side to offer reassurance and promise his assistance. Shaking with emotion, Clarice rejected Yuri's proposal, leaving him stunned. Gesturing toward her blade, she explained that since these people held a personal grudge against her, she intended to settle the matter alone. Startled, Yuri looked on as a fair-haired man approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder and warning him to stay out of their dispute before it was too late to back down. The blonde man eyed Yuri with suspicion, suggesting he join them in their plans for Clarice, while the other man moved uncomfortably close to her. Another man seized Clarice's face, demanding to know if she was ready to surrender peacefully, but despite her tears, she began to lash out with threats. Smiling, the blonde man informed her that they would start by removing her teeth, while Clarice glared at him intensely, her face still pinned by someone's hand. Brushing the hand off his shoulder, Yuris firmly rejected the offer and condemned their actions, prompting the blonde man to scratch his head and burst into laughter. Confronting Yuri, the man questioned his certainty, arguing that Clarice deserved her fate after she had mocked them. Yuri spoke up to explain that the men had initiated the conflict and that Clarice wasn't responsible for their disqualification, as they had simply targeted the wrong person, all while the muscular man continued to grip Clarice's face. Stepping back, the blonde man dismissed Yuri's attempt at being a hero and urged him to join their group instead, pointing a finger to force Yuri's gaze downward. Surrounded by snakes on both sides, Yuri watched as Lime began to hop frantically in a panic. While the men were caught off guard by the unexpected sight of a slug, Yuri silently reassured his companion that he had no intention of losing to them, before calmly lowering his hand to the ground. Moments later, Yuri ascended high above the ground, leaving the male adventurers staring in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes, unable to comprehend how he remained suspended in the air. Yuri materialized behind one of the men to deliver a strike, then reappeared in the air above the group as they frantically searched for him. Glancing at his unconscious partners on the ground, the blonde man looked up to find Yuri standing before him. Moments later, Yuri delivers a sharp kick to the fair-haired man, who cries out in pain as she makes a composed landing. Yuri was pinned to the ground before the blonde man, while the other assailant held a knife to Clarice's face, threatening to kill her if Yuri didn't settle down. His expression twisted in rage as he pulled the knife away, letting out a boisterous laugh while summoning his monster, the Cyclops. Yuri turned toward the source of the noise just as one of his monsters emerged from the brush, raising its paw and barking. Standing up with a knife in hand, the man fixed his gaze on something to the side, while a surprised Yuri remained crouched and followed his lead. Standing before the defeated Cyclops they had brought with them, Yuri crouched down and remarked that the beast wasn't actually a legendary monster. This dismissive comment enraged the man, who lunged at Yuri with a knife, forcing him to quickly leap back out of reach. Mid-jump, Yuri landed a strike to the man's face that sent a tooth flying, afterward explaining that true power has nothing to do with the floor, a statement that left Clarice in shock. After the blonde man collapsed, Yuri stood up to survey him before turning to check on Clarice, who extended her hand and assured him she was unharmed. One of the adventurers slipped behind the tent to spy on the boys, but as he peeked inside, he was left completely stunned by what he saw. Noticing Rico sleeping with her arms spread wide, the hooded man stepped into the tent and began approaching her. A sudden scream echoed from the tent, prompting a worried Yuri to rush to Rico's aid and peer inside. Inside the tent, a sleeping Rico instinctively pinned the hooded man in a submission hold, forcing him to cry out in surrender while Agnya remained peacefully asleep with a smile. Facing Yuri and his creatures were the bound adventurers, with several more monsters positioned directly behind the captive men. Yuri expressed his gratitude to the monster for its help, receiving a bark in response as he looked toward the mountains and realized they only had to wait until morning before finally casting his gaze downward. Clarice lay helpless before Yuri, groaning in pain and unable to move. As Yuri activated his ability, he realized the snake's venom had completely paralyzed her, recalling the exact moment the creature had struck her leg. Sitting down beside Clarice, Yuri suggested that Lime provide some aid, and the creature immediately leaped onto her leg right where the snake had bitten her. When Yuri inquired about her condition, Clarice sat down and examined her hand in surprise, noting that she felt significantly better. Yuri offered a warm smile and expressed his relief, leaving Clarice to watch him in silence. Clutching her chest, Clarice admitted she was confused as to why Yuri helped her, especially since she had previously insulted him for his low F-rank status. In response, Yuri stood up and rested his hand against his face, appearing deep in thought. Looking ahead, Yuri explained he only stepped in because the adventurers had malicious intentions, catching Clarice off guard as he suddenly recalled a girl named Aisha. Staring ahead, Yuri recalled Aisha's lesson that a man who abandons his principles for a momentary impulse is walking a path toward destruction. Clarice listened intently to Yuri's words before closing her eyes and admitting that, despite her reluctance, she truly saw a knight in him. Resting her hands on her belt, Clarice informed Yuri that he had cleared the stage, catching him off guard just as the sun began to rise over the mountains, signaling that he had successfully passed the knight's examination. Walking alongside Yuri with the forest at their backs, Rico admitted she hadn't expected Clarice to recognize him, while Yuri, clutching his papers, took a moment to commend her for her own hard work. Rico paused, confused by Yuri's words, but he simply reassured her it was fine if she didn't understand, and stepped aside as she questioned him about Clarice's current location. As Yuri studied the map, he recalled Clarice, noting that she had gone ahead to deliver the captured adventurers, and instructed the group to meet her later. Rico caught up to Yuri and asked if he had heard about her exam results, reminding him of Clarice's frantic shout that Rico had actually passed. Upon reaching the edge of the cleft, Yuri's hair whipped in the breeze as he noted that Clarice had designated this as their meeting spot, only for both him and Rico to look upward in sudden shock. A massive dragon suddenly loomed over the boys, with a grinning Clarice perched on its back. She leaped down toward the group, raising her hands as she sprinted toward Rika, calling out her name. Clarice pulled Rico into a warm embrace and expressed how much she had missed her, leaving a blushing Rico to awkwardly ask her to let go. Rico struggled to shake Clarice off as they spun in circles, while Yuri stood nearby and watched the two girls. Looking aside, Yuri admitted he was still stunned to see Clarice arrive on Dragonback, though his appraisal skill quickly revealed the creature was merely a D-rank miniature wyvern. The boys spread out a map to pinpoint their destination, the city of Luminaria, located on the eastern shore. Clarice playfully stuck her tongue out at Yuri, who met her gaze with a thoughtful expression as clouds drifted lazily overhead. Soaring high above the clouds on the back of a dragon, the boys looked on as Rico peered downward, her face flushed and her hair fluttering in the wind. As they soared over the shimmering, sunlit water, Yuri glanced toward the dragon's head and asked Clarice if they could pick up the pace, only for her to irritably point out that the beast was already overextended, carrying 3 passengers instead of its intended 2. As the dragon soared through the air, a massive cloud began to drift over the sun, and Yuri pointed out the creature's visible exhaustion. After spotting a nearby island, the group decided to land and take a much-needed rest. Yuri grew increasingly panicked during their steep descent, only for his fear to worsen when he spotted another dark dragon closing in from above. The boys watched in terror as a dark, menacing dragon flew directly toward them. Flames began to flicker within the dark dragon's jaws before it opened wide, unleashing a massive cloud of fire. The fireball nearly scorched the tail of the dragon the boys were riding, causing them to watch the approaching pillar of flames in a panic. Yuri desperately called for Lime's assistance, prompting the creature to soar upward and begin spinning rapidly in the air. The slime expanded to absorb the fire, but the dark dragon quickly closed in and unleashed another column of flames, leaving the panicked boys to realize they needed a plan immediately. As lime settled on Yuri's shoulder, Yuri worried the slime couldn't absorb another fire attack, but he still had a trump card. He leapt into the air and bit his finger to prepare his next move. After summoning the heavenly dragon, Yuri mounted the creature and ordered it to launch an attack against the dark dragon. With his hair whipping in the wind, Yuri stared ahead and commanded his dragon to charge toward the enemy beast. The girls stared at Yuri in disbelief, stunned that he had successfully summoned a dragon, while he looked away, reflecting on how rare such a feat was for a Tamare. Yuri pursued the enemy dragon from the back of his own mount. The opponent suddenly pulled upward, tilting its head back to charge a blast of fire in its throat. Seeing this, Yuri remained steadfast, confident that his dragon could endure the strike. As the enemy dragon launched a volley of fireballs at Yuri, his own dragon spread its wings wide and ready to counterattack. Engulfed in a radiant glow, Yuri's dragon charged toward the enemy while weaving through the incoming fireballs. The opposing dragon let out a startled roar as Yuri's dragon tightened its claws into a fist. After Yuri's dragon landed a blow on the enemy, Yuri launched himself into the air and charged forward with his blade drawn. The opposing dragon watched him intently as his sword began to glow and he cast a spell. Yuri swung his glowing blade and decapitated the dragon, which let out a final thunderous cry as its head was severed from its body. While Yuri and the girls hovered above on their dragons, the enemy dragon plummeted into the water, sending a massive column of spray into the air. Standing atop the dragon, Yuri gazed downward while Rico smiled and praised his efforts, asking Clarice if she agreed. However, Clarice stared ahead in shock as she recognized the Dragon Knight as Alexandrov. As the wind caught Yuri's hair, Clarice tried to dismiss her thoughts as mere imagination, even though he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Dragon Knight. While white clouds drifted over the rocky forest, a dark aura settled over Lake Eliza, located just 10 kilometers east of Luminaria. A small peaked structure stood out on the lake, housing two individuals, one seated at a table while the other rested on the floor. A masked man in dark clothing stood before the girl, gesturing to the side as he demanded she reveal everything she knew. Confused by his intentions, the girl with the hair ornament watched as the masked man smiled, telling her that resisting would be pointless. The man confronted her, stating he knew she had used her magic to reach out to someone, yet she remained silent, staring straight ahead. Standing beneath the overhang of a small building, the masked man dismissed the girl's attempts to contact her allies and ordered his subordinates to eliminate anyone who approached the city. A figure dressed in black appeared behind the man, bowing respectfully to Serial before reporting that one of the dark wyverns was missing. Serial questioned the man in black about the wyvern's possible death, prompting the girl with the head ornament to stare in surprise as she wondered if they had finally located Yuri. Clasping his hands behind his back, Serial turned away and stated that he finally understood the situation. He suspected the water priest's involvement and concluded that since the assistant had fulfilled his purpose, he was no longer necessary, leaving the man in black visibly stunned. Suddenly, the man in black was decapitated, causing the girl with the head ornament to scream in horror at Serial's actions as he stood calmly with his hand outstretched. Serial extended his hand, explaining that his ability converts corpses into dark magic, requiring a constant supply of fresh bodies. As the man in black began to glow, his energy flowed directly into Serial's palm. Serial manifested a concentrated mass of dark energy in his palm, casting a somber atmosphere over the area as the girl with the head ornament glared at him in indignation. Frowning, he declared that it was finally her turn to provide answers, while she sat on the ground reaching out toward the dark tentacles as they drew near. Dark tentacles seized the girl's hands and hoisted them upward as the rest of the appendages coiled around her body. As they brushed against her flushed face, she clenched her teeth and declared that she had no intention of surrendering. Serial extended his hand, radiating dark energy as he remarked that she was the first person capable of resisting his power. The girl trembled violently as several tentacles closed in on her face, her mind racing back to Yuri. Meanwhile, Yuri watched from the seashore as Clarice stood with her arms raised, shouting something, while Rico waited nearby next to her dragon. Once their rest on the island concluded, the group took flight as Yuri and Clarice's dragons ascended into the sky. With Rico seated behind him, Yuri led the way as she excitedly noted how his dragon's speed surpassed Clarice's, drawing a glance from Clarice herself. Gripping the reins tightly, Clarice's expression became truly menacing as she radiated a dark aura, screaming that she would never forgive Yuri for flying with Rika. As their dragons drifted high above the clouds, Yuri glanced back at Clarice, sensing an unusual pressure emanating from her direction. Rico pointed toward the horizon, noting that they were finally nearing their destination. As the boys rode atop the flying dragon, the vast ocean gave way to a towering mountain range, leaving Yuri to stare ahead in awe as the wind whipped through his hair. As the clouds parted, Yuri caught his first glimpse of a massive landmass, wondering in disbelief if this was truly Luminaria before Clarice flew over to deliver an urgent warning. Clarice flew toward Yuri and Rika, explaining that they were in the city for a secret quest, and that Yuri needed to blend in, all while pointing her finger at him in frustration. Recalling his encounter with the knight, Yuri realized the confidential nature of this quest and resolved to keep a low profile, just as Clarice took flight and signaled for the group to follow her. Luminaria's harbor was bustling with crowds and docked vessels, set against a backdrop of uniquely designed houses as the boys eventually made their way to a dragon stable. While a young man in an apron worked with the hay, an older man walked alongside him carrying a box of supplies, stopping only when a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Yuri and the girls arrived at the dragon stable, where the workers were left stunned by the sudden appearance of the dragons. As Yuri's dragon touched down, the impact sent a tremor through the earth that knocked several workers off their feet, while an elderly man watched the massive creature with keen interest. Adjusting his hat with a smile, the veteran caretaker noted that in his 20 years of tending to dragons, he had never seen one quite so impressive. And as Yuri dismounted, the man asked if the creature truly belonged to him. The men spoke admiringly of the dragon's excellent condition as Yuri approached, scratching his head in uncertainty while Rico watched their unusual reaction from behind him. The old man pointed out that the stalls were far too small for Yuri, noting that the stable directly opposite them had a roof covered in patches. As Clarice was led toward the stables, the old man pointed out that the roof wasn't nearly high enough for a dragon of her size, but Yuri simply smiled and assured him it wouldn't be an issue. Acknowledging the dragon's hard work, Yuri told the creature it was time to rest, prompting it to let out a strange sound and a smile before he raised his hand to dismiss the summon. Yuri raised his hand, and a massive cloud of dust billowed out in front of him, leaving the dragon's stable workers behind him completely stunned. Leaning in close, the man praised Yuri's incredible feat, questioning if he had truly secured a contract with such a massive dragon. Yuri was taken aback by the attention, as he didn't realize how rare his achievement actually was, while the girls looked on at the interaction. Frustrated, Clarice raised her hands in protest, annoyed that Yuri was ignoring her and drawing too much attention to himself. Rico lowered her head and told her she simply had to endure it, while clouds drifted over the roofs of the peculiar building. Clarice led the way, announcing that they had finally reached the city center. Yuri's jaw dropped in surprise as he took in his surroundings. He eventually came to a halt before a massive building and a stone statue of a girl. The figure wore a distinct ornament on her head, with her hands clasped together in a solemn gesture. As Yuri followed the girls past a flower shop, Clarice pointed out the direction of their headquarters, causing him to look up in surprise and begin carefully inspecting a stone statue of a girl. Rico came to a stop, prompting Yuri to look at him and ask for forgiveness. Turning his attention to a nearby monument, Rico explained that the statue served as the city's symbol, representing the water priestess of Aqua. Staring at the girl's statue in surprise, Yuri echoed Rico's words while balancing a bag of belongings on his shoulder. As the boys stood before the monument with the city's distinct rooftops visible behind it, Rico placed her hands on her hips and explained that the statue served as the city's symbol. The boys observed the building's massive archway and the pillared floor rising above it. Rico explained that, according to legend, Aqua was the one who established the water city of Luminaria, while Yuri carefully inspected the nearby statue. The girl was sitting on a small step. Her skirt was lying nearby. The girl lowered her feet into the water. Her face was red. She looked up embarrassedly. As Yuri stood in silence, gazing at the statue, Rico watched him with a look of surprise. Behind them lay a street lined with lanterns, where Clarice turned back to eye the group with clear displeasure. As Yuri studied the statue, he mentioned that the man's face looked familiar, leaving Rickle and Clarice standing nearby in stunned silence. Yuri rested his hand on his chin, searching his memory for where he had seen the girl before, while Clarice stood nearby, trembling and growling with a fury that quickly caught his attention. Clarice approached Yuri at Aqua's statue and began shouting accusations of him insulting the goddess, but her outburst was cut short when Rico began loudly calling out for her. Rico shot Clarice a stern look, noting that she should have adjusted to Yuri by now, as failing to adapt would only leave her behind the times, before folding her hands together. Clarice yelled that she had never met anyone so lacking in common sense, demanding that Yuri keep his delusions to himself and leaving him visibly startled. Yuri noted the striking resemblance between the girl and the statue, recalling a dream where someone who looked remarkably like Aqua had appeared to him. Clarice somberly noted Rico's desire for Yuri to become a knight, but she was taken aback when Yuri expressed his sincere gratitude for her words. Yuri turned to the girls and explained that he finally understood the situation thanks to her. Clarice expressed her shock, questioning if he was actually sane, but an annoyed Rico told her she'd better get used to his behavior. Standing before a building with a wide passage adorned with murals, Yuri noted that the city's distinct atmosphere perfectly matched his expectations for a continental hub. Clars gestured for the group to follow her as they made their way down the brick-paved street. Yuri looked up in surprise at the massive structure looming before him, which served as the headquarters for the Knights of Luminaria. The surrounding square was bustling with people as they went about their business. A knightly crest appeared before the boys as they approached the building. Stepping through the entrance, the group found themselves standing within the interior. Yuri followed behind the girls as they moved further inside, where they encountered several figures clad in full armor. Clarice took a moment to explain the significance of the symbols on the coat of arms to them. Yuri, with his bag slung over his shoulder, could only stare in wide-mouthed amazement at the scene. The boys arrived in a massive, multi-tiered chamber flanked by two towering knight statues, finding themselves surrounded by a large crowd of people. As Yuri explored the building, he noticed the knight's coat of arms displayed everywhere, making him realize just how many shields were actually there. After stopping in front of a large staircase, Clarice pointed a finger at Yuri and told him to stop his odd behavior, a request he submissively accepted. An announcement from the upper floor revealed that Clarice had finally returned, prompting the girls to look up in surprise toward the source of the voice. Suddenly, the girls dropped to their knees and bowed their heads, leaving Yuri standing there in stunned silence as he watched them. Standing on the staircase was an elderly man named Marius Ubach, dressed in a long suit and leaning on a cane. He offered a smile, telling the girls that such formalities weren't necessary. With their heads bowed, the girls listened as Ubach expressed how long it had been since their last meeting, and how pleased he was to see them, to which they submissively agreed with everything he said. Ubach looked ahead in surprise as he spotted Yuri, who stood there with a bag over his shoulder, meeting his gaze. Ubach scrutinized Yuri, sensing a pure and elegant magic that marked him as an exceptionally gifted individual. To Ubach, it felt less like he was standing before a simple man, and more like he was in the presence of a master wizard. As Ubach stroked his beard in contemplation, Yuri looked up at the stairs and felt that the man was staring at him with unsettling intensity. With a stick in hand, Ubach descended the stairs and welcomed Yuri to the city. But when Yuri pointed at him and admitted he wasn't so bad, the girls were visibly annoyed. The girls loomed over Yuri, angrily berating him for his disrespectful tone toward Ubach. When Yuri asked for clarification regarding their comments about the court magician, the girls could only stare back at him in complete shock. As Clarice struggled to hold on with all her might, Rico told her to simply get used to it, causing their eyes to flare with anger. However, the girls were soon left in disbelief when Ubach described Yuri as a humorous adventurer. Bowing their heads once more, the girls pleaded for forgiveness regarding Yuri's actions, but Ubach dismissed their concerns, noting that Yuri might be the very person they required, much to Clarice's disapproval. Chuckling, Ubach remarked that Clarice always worried too much as the girls looked up at him, with Yuri standing right behind them. Studying Yubak's face, Yuri compared him to all the monsters and warriors from his past, concluding that Yubak was easily the strongest person he had ever encountered. Yuri and the girls stared at Yubak in shock as he bluntly informed them that time had run out, explaining that Luminaria was facing an existential crisis just as the ground became visible through the clouds. Yubak's words lingered in the boys' minds, especially the stern, grim expression he wore while discussing the state of the country. While the girls watched him in stunned disbelief, Yuri stared ahead with a look of deep concern. Floating in midair, a girl in a checkered cloak brandished a flaming sword and a whip, keeping one leg tucked beneath her. Rico addressed Yubak with clear indignation, pointing out the specific implication of his words while Clarice stood by in stunned surprise. Yubak closed his eyes, taking a brief moment to gather his thoughts. Looking down, Yubak revealed that a singularity had officially emerged within the country, a confirmation that left the girls visibly stunned. When Yuri asked for the definition of a singularity, Yubak thoughtfully stroked his bora before smiling and requesting Yuri's name first. Once Yuri introduced himself, the nearby girls grew flushed with visible dissatisfaction. They envisioned a glowing black anomaly appearing over the planet, while Yubak explained that these singularities are regions tainted by concentrated dark magic. Yubak explained that a lake 10 kilometers from Luminaria had been corrupted by a singularity and was now enveloped in a dark, magical force. The girls were taken aback, shouting in protest that such a thing was impossible, yet Yubak explained that even the knight's best efforts to fix the situation had failed. While the girls knelt before Yubak and Yuri stood watch behind him, Yubak revealed that of the 100 knights sent to the lake, the vast majority never returned, a fact that left the girls staring at him in dread. Behind Yubuk, a shield hung above the staircase as he explained that the knightly order is the country's backbone, warning that any further disappearances would incite public panic. Recalling the girl with the head ornament and her plea for help, Yuri began to suspect that her warnings about the end of the world were actually true. Surprised by Yuri's quick comprehension, Yubak watched as he considered his next move, eventually informing him that the successful adventurers would be heading to Lake Eliza alongside the knights the following day. After Yuri agreed to head to the lake, the girls remained seated on the floor, stunned by Yubak's sudden announcement that he intended to join the ranks of the adventurers and knights. As the girl sat on his lap, the others voiced their indignation regarding Yubak's intent to join the mission, but he simply closed his eyes before narrowing them and asserting that he was still capable of helping. He announced loudly that all the selected individuals, including the boys, were to gather the next day to head for the singularity. The girls shouted their agreement so enthusiastically that their voices could be heard from the street outside the building. As the sun dipped below the horizon outside the open windows, Yuri lay on his bed with his hands behind his head, resting alongside his sword and various other belongings. Closing his eyes, Yuri recalled Rico's instruction to remain inconspicuous while she spoke with her family, just as Lime climbed onto him and began to squeak. As Yuri sat up, he noticed Lime squeaking on his stomach and realized the little one must be hungry, considering neither of them had eaten since that morning. Finding himself amidst a bustling crowd, Yuri watched the sun begin to set and realized they needed to make a move just as the street lanterns started to flicker on. As he wandered through the city, Yuri observed the street performers and the boats drifting along the canals, noting that the city's vast scale could sometimes be a nuisance before eventually closing his eyes and looking away. As Yuri walked along the cemetery fence, she spotted Rico sitting among the gravestones and called out to her. Startled, Rico turned and approached the fence to ask what Yuri was doing there. Smiling, Yuri explained he was just out for a walk since he hadn't eaten yet, then asked what Rico was doing there as she climbed the fence to look down at him. As the boys gazed at the carved cross, Rico explained that she had come to visit her father's grave, reflecting on how he had lost his life during the war when she was only a child. While standing by the cemetery fence, Rico continued sharing stories about her father with Yuri. Listening to her, Yuri pictured the man as a formidable knight and a natural leader who was constantly surrounded by those who admired him. While perched on the fence, Rico looked away and mentioned she was heading back to the hotel, prompting a surprised Yuri to ask why she wasn't staying at home. Yuri watched Rico as she stood among the gravestones, explaining that since her mother had remarried after her father's death, She didn't want to do anything that might worry her new family. Yuri noticed that Rico seemed lost in thought, but the group's attention was soon drawn toward the sound of someone calling her name. Standing before the boys was 24-year-old Barry Blast, a fair-haired man who scratched his neck before flashing a wide smile. Annoyed by his presence, she questioned what he was doing there, prompting Barry to approach the group and irritably remind Rico that she shouldn't be so cold to her former fiancé. Barry stood before the group with his arms spread wide, smiling as he reminded Rico not to be so cold toward her former fiancé, while the others could only watch him in silence. Yuri mulled over the mention of a bride in shock, while Barry adjusted his belt, explaining that Rico had returned home to introduce her new boyfriend, a revelation that left Yuri completely stunned. Gripping the fence with both hands, Rico shouted that she couldn't understand Barry's implications, insisting she wouldn't allow him to treat Yuri with disrespect since their history was firmly in the past. In response, Barry simply closed his eyes and smiled. Barry narrowed his eyes, fixing Yuri with an intense stare as Yuri's expression darkened and he steadied himself against the fence behind him. Pointing a finger at Yuri, Barry asserted that he wasn't a local or a knight, but likely just an adventurer, questioning what his actual rank might be. Yuri stood before Barry and revealed that he had Frank, a claim that left Barry in complete shock, while Rico remained by the fence, still holding on tight. Pointing at Yuri, Barry turned back to Rico to clarify the boy's rank once more, eventually breaking into laughter as he mocked the absurdity of the fur rank and questioned Rico's choice of companion. Rico shouted for Barry to compose himself, but Barry could only double over in laughter, claiming he was on the verge of bursting, while Rico fixed him with a menacing glare. Rico vaulted over the fence with a single hand as Barry wiped away the tears brought on by his laughter. Barry stepped back and questioned Rico's next move as she stood before him, with Yuri positioned right behind her. With a stern expression, Rico demanded that Barry apologize to Yuri, but Barry merely brushed him off and told him to relax. Refusing to back down, Rico firmly repeated his demand for an immediate apology. Barry scoffed and refused to apologize, prompting Rico to draw her sword and lunge toward him. Despite the incoming attack, Barry maintained his sinister grin and simply extended his hand. Without warning, Rico's body violently erupted, leaving her stunned as Barry gripped a small blade and let out a malicious laugh. Flustered, Rico tried to cover herself as Barry held up his hands, complimenting her on both her improved sword skills and her more defined figure. When the sound of bells suddenly echoed through the street, Barry quickly looked away. Turning his back on the group, Barry mentioned he was running late for a date, remarking that if Rico wanted to be with him, she knew where to find him. Rico then stood up and shielded herself, while Yuri remained positioned behind her. Rico turned toward Yuri, covering herself as she grew indignant over Barry's dismissive remark. She was offended that he ranked her as only his third favorite woman, but her attention quickly shifted to something stuck on his shoe. Rico appeared behind Yuri, prompting Yuri to order Barry to stop. Barry complied but glared at Yuri, addressing him as Frank, and asked what was wrong, only for Yuri to firmly demand an apology for Rico. After a brief pause, Barry smiled and dismissed Yuri, claiming he was running too late to deal with him, though he pointed a finger as if he finally recognized his face. Rico kept her back to Barry as Yuri checked to see if she was truly all right. Visibly embarrassed, she turned away from him and confirmed she was fine, leaving Yuri to watch her with a pensive expression. Before she knew it, Rico found herself wearing Yuri's shirt, which caught her completely by surprise. As her blush deepened, Yuri explained that he'd lent it to her since she couldn't return home in her torn clothes. As Yuri and Rico stood together discussing Barry, Yuri recalled his face and noted that while he seemed light-hearted, his actual abilities were quite formidable. Clad in Yuri's shirt, Rico looked down and remarked that he probably wasn't interested in why she had left the Knights, but Yuri assured her that he actually was. Looking down in reflection, Rika expressed that she would eventually grow weary of following a path laid out by someone else. By the following morning, a large crowd had assembled before a sweeping mountain vista, where men of all ages stood prepared in their armor and weaponry. The group consisted of Clarice, a short-haired young man, Yuri, and Rico, as Yubak finally prepared to address them all. Surrounded by pitched tents, a diverse group of men listened intently as Uba expressed his gratitude and urged them all to begin working together. Clutching his staff, Yubak warned the group of the imminent danger, urging them to remain alert as they ventured into the singularity while Yuri and the others began their journey. A broad road leading toward the mountains was crowded with soldiers and adventurers. Small clusters of trees and bushes lined the path, where horsemen traveled alongside those on foot. As the group moved forward with Rico trailing behind him, Yuri suddenly turned in surprise toward the sound of someone calling his name. Riding beside Yuri and Rico, Yubak offered a smile to the group, who looked up at him as clouds drifted across the sky above the column of soldiers and adventurers. Approaching on horseback, Ubak mentioned that he'd been tracking the group's progress through his subordinates, noting their impressive success in the exams, a revelation that caught Yuri off guard, as he didn't feel his performance was anything out of the ordinary. After observing Yuri thoughtfully, Yubak burst into a boisterous laugh, admitting he had expected that exact response, and leaving Yuri wide-eyed with surprise. Yuri watched Yubuk with suspicion, sensing the man had uncovered something about him, while Yubuk merely smiled and identified Yuri as the essential trump card for their mission. Stepping forward with a wave, Yubuk noted that he looked forward to Yuri's future achievements, while Rico came to a halt behind Yuri, who turned around upon hearing her name called. Barry rode his horse alongside Yuri and Rico, clutching the reins while casting a sinister smile toward Rico. Stepping ahead of this group, Barry smiled and expressed his surprise that Yubak viewed Yuri as their ultimate trump card. He questioned why Yubak held such a high opinion of him, but his expression quickly shifted into a glare that caught Yuri completely off guard. Barry unsheathed his blade and leveled it at Yuri's throat, a sudden move that left Rico caught in the middle and visibly shaken by his aggression. Barry kept his sword leveled at Yuri, who remained remarkably composed, while Rico stepped between them to loudly demand what Barry intended to do. Looking down at Yuri, Barry questioned why he received so much attention and respect from the others, all while keeping the tip of his blade pointed directly at him. As Yuri looked toward Barry, he discovered a dark silhouette shrouded in black magic pointing a flaming blade at him, causing his expression to contort in fear. Barry kept his sword trained on Yuri, asking in surprise if he had actually fallen ill. Yuri touched his head and denied the possibility, still struggling to comprehend what had just happened to him. Barry erupted into laughter, scoffing at the notion that Yuri was some kind of trump card, while Yuri remained speechless from sheer terror. Mounted on his horse, Barry rode forward and warned Yuri to stay out of his way, drawing a menacing reaction from Rico. Clarissa then approached Yuri, asking him to step aside so they could speak privately. Rico cautioned Yuri to stay alert around Barry, but Yuri simply looked away and echoed the words Clarice had shared earlier. The boys watched as Barry smiled and rested a hand on the shoulder of the knight beside him, while Clarice noted that no swordsman in the entire order could match his combat skills. Clarice recalled the dark silhouette of Barry leaning on his weapon, noting that he was the sole survivor of an expedition where 100 other knights had mysteriously vanished. As Yuri studied Barry's expression, the truth became clear. Barry had already entered the singularity. As the wind picked up and the sky above the forest canopy began to dim, Yubak stood lost in thought while the knight beside him signaled for the entire party of knights and adventurers to halt. Yubak and the short-haired young man watched cautiously as a dark dome loomed before them, emitting a powerful, gusty wind. Standing before the dome, Ubak and his partner identified it as the Singularity, noting the intense magical energy it emitted just as a soldier approached to deliver a report. Turning their attention to the armored man, the captain and Ubak learned that the Singularity had expanded, saturating everything within a kilometer of the lake with a dense concentration of magic. Clutching the reins, the captain warned that the dense magical concentration would likely result in many casualties, leading a contemplative Ubik to question the danger of their involvement just as Barry approached with a smirk. Approaching Captain Hawks, Barry urged him to cast aside his fear, arguing that they had come too far to do anything but press forward, which left the captain visibly stunned by his resolve. Hawks advised Barry to wait, explaining that adventurers had been recruited to assist those who had suffered, though Barry claimed he was already well aware of the situation as a crowd gathered behind them. Barry directed a sinister smile toward Hawks, explaining that the large crowd was intended for use as barriers. When Hawks shouted in shock at the gravity of the situation, Barry grimly confirmed his serious intent. Barry drew his sword and reared his horse, calling out for anyone seeking wealth or vengeance to follow him as they advanced toward the singularity. Motivated by Barry's encouragement, the knights and adventurers regained their resolve and agreed to follow his lead, charging forward into the heat of battle. Hawks let out a sharp hiss and called to Yubak before charging forward on horseback alongside the others. Rico stood with her fists clenched, declaring that she and Yuri needed to follow as well. Yuri looked ahead and agreed, extending his hand as he began to step into the singularity. After entering the singularity, Yuri slowly opened his eyes and looked up in shock, confirming their location. The group found themselves inside a massive dome, completely shrouded in darkness. A massive crowd trudged through a somber landscape, flanked on both sides by jagged rock formations. Scanning the area with unease, Rico remarked on the unsettling atmosphere while Yuri and a guarded Clarice stood ready, just as they noticed someone approaching from ahead. As a massive swarm of monsters closed in on the knights and adventurers, the creatures began scaling the trees, leaving the group to speculate on their species and the origin of such a sudden, overwhelming force. The knights and adventurers found themselves surrounded by a horde of monsters lurking on the ground and even high up in the trees. Baring their teeth with menacing growls, the creatures were revealed to be dark goblins, each having reached the formidable C rank. Scowling at the blonde swordsman, one of the dark goblins suddenly leaped into the air, with several others following his lead. The dart goblins rushed into the fray, leaping onto several men and biting them with menacing roars. As the men fought back, Yuri drew his blade and cut down the goblins lunging at him. Assessing the battlefield, Yuri realized these creatures were surprisingly strong, while Yubak stood his ground and loudly proclaimed he could handle the situation alone. Positioning his staff firmly in front of him, Yubak began his incantation, summoning a surge of wind and fire that coalesced into a massive whirlwind before the goblins. As the goblins scrambled to flee, the fiery whirlwind pursued them, sweeping their charred bodies into the vortex while Yubak and his companions remained at the center of the storm. Standing at the heart of the vortex, the soldiers and adventurers watched as the dark forms of the goblins were swept into the sky, stunned by the sheer scale of Yubak's power. Yubak ordered the adventurers and knights to charge, and as they rushed forward to defeat the remaining goblins, the monsters began to shriek in terror. As the armed soldiers charged into the fray to engage the goblins, Rico and Clarice sprinted ahead of Yuri. Rico signaled that they were pushing forward, and Yuri gave his approval for their plan. Yuri turned her attention to Barry, who stared straight ahead and mentioned that Yubak was a constant nuisance, leaving her visibly surprised. Leading a group of soldiers, a bearded man with long hair let out a shout and lunged at a goblin, his face slick with sweat as strange white spots began to appear around him. Resting one hand on his belt while gripping a weapon in the other, the man questioned if they had truly succeeded as he stood before his soldiers and a field of fallen goblins. While one of the knights knelt on the ground, a man suddenly shouted a warning of the enemy's advance, causing the group to turn in surprise toward the approaching threat. Nearby, the men noticed dark rabbits and wolves perched on the rocks, categorized as D-rank and C-rank threats respectively. Massive dark rabbits and wolves began closing in on the soldiers, who voiced their exhaustion after their grueling battle with the goblins. Raising his hand, Hawks shouted that there was no time to rest, declaring they would definitely repel the monster's assault. Rico checked on Yuri to see if he was all right, and although he confirmed he was fine, Yuri soon looked away, lost in thought. A knight knelt among a field of fallen goblins, leaning on his sword for support, when a dark wolf suddenly lunged from behind, forcing the terrified warrior to shield himself with his hands. In an instant, Barry sliced the wolf into pieces and helped the knight to his feet, noting that he needed to become much stronger. Overwhelmed by fear, the knight shouted his desire to retreat, but Barry grabbed him by the armor and lashed out, refusing to give up and return home in defeat. Hoisting the man up by his armor, Barry sparked a commotion as he warned that if the man tried to flee, the others would be punished, before he lifted him overhead and threw him forward. As smoke billowed from beneath him, the man collapsed to the ground and struggled to push himself back up. Bracing himself with one hand, he looked toward his allies and shouted for Barry. Suddenly, a hole opened up beside him, and he began to slide downward. As he struggled to climb back out, a strange sound echoed from deep within the pit. Suddenly, A massive clawed creature crawled out from the center of the pit, revealing itself as a B-rank sand emperor that loomed over the terrain with a powerful roar. Donning a helmet, the man began rolling toward the creature that had just burst from the earth, his shouts clashing with the monster's own terrifying cries. With his hair in disarray, Ubak leveled his staff and cast a spell, launching a gravity ball forward. As the projectile plummeted toward the B-rank monster, the man tumbled downward until he finally hit the ground. Thick smoke billowed into the air as the gravity ball came to a rest beside the helmeted figure. Propelled by the gravity ball, the helmeted man ascended into the air just as the B-rank monster lunged its claws at him, leaving the surrounding soldiers stunned by his sudden flight. Ubak raised his staff high, prompting the soldiers to cheer as they realized he had saved the man and could continue aiding them in the fight, just as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. The helmeted man collapsed beside Ubak, scrambling to his hands and knees to express his gratitude, just as Ubak sensed a sudden threat and turned to face it. Barry rushed toward Ubak and delivered a strike that sent him reeling to the side. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ubak cried out Barry's name as he fell, while Barry stood his ground with a malicious grin, holding his hand out before him. Ubak advanced toward the gaping maw of the B-rank monster. Barry remarked that he was simply bidding farewell to the old man. The girls and Hawks watched in stunned disbelief, their expressions filled with shock. Yuri remained positioned directly behind Hawks. Barry's expression darkened, his eyes and grin gleaming with malice as he laughed, confident that his plan would finally succeed once the book was out of the way. Ubak plummeted straight into the maw of a B-rank monster. Barry offered a final farewell. The boys were struck with horror as the reality of the situation dawned on them. As the B-rank monster rose high into the air and clenched its claws, Barry stood back and watched the scene unfold with a sinister smile. Clutching the strap of his travel bag, Yuri stood tall in his armor and closed his eyes, channeling magic through his weapon. Leaning forward with a mocking grin, Barry remarked that a court magician is essentially powerless without their staff as he stood beside a hollowed crater where two jagged shards jutted from the ground. Riche came to a stop behind Barry and began shouting about his actions, drawing a sinister smile from Zari as she turned to look in her direction. Riche listened in horror, struggling to comprehend Barry's words and unaware that she was actually the one to blame for the situation. Meanwhile, Hawks rushed to Barry's side as he stared ahead in disbelief. Gripping his sword with both hands, an enraged Hawks launched an aerial assault while declaring that Barry's time was running out, though Barry only met the threat with a wide, confident grin. A sudden explosion erupted as a battle against the monster's hair-like limbs broke out, drawing a startled gaze from a nearby observer. Coated in dust and visibly stunned, Hawks watched as a barrier materialized to protect Barry, allowing the two of them to join forces and destroy the object that had trapped Hawk's sword. Startled, Pox retreated to a safe distance and stared ahead in shock, struggling to catch his breath. Standing before Hawks, Barry radiated a potent aura as massive black wings sprouted from his back. As he crouched and raised his hands, he noted that he felt himself overflowing with power. Clutching the soldier's blade, the rat-like creature glared toward Barry before abruptly dropping the weapon and scurrying away with a squeal, leaving the bewildered man to watch as it fled. The girls turned their gaze toward Barry, questioning whether the demon had truly fled because of him or if he had actually sacrificed his soul in the process. Barry's appearance shifted as his eyes turned pitch black and fangs emerged, while his hand transformed into a sharp claw radiating a magical aura. He smiled, noting that Riche didn't view the world's failure to provide for them as something unfair. Appearing behind Riche, Barry gripped his face with clawed hands and gave a chilling smile, declaring that he would no longer tolerate his current circumstances and intended to live freely. Riche turned around in a panic to find that Barry had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a faint trace of magical energy. As she scanned her surroundings, she quickly noticed something looming above her. Barry ascended into the air with his wings spread wide, a sinister smile crossing his face as magic circles manifested before his hand while he declared that he would finally be taking the fight seriously. As Barry activated his magic, a massive column of black dust erupted from the ground, creating a violent wind that swept the soldiers off their feet while they struggled to shield their eyes. Thick plumes of black smoke suddenly enveloped the knights and adventurers, causing Riche to tremble in terror. As she covered her mouth, she and the others began to scream, realizing they had been rendered completely immobile. Clarice and Hawks were drenched in sweat, completely bewildered as Barry hovered above them with his wings spread wide, looking down at everyone with a sinister smile. Closing his eyes in contemplation, Barry remarked on the fragility of humanity, feeling a sense of disdain as he recalled his own past weakness. Barry smiled, declaring that it was finally time to handle everyone, but his momentum was cut short when an object flew into his face, leaving him bleeding from the impact. Scanning his surroundings, Barry struggled to identify his attacker just as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. Looking down, Barry was stunned to see Yuri standing directly beneath him with his hand raised, unable to comprehend how he was still mobile as Yuri prepared to speak. Yuri's expression grew somber as he informed Barry that his life was nearing its end, leaving Barry visibly outraged and fuming with disbelief as veins began to pulse on his forehead. Still suspended in mid-air, Barry began to tremble and covered his face, only to lower his hand and break into boisterous laughter while Yuri watched him intently. Barry raised his hand and channeled his dark magic, summoning a massive, uniquely decorated sword while noting that he hadn't expected to be teaching Yuri a lesson quite so soon. Yuri assumed a fighting stance and gripped his sword as Barry hovered above, pointing an intricately patterned blade at him, and warning that his life was at its end. Barry began to emit a brilliant light before lunging at Yuri to deliver a strike. Yuri quickly unsheathed his sword, bracing himself to deflect the blow as the surrounding pressure grew increasingly heavy. Barry charged toward Yuri with hostile intent, prompting Yuri to drop into a fighting stance and wait for the collision. With a sinister smile, Barry lunged forward as Yuri watched him with a look of grim determination. Barry caught up to Yuri, and as their blades clashed, the resulting shockwave was powerful enough to reach the bystanders taking cover nearby. Barry launched a ruthless assault, mocking Yuri's exhaustion with a twisted grin as he aimed to sever his limbs. However, Yuri remained completely unfazed, stoically deflecting every incoming strike. Barry and Yuri rapidly split apart, and as Barry gripped his sword with both hands to deliver what he believed was the final blow, Yuri spotted an opening and braced his foot against the ground to prepare a counter-strike. Yuri swung his sword toward me before pausing in shock as Barry suddenly materialized in the air above him. Yuri instinctively ducked, sensing the danger as Barry loomed over him with a malicious grin. A massive plume of dust erupted from the impact, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes as they realized they were paralyzed once more, while Riche let out a muffled scream. Standing silently amidst the swirling dust, Yuri heard his name being called just before Barry suddenly appeared, their blades clashing once more as Barry hovered upside down in midair. Barry maintained a sinister smirk as Yuri confronted him, demanding to know the reason behind his approach, a question that caught Barry completely off guard. Standing on the ground while Barry hovered above him, Yuri questioned how someone with such mastery of the sword could also choose to betray the knights. As a loud, grinding noise echoed, Barry ascended into the air once more, raising his hand to dismiss the knightly code as nothing but prideful nonsense used by the weak to hide their flaws, a statement that left the captain fuming with rage. Hovering high above the ground, Barry proclaimed that only the strong rule, revealing he was chosen by a clandestine organization that pulls the strings from the shadows. This revelation left Yuri wary, as he began to suspect the existence of a dark force operating behind the scenes. Barry lifted his sword as the number 816 materialized on his hand. Suspended in midair, he explained that these digits represented the ultimate title for the Chosen, a concept far beyond Yuri's understanding. Watching Barry hover in the air, Yuri couldn't accept his claim as the strongest because of what happened with Leah, while Barry looked down at the crowd and declared that absolute power is the ultimate form of freedom. Suddenly, Barry's dark figure stood over the soldier, nudging him with his foot, as he claimed that no one could possibly stop him. As the man pleaded for his life, Yuri found himself reflecting on the weight of Barry's words. Standing beside Barry, who was pinning a man down with his boot, Yuri remarked that he didn't truly understand the meaning of freedom. Barry noted Yurian's shock, as the man argued that Barry was mistaken to think he was above consequence, warning that the world would fall into chaos if everyone acted on their own whims, all while Barry kept him pinned firmly under his foot. Yuri looked at Barry and explained that his own standards for freedom were much higher, noting that if strength truly equaled liberty, then Barry was far from free. A realization that caused veins to bulge on Barry's face in a fit of rage. Swinging his sword, Yuri announced it was finally his turn to demonstrate his power, catching Barry off guard as he continued to pin the fallen man to the ground. Moments later, Yuri appeared right beside Barry, who let out a terrified scream as he leaped into the air in shock. Barry was hurled into a rock face, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As he lay buried in the rubble, he couldn't fathom how Yuri had struck him with such immense power. As he lay amidst the rubble, Barry admitted that he still couldn't grasp Yuri's true identity. In an instant, Yuri appeared beside Barry, questioning if he felt true freedom as Barry swung his sword, leaving the man frozen in wide-eyed horror. Yuri's punch connects with enough force to shear off the top of the rock and send it flying, leaving a bloodied Barry slumped on the ground as he admits that underestimating Yuri was a grave mistake. Barry looked up at Yuri's dark silhouette looming over him with sword in hand, and as dust swirled around them, he questioned the man's true identity. Peering down at the base of the cliff, Yuri felt certain he understood Barry's abilities, yet the recent moisture had weakened Barry's strength to a point where it was well below average. Barry let out a strange sound and slammed his hand into the earth, causing stones to scatter in every direction. Ascending to the cliffside where Yuri stood, Barry shouted that he shouldn't be underestimated just for being an F rank. But as Barry gritted his teeth in a fit of rage, Yuri simply met his gaze with a calm, unbothered expression. Barry swung his sword at Yuri, who managed to dodge, but even as Barry followed up with a relentless series of strikes, Bry parried every blow while Barry confidently declared that Yuri would soon die. Barry's face contorted with rage as he lunged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Yuri skillfully evaded every strike, yet notably he refused to throw a single punch in return. Stunned and gritting his teeth in frustration, Barry leveled his sword at Yuri, demanding to know if the constant dodging was just a way to mock him. Barry raised his hand defiantly, angrily claiming that Bree was likely just afraid of him and that Yuri should simply beg for mercy. Yuri let out a heavy sigh, realizing that Barry was no longer the man he once knew and that he should no longer hold back. Yuri stood atop the cliff with a menacing gaze before suddenly appearing beside Barry to drive his sword into the man's stomach. Barry's face contorted in pain and shock as Yuri, keeping him pinned to the blade, slammed him down onto the ground. The impact was so immense that it sent clouds of dust and debris into the air, driving Barry several meters deep into the earth. He lay there motionless with his arms splayed out, a clear mark from Yuri's blade left behind on his stomach. Watching the battle with Barry reach its end, Yuri reflected that no matter how powerful a demon might be, they are all destined to fall eventually. As a thick cloud of dust settled over the rocky peaks, the knights and adventurers began to stir, staring at Yuri in confusion as they failed to recognize him, while nearby, Barry lay slumped against the stones, coughing up blood. Barry lay sprawled across the rocks with his clothes in tatters, while Yuri stood above him, realizing that since their mission was to find the cause of the singularity, defeating Barry would cause everything to vanish. As Yuri peered into the vast darkness, he realized Barry wasn't the cause, even as the singularity continued to expand. Barry's eyes shimmered with a strange light as he suddenly began to convulse and cry out. Startled by the commotion, Yuri turned around to find Barry clutching his head, desperately pleading for another chance while claiming he had yet to master his full potential. The masked blonde man whispered for Barry to remain silent, and immediately Barry's stomach began to swell to an incredible size. Vane's reflection appeared in Barry's eyes as he screamed in anguish, questioning his fate while his stomach began to swell uncontrollably, driving him into a state of hysterical agony. Barry stared at his rapidly expanding stomach and tried to speak, but his words were incoherent. Suddenly, a crack formed across his midsection and his belly completely ruptured. In Barry's place, a mysterious spot appeared with a man standing at its center, catching Yuri completely off guard as the stranger remarked that Barry had misunderstood the true meaning of freedom. The fair-haired man unmasked himself, drawing a wary and focused gaze from Yuri before the stranger addressed him by name. Meeting the stranger's piercing stare, Yuri grew cautious, unable to identify the mysterious magical energy radiating from him. Suddenly, a dark mist drifted toward the knights and adventurers, leaving the crowd trembling as they cast their eyes upward. Glancing to his side, Yuri saw Rico call out his name before she suddenly collapsed, prompting him to rush over and help her back to her feet. Watching Yuri assist Rico, the stranger remarked that his own magical influence was likely responsible for her current state. Gently lifting Rico's head, Yuri asked how she was feeling, and felt relieved to realize she had only lost consciousness as she lay in his arms. Yuri eyed the stranger with suspicion, demanding to know his identity, while the mysterious figure began to levitate and apologized for his lack of manners. Large black wings erupted from the stranger's back as he identified himself as Sariel, a 933-year-old fallen angel ranked as number 4. Stunned, Yuri replayed Sariel's words in his mind while watching him hover in the air. Finally realizing that the singularity was Sariel's doing and the true source of his power. Floating in midair with his light hair partially obscuring his face, Sariel admitted he wasn't surprised by his lack of notoriety since he used to be much weaker, though he remained confused by Yuri's presence. Yuri fixed a serious gaze on Sariel, questioning if he truly possessed telepathy, only for Sariel to snap his fingers and declare that everything was now futile. Suddenly, a whirlwind materialized before Yuri, expanding rapidly as a single drop of water formed at its center, signaling a clear surge in the surrounding magical energy. Sariel drifted through the air above a lake situated in a vast empty void, where a lone structure stood at its center. Standing knee-deep in the water, Yuri looked ahead to see a small structure where a human silhouette was held in chains. Yuri noticed a girl suspended in chains with her head hanging low, a striking ornament visible on her forehead. Opening her eyes slightly, the girl softly called out to Yuri, who stood paralyzed with wide-eyed terror as Sariel's expression twisted into a malicious smirk, a dark aura manifesting around him. The hero stands in the center of a desolate lake that serves as a battlefield, surrounded by a ring of mountains and a peculiar structure rising from the water. Yuri stared intently at the structure, his entire body braced for conflict as a heavy, dark energy permeated the area. Izawa Yuri stared intently at the girl suspended in front of him, while a bashful Aqua looked down in embarrassment and uttered the hero's name. As the moon rose high into the night sky, its soft glow stirred the hero's memories of his past travels alongside his companions, led by the powerful sorceress Aqua. Her radiant smile seemed to promise a future full of luck and adventure, serving as a vital source of warmth in Yuri's life. The young man stared at Aqua in disbelief, his expression making it clear how shocked he was by her current predicament. Noticing her exhaustion and embarrassment, he revealed his realization that she was the source of the singularity, causing the girl to shyly cast her gaze toward the floor. Yuri remained stationary in the middle of the lake, his gaze fixed intently on the distant, mysterious structure as clouds drifted slowly through the night sky. Suddenly, the fallen angel began to clap his hands loudly, with the moonlight shimmering off his black nails. From high in the sky, Sariel mocked Aqua's predicament and the hero's inability to save his close comrade, while Yuri looked up at him with a questioning gaze. Wearing a demonic grin, the fallen angel hovers in the vibrating night air, asking the bewildered hero if his sentimental reunion with his old friends has finally concluded. He remarked that their reunion was long overdue, noting that Aqua would soon fall into their grasp while maintaining a gaze of arrogant disdain toward the hero. Sariel gestured with his black-nailed hand, explaining that Barry had gathered people within the singularity to restrict them to dark magic, while the fallen angel surveyed the area with a look of pure superiority. Clenching his fist in a display of confidence, he declared that they would corrupt the goddess, causing the girl's eyes to well with tears as she finally grasped the grim fate awaiting her. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the girl, causing her entire body to convulse within its chains from the intense electrical surge. Aqua's body went slack, and though she was still alive, her head slumped to her chest as the frilled girl lost consciousness. Hovering above the lake, the fallen angel questioned the stunned hero about what it was like to witness his friend's suffering. Driven by rage, the hero resolved to never let anyone harm his comrades again, while Yuri began to steadily approach the weakened Aqua. The fallen angel regarded him with a mix of disdain and disgust, as human emotions were completely foreign to such a superior being. Suddenly activating a haste spell, the hero surged through the water toward the unconscious Aqua, who hung suspended by her wrists in heavy chains. Fueled by indignation, the hero rushed toward Aqua and drew his sword, intent on severing the chains that kept her hands bound and her body suspended. Yuri leapt high above Aqua's bound wrists, aiming a powerful strike to shatter the chains holding her captive. Propelled by a massive leap, the hero soared toward the chains, his blade nearly reaching the restraints that were causing his comrade so much suffering. Serial caught onto this with a sharp, calculating gaze, the fallen angel noting that the situation was becoming quite intriguing. As the hero closed in on Aqua, an invisible force suddenly halted his progress, leaving Yuri in shock to search for whatever was obstructing his movement mid-air. Despite his efforts to twitch even a single muscle, the hero soon realized that his body had become completely unresponsive. He turned his attention toward the apparent source of the magic that had managed to halt him. Hovering behind the immobilized hero, Serial explains that Yuri's body serves as a vessel for the negative emotions of those who perished in the singularity. The hero listens in confusion, sensing the fallen angel's underlying mockery. The fallen angel settled inside a peculiar building, noting that it provided a perfect view of the unconscious Aqua and the immobilized hero as he continued to laugh mockingly at his former allies. Aqua jolted awake, tears streaming from the excruciating pain of the electric shock, while Serial mockingly noted that two individuals far stronger than him were now completely immobilized. With a mocking laugh, the fallen angel ascended into the dark sky, his massive wings slicing through the night air as he remarked on how amusing the situation had become. A sudden explosion erupted behind him, scattering massive rock fragments in every direction and putting the surprised fallen angel on high alert. Floating high above, he turned to face the site of the blast, while a stunned Serial struggled to make sense of the situation. A figure emerged from the thick clouds of dust kicked up by the explosion, offering to assist Yuri. Recognizing the familiar voice, the hero turned around in surprise. The mysterious figure was revealed to be the rebellious Marius, whom Barry had recently attempted to entomb deep underground. The massive man now stood tall, his hair and clothing fluttering in the wind. Yuri looked at Marius with wide-eyed surprise, relieved that the old man had somehow survived the devastating blow Barry had aimed at him. As the hero considers the possible circumstances of the old man's passing, Yuri explains his belief that Marius vanished after being swallowed by a sand emperor. Yuri recalled a memory of a massive underground centipede slithering away with the old man still in its maw. As the magician began chanting a spell to eliminate the beast, Yuri internally acknowledged Marius as a truly invincible man. The fallen angel remained suspended in the air with an arrogant poise, his massive wings beating steadily as Serial looked upon the old magician with contempt, demanding to know his identity. Marius glared at his opponent and introduced himself as the court magician, while the elderly Ubak's hair fluttered in the breeze. Facing the fallen angel, the man declared that justice had finally arrived for his manipulation of human lives, but the angel only met his gaze with a look of pure arrogance and disdain. Caught off guard by the sudden interruption, the angel glared at the stranger with fury, berating the old man for intruding on his conversation with Yuri. Marius watched the enraged fallen angel with a mix of shock and unease as a massive surge of magical energy suddenly coalesced around him, completely enveloping the elderly magician's body. Marius's garments began to rip as the old magician's muscles surged with rapid growth, his frame quickly becoming too large for his attire. Having completed his transformation, the elderly magician unleashed a fierce battle cry, leaving the fallen angel to watch in stunned confusion. With his transformation now complete, Marius stands enveloped in a massive surge of magical energy as he prepares to strike his opponent. The old man fixed the fallen angel with a look of pure hatred, receiving only a dismissive snort in return. Suddenly, the magician launched himself into the sky, pushing off the ground with such power that he reached a great height in an instant. He flew toward the angel hovering above, readying a powerful strike, while Serial merely watched his approach with a calm expression. The old man glared at his opponent, but at the moment of impact, the angel vanished and retreated, suddenly growing wary as he sensed something unusual. The magician unleashed a forceful gust of wind to disorient his foe, before closing the distance to land another strike on the fallen angel. The magician immediately launched a relentless barrage of strikes, yet the fallen angel skillfully evaded every single blow. The fallen angel flashed a wicked grin, mockingly asking if he should praise the old mage. He then drifted behind the man, taunting that even a century of demonic training would barely give the mage a shot at reaching the double digits. Before the magician could turn back to retaliate, the fallen angel struck first, delivering a powerful blow to his neck. Caught off guard by the impact, the man wheezed and lost consciousness. As he collapsed, the fallen angel looked on with a malicious smile. Listening to the sounds of the struggle, Yuri realized Marius had been defeated, yet he remained completely unable to move. As Yuri watched the battle unfold, he marveled at the fallen angel's immense power. Meanwhile, Serial finished his clash with Marius and turned his attention back to the still immobilized Yuri. With a look of pure anticipation, the fallen angel declared that it was finally his turn, his face contorting into a terrifying grin. Yuri lowered his eyes in resignation as Serial, with a flash of madness in his gaze, questioned how long he could keep him entertained. The fallen angel then unleashed another surge of electricity and water, subjecting the girl to agonizing pain. Tears streamed down her face as her features contorted in anguish, while Yuri could only watch helplessly as his dear friend was being tortured. High above, the fallen angel, Serial watched Aqua and Yuri's suffering, leading the hero to realize that this opponent was in a completely different league compared to any enemy he had faced before. Sweat began to roll down the hero's face as he realized that, for the first time, he lacked the confidence to win even if he exerted every ounce of his power. As the fallen angel slowly descended behind the hero and announced it was finally his turn, Yuri watched him with suspicion while the hero remained completely immobilized. The angel observed him with a calm sense of satisfaction as the hero braced himself for what lay ahead. Every muscle in his body pulled taut with tension. Suspecting that the magic binding him is actually a curse, Yuri realizes that if he's correct, he can break the spell by simply reversing its flow. Recalling the necessary condition to break the curse, the hero attempted to reverse the magic, but his body refused to respond, leaving him completely paralyzed. The hero realized that his techniques were useless against the angel, whose immense magical power was matched by the overwhelming density of the mana surrounding it. As the hero searched for an escape, an angel hovered nearby to mock Yuri's predicament. While Serial whispered that his past self would have broken free with ease, he delivers a sharp strike to the hero's midsection, causing blood to pour from Yuri's mouth and nose. The angel then begins a relentless assault on his stomach, demanding that he get back on his feet and move. He repeatedly twisted the object while questioning what had happened to it, but as the hero reached out, the angel suddenly slammed him to the ground. Aqua is forced to watch as her close friend is bullied. She finds herself completely unable to step in and help. Suddenly, another bolt strikes her. The girl winces, visibly struggling with the pain. Meanwhile, Yuri attempts to pick himself up after his heavy fall. Rising to his knees, the hero realized that overcoming such a formidable adversary would be a daunting task. Battered and exhausted, Yuri struggled to his feet, intending to close the distance for a melee strike as he slowly began his advance toward the angel. The fallen angel soared high into the sky. The hero utilized a contraction spell to close the distance between himself and his opponent. In an instant, the hero found himself standing right next to the fallen angel Serial, stunned that the weakened Yuri was still capable of such a feat. Yuri then unleashed a top-tier fire spell, sending a massive hurricane of flames spiraling from his hand toward the fallen angel. The hero attempted to destroy the angel with his spell, but he was suddenly met with the fallen being's sinister laughter. After pushing through the fiery vortex, he questioned the effectiveness of Yuri's magic, leaving the hero in disbelief that his spell had failed to stop the fallen angel. Emerging from the fiery whirlwind, Serial lunges toward the hero and delivers a powerful blow to his face, sending Yuri crashing back to the floor. Struggling to stand, Yuri watched as the fallen angel descended gracefully to face him. Serial then spread his massive wings and urged the hero to finally take their battle seriously. With a powerful strike, the fallen angel hurls Yuri against the wall, leaving the hero stunned as he realizes his magic is no longer responding. Finally, committing to the attack, he swings his blade just as a fallen angel descends behind him to ask if something is the matter. Continuing his speech, the angel noted that Yuri was once heralded as history's strongest magic swordsman, before snidely questioning if those claims were nothing but lies. The hero launches another attack, but as the enemy evades him once more, a look of intense rage begins to surface in his eyes. He brought his sword level with Serial's face, noting that the fallen angel's current situation was truly unfortunate. Serial suddenly charged toward Yuri and landed a powerful kick, sending the hero flying back a considerable distance. As Yuri is sent reeling from Serial's powerful kick, the fallen angel pursues him mid-air and delivers another blow to his stomach, nearly forcing the hero into unconsciousness from the sheer pain. Yuri plunges into the center of the lake, sending another surge of electricity through Aqua, whose expression once again twists in pain. After being cast into the lake by the angel, Yuri begins to drown, overwhelmed by the feeling that his struggle is futile, as his remaining strength finally fades. Suddenly, Yuri hears a voice calling his name, leaving him to wonder who it could be. Suddenly, a girl lifted him into her arms and urged him to remember, though the hero remained completely confused by her request. A radiant young woman, shrouded in a brilliant white light, informs Yuri that he is the hero who saved the world. Fading in and out of consciousness, Yuri struggled to comprehend the beautiful girl's words as he continued to sink. The girl revealed that she and Yuri were once traveling companions, recounting the time the hero fought against the world's rulers to restore peace. Closing his eyes, Yuri recalled how Aqua had been a member of his party when they defeated the Demon King, the memories flooding back with striking clarity. Moving close to him, the girl pressed her forehead against Yuri's and promised that even if he forgot his past once more, she would never let go of the memories they shared. As a brilliant light enveloped the two, the girl reaffirmed that she would never forget the bond she shared with Yuri. Abruptly, a surge of memories began to surface in the hero's mind, leading him to wonder if they actually belonged to Aqua. Gazing at the hero with an expression of pure delight, she pleaded for him to trust her. As she vanished into the depths of the lake, Yuri was left alone with the lingering assurance that once he recovered his strength, victory would be within his reach. As more memories resurfaced, the hero began to question his past strength, realizing he had yet to recover even a tenth of his former power. Though he continued to sink, the hero refused to accept defeat, his fighting spirit flaring as he focused on reclaiming his true strength. Yuri unexpectedly acquired an SSS rank skill known as the Memory of the Hero, causing him to snap his eyes open as his full recollection returned. Returning to the surface, the fallen angel hovered high above the lake, keeping a close eye on the drowning hero. Landing on solid ground, he folds his massive wings and mockingly reminds Aqua that her protector, Aizawa Yuri, is now at the bottom of the lake, declaring that her struggle has finally come to an end. Despite being struck by another surge of electricity, the girl remained defiant. Turning toward the fallen angel, she loathed to warn him that Yuri was still alive and would eventually come for him. Ignoring her words, the angel gestured with his finger, sending a fresh bolt of electricity through Aqua that left her in excruciating pain. Tears streamed down this girl's face from the agonizing pain as the angel mocks her, asserting that even if Yuri Aizawa were still alive, the outcome would remain the same. Striking a commanding pose, the fallen angel declared that the situation needed to be resolved immediately. Aqua met the fallen angel's gaze with pure disdain as he pronounced the sentence that would decide her future. As dark clouds gathered and the wind intensified, the lake began to churn and bubble before a massive column of water suddenly surged toward the sky. Turning to face the splash behind her, the fallen angel informed Aqua that her end had arrived, a smug and arrogant smile spreading across her face as she closed her eyes in satisfaction. He warned that Aqua's stubbornness would eventually lead to her departure from that world, mirroring the fate of her beloved Yuri. As the angel mused on the simplicity of leaving this world, Aizawa Yuri suddenly appeared behind him, calmly and confidently moving to rescue the girl from her captor. Serial suddenly catches sight of the hero, his face contorting in a mix of shock and confusion. He turns toward the departing Yuri with a questioning look, but the hero doesn't even spare the fallen angel a glance. Drawing his sword once more, Yuri Aizawa approached the girl to sever the chains binding her hands. With a single strike, the hero shattered the chains, and as they gave way, the exhausted girl began to fall. The hero quickly reached out to catch Aqua as she fell. Exhausted and reeling from the repeated electric shocks, her face was contorted in a pained expression. Looking down, the hero checked to see if the girl was all right, but Aqua only managed a weak smile as she spoke his name. Looming behind them, the fallen angel let out a malicious laugh, expressing his twisted delight that Aizawa Yuri was still alive and finding the entire situation quite humorous. The hero gazed emotionlessly at Aqua, who was pale and drained from her torture, but as a sinister aura began to emanate from him, the fallen angel looked on in sheer horror. The hero then turned toward the fallen angel, his expression seething with rage for the enemy he despised. Struck by horror, the angel's face twisted in genuine shock as he questioned the hero about what had happened to him. After exhaling to regain his composure, the fallen angel noted that Aizawa Yuri had become an entirely different person, fixing the hero with a look of pure arrogance. The hero glared at him with intense hatred, warning his opponent to prepare himself. Yuri narrowed his eyes, claiming that the angel's power was now only a third of his own. The angel was visibly stunned by the hero's bold and arrogant declaration. Gritting his teeth, the fallen angel invoked a powerful curse, launching a massive barrage of weapons imbued with dark energy toward the hero. A barrage of cursed weapons closes in on the hero as the angel shouts that his life is finally at an end, leaving Yuri completely buried beneath the mounting pile of armaments. As a relentless barrage of spears rained down, Yuri Aizawa was completely obscured by the chaos. The fallen angel laughed mockingly, already savoring his victory, until his expression suddenly twisted into one of sheer confusion. He looked toward the spot where the hero once stood, seeing only a lingering pillar of dust and spears scattered across the ground. The fallen angel struggled to track his opponent's location, only for Yuri Aizawa to suddenly appear behind him, ready to strike. Just as the fallen angel turned to investigate the strange noise behind him, he was met with a heavy punch to the face from the protagonist. The force of the impact sent the fallen angel hurtling into a nearby column, where he slowly slid down to the floor and looked up at the hero. A wave of genuine horror washed over them as the angel stood paralyzed, wondering how Yuri Aizawa had managed to obtain such overwhelming power. As the fallen angel's eyes widened in horror, Aizawa Yuri drew his blade and leveled it toward him. The hero then invoked the Sword of the Holy Secret, unleashing a three-pronged blade attack that overwhelmed the fallen angel Serial and filled him with dread. The fallen angel attempted to evade the three-pronged assault, but his efforts were in vain as 3 strikes from the Holy Secret Sword found their mark. Stunned by the sheer force of the attack, the fallen angel watched in horror as Aizawa Yuri maintained a stern expression until he suddenly noticed something. Looking back over his shoulder, he mentioned to his opponent that he felt a strange sense of inadequacy. Suddenly, the fallen angel calls out to Yuri, mocking him even as his own body begins to slowly dissolve. Yuri watches the scene in shock as the angel questions if this is truly all the hero has to offer. The fallen angel recognized the sword technique as the one used by the old Aizawa Yuri, but he noted that it was ultimately a disappointment, causing the hero to look at him with a puzzled expression. As his body began to dissolve, the angel revealed that the opponent Yuri Aizawa had just defeated was merely his alter ego. As his body continues to dissolve, the fallen angel acknowledges Yuri's victory, but warns that their paths will cross again, leaving the hero to reflect on these words in silence. With his message delivered, the angel bids Yuri Aizawa farewell and vanishes, leaving behind a piece of paper that immediately catches the hero's eye. Yuri picks it up and begins to examine the contents carefully. The item is revealed to be an SS rank copy mark, which allows the owner to manifest a single-use alter ego by infusing the paper with mana. This duplicate possesses half of the user's original abilities and magical capacity. After carefully re-examining the paper, Yuri finally identifies the sensation he felt before, realizing that the serial he faced during the battle with the fallen angel wasn't the man's actual body. Crushing the paper in his grip, the hero resolved to grow stronger to ensure he wouldn't lose to Serial again, eventually letting the torn remnants scatter into the wind. Aizawa Yuri warily observed the darkening sky, realizing that despite his victory over the fallen angel's alter ego, the singularity remained and was only growing more concentrated. Glancing away warily, the hero sensed the gravity of the situation as he looked over his fallen allies, realizing that leaving them in such a state would cause them to waste away completely. As Yuri Izawa scans his surroundings, Aqua calls out to him, prompting him to turn toward her voice. He approached his friend to check on her, and though she was in tears, she assured him she was all right before taking his hand and expressing her confidence that Yuri would come to her aid. Yuri Izawa observed the girl intently, his expression remaining completely unreadable. Internally, the hero struggled to wrap his head around the reality of the situation. He looked back on their time as companions, recalling when Aqua was still just an ordinary human. Yuri Izawa suddenly scanned his friend, discovering that her race had changed from human to spirit, and that her age was now listed as unknown. Taken aback, Yuri questions whether his friend has actually become a spirit, while she gazes at him with tears welling in her eyes. The girl acknowledged Yuri Izawa's confusion, noting that reincarnating as a spirit is an incredibly rare occurrence in this world. Placing a hand over her heart, Aqua introduces herself as the 11th generation of this world, explaining that she has been reborn as a water spirit. Yuri Izawa looked at his friend in surprise, realizing her words implied his life was vastly different before he used the magic stone of reincarnation. Turning back to Aqua, the hero questioned her about her earlier warning that the world would vanish if things remained unchanged. He recalled Aqua's plea for him to travel to the Water City Luminaria, warning that the entire world would cease to exist otherwise. Returning to the present, Aqua confirms her earlier statement, explaining that the numbers had decided to harness the power of the spirits. She explained that this world's magic is divided into 5 primary elements: fire, water, wind, darkness, and light, each governed by a dedicated pair of spirits. She explains that these spirits originally possessed strength slightly greater than both humans and demons, a hierarchy that ensured the world remained in balance. Over the last few centuries, the strength of their ranks has surged, with some members attaining power that eclipses even the spirits, making today's events truly defy logic. Aqua warns that if dark magic corrupts the spirits, the world will meet its end. The hero stares at the girl with a mix of fear and confusion, yet she meets his gaze with unwavering determination. The hero's expression quickly turns grim as he realizes the threat involves the total destruction of the world. At that moment, Aqua turns to Yuri Izawa, informing him that she has one specific request. Despair filled the girl's eyes as she urged the hero to find Fleur, the priestess of fire, a request that left him visibly stunned. Aqua recalls the image of the girl with her hair tied in a neat high ponytail as she requests that the hero seek out a certain priestess. Aqua noted that if her prediction held true, the fire priestess would be the fallen angel Serial's next target. Closing his eyes to reflect on Aqua's words, Yuri Izawa felt he had overlooked a crucial detail, eventually theorizing that the fire priestess Aqua mentioned might have once been a companion of hers. After carefully considering his options, the hero looked up and voiced his disapproval, flatly refusing her request and leaving Aqua staring at Yuri Izawa in confusion. When she questioned his decision, the hero indifferently explained that he no longer cared about world peace or the war between humans and demons, stating he only acts on his own whims now, leaving her completely baffled by his response. Yuri frowned as he looked down, realizing that while the world might be ending, living a life bound by unwanted obligations was a far worse fate. His past life had been defined by the suffering of being tied to others, and it was a burden he wasn't willing to carry again. A sudden smile plays on the girl's lips as she turns to Yuri Izawa, remarking on how much he's changed since their last meeting. While the hero stares back at Aqua in total disbelief, she continued, explaining that the hero had fought for someone in his past life, a struggle that appeared deeply painful. Turning away slightly, the hero expressed his regret for being unable to help, while a flustered Aqua gestured awkwardly and insisted that the situation was actually quite the opposite. She expressed that Yuri Izawa's current way of life is far more wonderful than the existence he led in his past life. Satisfied by her response, the hero gazed at the girl with a sense of peace, reflecting on how he had dedicated his first life to protecting the world and his second to eradicating evil. He realized that his hard work had been futile in both lifetimes, as he reflected on the many hardships and losses he had faced. Aqua abruptly snaps Yuri back to reality, casting a critical gaze toward his fallen teammates. The girl announced that it was time for Yuri's friends to awaken, while the hero reflected on his comrades who had been worn down by their past hardships. With a radiant smile, the girl suggested the hero restore the battlefield to order before his comrades woke up, leaving him to stare at her in complete bewilderment. Inside a peculiar building, the girl prepared to tidy up as Aqua began casting a spell, manifesting a magical orb roughly the size of a soccer ball. She tossed the spell ball high above her, and as it continued to rise, its brilliant light filled every corner of the building. As the sphere reaches a certain height, it erupts into a brilliant flash that illuminates the building and the entire surrounding area. The hero is forced to shield his eyes with his hand to block out the overwhelming radiance. The once desolate plains are quickly blanketed in lush greenery, as the entire landscape begins to bloom and fill the air with a pleasant fragrance. The sky cleared into a vibrant blue as wispy clouds drifted across, while sunlight shimmered off the lake and the natural world began to stir. Taking in the sights of Aqua with genuine amazement, the hero couldn't hide his admiration, much to the girl's delight as she watched him with a satisfied smile. Yuri Aizawa's comrades slowly began to stir from their deep slumber, with Rico being the first to regain consciousness, her head ringing from the effects of the long sleep. Clarissa rushes over and calls out her sister's name, asking if she's all right or if her condition has changed, though Rika only responds with a look of pure confusion. Surveying her surroundings, the girl notices her companions are also waking up. Rico wonders if they have entered a singularity, while Clarissa remains equally confused by their situation. A figure soon approached and offered Rico a hand, revealing himself to be Aqua. Stunned by the spirit's appearance, the girls let out a piercing scream that sat somewhere between terror and pure delight. As the soldiers approached the girls to check for injuries, they all began to realize that their surroundings had fundamentally changed. As they stood on the former battlefield, the soldiers surrounded the girls, questioning Aqua's origins and wondering why a water priestess would be in such a place. Aqua scans the room in confusion, introducing herself as a water priestess while trying to figure out why everyone is so shocked. One of the soldiers approached the girl to ask if the water priestess had come to rescue them, but she simply offered a sly smile and clarified that wasn't her intention at all. Suddenly, two more figures approached the group, revealing themselves to be Yuri Izawa and Old Man Marius, who were being assisted by the hero. Strick credited their victory entirely to Yuri Izawa, but the moment was interrupted as soldiers hurried over to inquire about Old Marius's condition. Aqua then joined the discussion, revealing that Yuri had single-handedly defeated the dark minions to save her, leaving the entire group in stunned disbelief. One of the knights stepped forward from the crowd, acknowledging that their victory was truly thanks to Aizawa Yuri, and asking how he could best show his gratitude. Looking away, the hero hoped to maintain a low profile, but he realized that staying inconspicuous was impossible with Aqua by his side. As the girl quietly giggled, Rico watched Yuri and Aqua with visible tension, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and irritation. Clarissa then joins the conversation, asking if it's true that Yuri knew Aqua, as she recalls the hero mentioning a previous encounter with her when they first arrived in Liminaria. Stunned by the situation, Rico reflected on the extreme lengths Yuri Izawa would go to in order to shatter their conventional common sense. Aqua suddenly turns to Yuri and announces that it's time for her to depart, confirming her exit when the hero asks for clarification. With a calm smile, she warned that demons would soon arrive for her and urged the girl to find a place to hide. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, the hero deduces that the true purpose of the numbers is to force the 5 great spirits into a fallen state to exploit their power, a realization that immediately brings the fallen angel, Serial, to mind. Aqua suddenly turns her attention back to the hero, informing Yuri Izawa that she has a request for him, much to his surprise. Aqua asked Yuri to close his eyes and look away, a request the hero followed without question. Taking Yuri completely by surprise, Aqua plants a kiss on his cheek, causing him to recoil in shock as she lets out a mocking laugh. Aqua suggests that the hero likely forgot his past life romance with Yuri, leaving him to stare at her in complete disbelief. The couple then turned toward the onlookers, who stood completely paralyzed in shock by what they had just witnessed. Clarissa called out to her sister, revealing Aizawa Yuri's true identity as the lover of the water priestess, Aqua. leaving Rico completely frozen in stunned silence. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and let out a sigh, taking a quick breath before releasing a short scream. After she labeled Yuri Izawa as shameless, Yuri privately reflected on how he had been caught in a relentless whirlwind of madness ever since those events began. The scene shifts to a grand castle where, deep within its corridors, Marius is found in his office alongside several subordinates. The elderly mage expressed his gratitude to Yuri Izawa, acknowledging that the country only managed to endure the crisis because of his intervention. A knight then entered Marius's office carrying a massive tray, which he presented to Yuri, requesting that he accept it. Resting on the tray were several large bags containing 3 million gold, the reward intended for Yuri Izawa. The hero looked at the knight and the fortune in his hands, visibly stunned. Turning back to Yuri, Marius presented a proposition to the young man, who met the old magician's gaze with a questioning look. Marius continues by suggesting a gratitude ceremony for Yuri Izawa, aiming to honor their savior and lift the country's spirits. Marius expresses his desire for Yuri Izawa to attend the ceremony, but the hero bashfully declines, despite appreciating the old mage's sentiment. The men seated with Marius began pressuring Yuri to attend the ceremony, but the old man quickly stepped in to stop them. Turning toward the door, the hero prepared to take his leave, explaining that he was merely an ordinary adventurer who had fulfilled his mission. As the young man carried trays of gold through the night, he admitted he wasn't suited for such tasks, prompting one of Marius's colleagues to question if Yuri Izawa was truly leaving while Marius himself remained perfectly composed. Flashing a sly smile, the old man burst into laughter at Yuri's claim that the boy was just a common adventurer, leaving Marius's colleagues completely baffled by his reaction. While navigating the corridor to distance himself from the soldier carrying the tray of gold, the hero is thanked by old Marius for his unwavering diligence. The scene transitions to the port of Luminaria, where Rico stands on a bridge, leaning against the railing with his head lowered in deep thought. Yuri Izawa suddenly called out to Rico, who looked up at the hero in surprise. As he approached, Yuri apologized for making her wait, but she reassured him that she had only just arrived. The hero then summoned a massive dragon, which descended into the center of the city square. Yuri Izawa informed the beast it was time to depart, and the dragon responded by nuzzling against him like an affectionate cat. Hearing a familiar voice call out, Rico turned to see Clarissa rushing toward her with tears streaming down her face. Approaching Rico, the girl asked if she was finally heading home, expressing her sincere hope that Rico would return to the Knights. Rico offered a smile and a gentle pat on his sister's head, assuring Clarissa that they would eventually reunite. While she credited her sister's vital help for getting her through the difficult quest, Rico made sure to acknowledge how much stronger Clarissa had grown on her own. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Clarissa threw her arms around her sister's neck, though Rico quickly tried to pull her away. The hero watched the display in confusion before asking Rico if it was time for them to depart. The heroes mount the dragon and take flight, soaring through the clouds and the midday air. As Clarissa watches her sister and Yuri depart, she calls out to Yuri Izawa, entrusting him with her sister's safety. Clarice calls out one final time, thanking Yuri Izawa and proclaiming that the quest saved Luminaria, which leaves both Yuri and Rico looking back at her in surprise. The girl wears a satisfied smile until Yuri suddenly shouts that he couldn't hear her earlier message. This immediately irritates Clarissa, prompting the hero to suggest she simply raise her voice. Clarissa finally breaks down, screaming for Yuri Izawa to fly away immediately, while a bittersweet smile forms on her face. As they flew beyond the city limits, Rico called out to Yuri, asking if he was truly content with his decision to leave Luminaria behind. The hero turned slightly to face her, questioning her sudden curiosity, while Riche awkwardly recalled the kiss shared between Yuri and Aqua. The girl noted that the inquiry concerned Aqua more than Yuri, questioning whether the water priestess held any real importance to him. Reflecting on his past, the hero acknowledged that Aqua had once been a dear friend, but he informed Rico that she no longer held such importance now that he lived solely for himself. Rico admitted that Yuri Izawa's way of speaking was often hard to follow, prompting her to ask for a clearer explanation so she could fully grasp his meaning. Yuri turned away, explaining that Rico had now become more important to him than Aqua. Flustered by the hero's blunt remarks, The girl begins to shout in confusion as her face turns bright red, leaving Yuri completely puzzled by her reaction. He turned to her and mentioned that he didn't mind if Rico took his words literally, leaving the girl to stare at Yuri in surprise. When Yuri Izawa asks why she's blushing, Rico calls him cunning and embraces him from behind, noting that she can get serious too if he insists. As they soared through the sky on the dragon's back, the hero reflected on the completion of their quest in Luminaria and their journey back home. Enveloped in a radiant white light, Yuri Izawa floated helplessly, unable to comprehend the situation as he was carried into a mysterious building and lowered onto a platform. Surrounded by flickering torches, the hero is struck by a strange sense of familiarity, as if he's lived this moment before. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, and he turns to face the source. Directly in front of Yuri Izawa at the top of the stairs stood a girl, who expressed her gratitude to the hero for awakening her while dressed in a hooded cape, a top, and a knee-length skirt with a side slit. The girl beams at the hero with joy, but despite his best efforts to place her face, he still can't recall where they've met before. Using the last of her power, the girl explained that she was now communicating directly with Yuri's mind. The girl urged Yuri to head to Netria, the city of fire, warning that the world faced certain destruction otherwise, before she suddenly vanished. Staring blankly at the spot where the girl had just been standing, the hero was struck by a haunting sense of déjà vu, feeling as though he had witnessed this exact path to world destruction once before. Suddenly, flames erupt across Yuri's body and quickly spread, leaving the hero screaming in agony as he struggles to comprehend what is happening to him. Upon waking, the hero found himself in bed, surrounded by half-wolves, and as he observed the peaceful scene, he wondered if their proximity was the reason he had felt a burning sensation. He recalled that the wolves had been residing there for some time, ever since their first encounter in the Valley of the Dragons. Yuri addressed the wolves, announcing he was about to prepare breakfast, while the hero suddenly recalled the dream he'd had moments earlier. Though the specific details remained a blur, he was certain it held significant importance. Ultimately, Yuri concludes it was all just a dream, allowing her to set her worries aside. The scene shifts to the city square, where the hero walks down the street with a smile, casually slinging a bag over his shoulder. As Yuri made his way across the bridge, he overheard the loud shouts of two men arguing directly beneath him. One man shouts at the other to stop pushing, insisting he was there first, while the second man remains completely confused by the accusation. Looking down in confusion, the hero anticipated an imminent fight, only for a peculiar man to emerge from the lower doors and thank the crowd for their patience. As the doors swing wide, a massive warehouse filled with gear and weaponry is revealed to the group. The men charge inside, shouting in excitement that the budget equipment shop is still open for business. Upon hearing shouts about a gun shop, the hero's mind went to his own sword as the men rushed toward the store to secure a weapon before they sold out, leaving him to watch their frantic pace in total confusion. As Yuri reflected on the shop's popularity, a group of men suddenly rushed past him toward the entrance, only to be stopped in their tracks by an unforeseen obstacle. A young girl appeared before them, clutching an assortment of weapons and claiming that all the items for sale belonged to her. As a girl rushes through the shop gathering inexpensive weapons, she is revealed to be Philly, prompting the hero to approach and ask about her intentions. Noticing him, Philly points out the shop's low prices, explaining that even the sword is being sold for less than its original cost. Intrigued by the low prices, the hero questioned how the shop avoided heavy losses, though Philly could only guess it was due to their bulk procurement strategy. She then directed the hero's attention toward the store clerk, a dwarf named Corey Dolman, who owned the budget weapon shop. Returning to the subject of the low prices, she insisted that since the items were so affordable, nothing else really mattered. Philly then encouraged Yuri to make a purchase, noting that even maintenance was affordable, but the hero grew irritated by how suspiciously cheap everything in the shop seemed. Yuri advises Philly to hold off on purchasing a weapon for now, explaining that he needs to pay a visit to the blacksmith first. As the hero approached the blacksmith's shop, he heard a heated argument inside. The moment he opened the door, a man tumbled out onto him, shouting that he wanted nothing more to do with his companion. Surprised, the hero watched as the man rushing toward him panicked at Yuri's sudden appearance, causing him to crash into the door and slam his face into the handle. Wincing from the pain of the impact, The hero skeptically checked on the stranger's condition, only to realize the person he took for a man was actually a small child. After meeting the hero, the child suddenly rushes out of the blacksmith shop in tears, leaving the hero to watch him go in surprise. After gathering his supplies at the market, Yuri entered the blacksmith's workshop and collided with a child who quickly hurried away while insisting they were fine. The hero enters the workshop to find it in a state of complete disarray, leaving him confused about what transpired. He spots the dwarf blacksmith, Hugo Mantle, sitting in a chair and grumbling that he is at a total loss for what to do next. Yuri Aizawa approaches the blacksmith and offers a greeting, prompting the dwarf to turn around. Hugo begins to ask what the hero needs, but instead remarks that Yuri hadn't caught him at the best moment. Surveying the wreckage of the workshop, the hero found himself in agreement with the blacksmith's assessment, as Yuri Aizawa inquired about the cause of the disaster. Exclaiming in frustration, the dwarf lamented his constant bad luck, while Hugo explained that a budget shop had forced his forge out of business. The dwarf explains that while his shop is tucked away on the outskirts and his rival occupies the city center, the quality of his craftsmanship is still far above the standard. While the competitor's inventory is likely inferior to Hugo's, their lower prices consistently draw in a larger crowd. When the hero questions the central store's success, Hugo admits his own frustration over the mystery, while the dwarf remains baffled by how the shop stays afloat with such steep discounts. Overwhelmed by rage and despair, the blacksmith shouted that he couldn't grasp how the process worked, while Yuri reflected that the store's prices were suspiciously low even for a marketing tactic. The hero questioned the chaotic state of the shop, but as the dwarf began explaining the cause to Yuri, he was suddenly cut off. Two massive men entered the shop and announced their return, drawing a look of clear annoyance from the blacksmith as the hero watched on, completely confused by the situation. When he questioned the dwarf about their identity, Hugo revealed they were debt collectors who, according to the blacksmith, had been showing up almost every day to interfere with his work. When a debt collector demanded today's payment from the elderly blacksmith, Hugo snapped at him to be quiet, claiming he didn't have a single coin to give. After noting the old man's surprising vitality, he proposed a trade of equal value to the blacksmith, while Hugo warned the debt collectors to stop their taunts since they had already seized his entire inventory. When the debt collector mentions the dwarf's granddaughter, the blacksmith is struck with horror, as the man suggests that selling her to interested buyers would finally make the shop profitable. Beads of cold sweat formed on the old man's face as the debt collector ordered his associate to ransack the shop and seize the blacksmith's granddaughter. The massive debt collector approaches the elderly man and demands to know his granddaughter's whereabouts, causing the blacksmith to grit his teeth in silent rage. The brute swung his massive hand toward the elderly man, intent on beating the truth about his granddaughter out of him. Just as the punch was about to connect with the old man, Yuri suddenly appeared and caught the thug's fist, leaving the man completely bewildered. Yuri's colleague asks if he has any questions now that their identities are revealed, causing the hero to scowl as he realizes just how unfair the situation is. He immediately turns his sights on the debt collectors, quickly overwhelming them with his sheer strength. By channeling his magic, Yuri forces both men to their knees, leaving them struggling to even draw a breath. Staring at his opponents with utter disdain, the hero realized that, thanks to the memories he inherited from his predecessor, the debt collectors were now writhing in agony, overwhelmed by the weight of their own bloodlust. Exhaling a sigh, the hero decided to let the debt collectors go, and the pair quickly fled while shouting that they would eventually return. Once the atmosphere had finally settled, the dwarf asked Yuri Aizawa if he was finished. The aging blacksmith offered an apology for his past actions, but the hero dismissed any ill will, reminding him that the dwarf had always been a reliable supporter of Yuri's weaponry. After successfully dismissing the debt collectors with a polite approach, the hero turns his attention toward the next challenge, rebuilding Hugo's store. The scene transitions to the adventurer's tavern, where a quiet atmosphere settles over the patrons as a wolf waiter weaves through the tables delivering their meals. At that moment, Yuri Aizawa entered the tavern and was greeted by the waiter. As he settled in for a meal, he inquired if there were any local shops currently offering major discounts. The waiter inquired if he was referring to the shop run by the dwarf, and the hero confirmed it, noting that it was the most affordable place around. The waiter admitted he didn't know the specifics, but mentioned hearing some rumors, prompting Isekai'D to press him for more information. Wolf explains that while these discounts shouldn't yield any profit, the shop persists, fueling rumors that the dwarf is using a calculated strategy to acquire his competitors' businesses. He further explained that the shop's dwarves were hired for low wages and forced to work as servants. The hero questioned if anyone else found the situation suspicious, while Yuri noted that rising weapon prices would eventually drive their customers away. Wagging a claw in disapproval, the wolf asks Yuri if he knows the most essential rule of business, prompting the hero to ask for the answer. The wolf explains that advertising is the most vital part of any business, noting that even the highest quality gun shop will fail to attract customers if no one knows it exists. The wolf countered that regardless of the shop's quality or the state of its weapons, simply being known would be enough to attract customers. Recognizing Pancho's expertise in the trade, the hero reflects on the wolf's advice that while advertising isn't the sole factor for success, it remains a vital one. Over dinner, he reflected on the importance of business and marketing, leading Pancho to suggest that a blacksmithing competition was the only way to settle the matter. The wolf explains that the city is hosting a blacksmith festival held once every 4 years, which requires them to present the finest blade the master can forge. Isekai'D explains that a victory would serve as a marketing campaign for the shop, a point the wolf confirms, while adding that participants can also win prizes at the festival. Gazing at his friend with pure joy, Yuri tells Pancho how incredible he is, leaving the wolf feeling quite bashful at the sudden praise. When the waiter asks for his opinion on the chief blacksmith, the hero remarks that old Hugo's current state makes the task impossible, all while looking thoughtfully at his friend. Isekai'D confirmed his suspicions, noting that old man Hugo appeared completely drained of his former energy. The hero realized that even if he gathered the necessary materials, he would still require the assistance of knowledgeable experts. The wolf questioned Yuri about his connections, specifically asking if he served a master capable of forging such exquisite swords. The hero closed his eyes in deep thought, only for a rather unconventional idea to cross his mind. Recalling someone who might be able to help, the hero makes his way toward the bustling city streets. At that moment, the debt collectors finally cornered Hugo's granddaughter, with one of them mockingly offering her a job he claimed would suit her perfectly. The girl immediately resisted, struggling to break free from their relentless grasp. The masked debt collector explained that the assignment offered a high income for a young girl, but she rejected his claims and continued her attempt to break free. Tia Mace informs the debt collector that her only asset is sleight of hand, holding her palms out in a defensive demonstration. The masked debt collector continues, saying that this would be just right as he was looking for a clever child. He says that it would be enough to do a few indecent acts. The girl immediately begins to refuse. The debt collector seized her hand once more and ordered her to follow him, even as she struggled against him with all her strength. Demanding her silence and total obedience, the debt collector left the girl staring back at him with eyes full of hopeless despair. Just then, Isekai'D happened to be passing by and snatched her from the debt collector's grasp, staring the man down with disdain as he brought the confrontation to an end. Recognizing the protagonist from their previous encounter, the masked debt collector questioned his presence, while the hero simultaneously identified the pair as the same individuals he had met at Hugo's store. The masked debt collector dismisses Yuri as an unpleasant person, warning him that he won't escape so easily now that they have reinforcements, before turning to call for his older brother. A massive Hema monster named Bubar Weldon rounds the corner of the building, as the masked debt collector informs the hero that this giant is a legendary underworld collector. While the man confidently claims his older brother will easily crush the hero, Isekai'D merely stares back at him with a look of pure indifference. Weldon suddenly lunges into an attack, charging the hero with all his strength, but Isekai'D catches him by the leg and uses a massive hand for leverage to slam the brute onto the ground. Blood began streaming from the criminal's nose and mouth as his comrades watched in disbelief, but a sudden noise quickly diverted the hero's attention toward the monster. He rose to his feet with surprising grace and prepared to strike the hero again, brandishing a massive weapon shaped like an axe. The giant leaped high above the hero to prepare a strike, surprising him as he gauged the creature's impressive abilities to be around C rank. As the giant closed in on Isekai'D, Weldon threw the full weight of his massive frame onto the hero. The debt collectors are convinced the hero has met his end, exactly as they anticipated, while Tia stares at the photo in horror, terrified that his kindness toward her is what ultimately cost him his life. The giant rose from Yuri Aizawa's former position, certain of his victory as cubic fragments of dust swirled around him. Without warning, Yuri Aizawa materialized behind the giant and mockingly questioned if this was truly the full extent of his power. Although the brute tried to evade the attack, Yuri landed a decisive blow to Weldon's neck, sending him crashing to the ground unconscious. Gazing at his rival with pure contempt, the hero reassured his companions that they had no reason to worry, as he hadn't actually killed the man. Terrified by the hero's display of power, the debt collectors fled down the street in a panic, their screams echoing as the hero watched them go and called out after them. As the criminals turned to leave, the hero questioned if they were really going to walk away so easily, but they quickly clarified that wasn't their intention at all. After returning to retrieve their comrade, the group finally makes their escape, prompting the hero to check if the girl is injured, to which she assures him she is fine. After the girl thanked the hero for his assistance, Yuri Aizawa asked if she was Hugo's granddaughter, which she confirmed was true. Yuri explained that he had been searching for her, causing a surprised Tia to question if the hero was truly looking for her. The girl revealed she was also searching for a strong man. But the conversation took a turn when Yuri Aizawa and Tia simultaneously asked each other about the blacksmith competition, leaving them both startled by the coincidence. Sometime earlier, the protagonist began questioning the villagers about the situation, but most were dismissive or claimed to be too busy until one resident finally asked who he was looking for. It was later revealed that Yuri was actually searching for Hugo's granddaughter, Tia, and had been showing a hand-drawn portrait of her to everyone in town. While searching for Hugo's granddaughter, Yuri realized that winning the competition was the only way to restore the shop, making it essential to find the girl he believed was a master blacksmith. As the hero pressed forward, feeling the urgency of his mission, he rounded a building and was met with a girl's desperate screams. He spotted a young dwarf struggling against her kidnappers and immediately realized his search was over. He had finally found the person he was after. While sitting together in a cafe, Tia expressed her gratitude to the hero for his assistance before mentioning that she had a question for him. She requested Yuri Aizawa's help, asking him to accompany her to the eastern mine to gather ore. Surprised by her words, Yuri asked for clarification, prompting Tia to explain that the area contained rare and unknown ores that were far too valuable to be sold on the open market. Tia explains that winning the blacksmith competition is the only way to restore the workshop, but she'll need high-quality ore to succeed. Her face is set with a look of absolute determination. The hero realizes his mindset aligns perfectly with Tia's, while Yuri concludes that winning the blacksmithing competition requires both master craftsmanship and high-quality ore. Tia looked toward Yuri Aizawa with a glimmer of hope, explaining that she had already tried to reason with her grandfather, but he had dismissed the idea as far too risky. She felt that this was the only remaining option to save the workshop, a resolve that left the hero visibly taken aback. Offering a smile, she agreed to assist with the girl's plan, leaving Tia overjoyed to hear the news. An unusual creature unexpectedly flew into the cafe, letting out a soft cue sound that left both the protagonist and Tia staring in bewilderment. When the girl inquired about his companion, Yuri explained that Lime was traveling alongside him due to a variety of circumstances. Watching the flying slime with pure delight, the girl's face beamed with joy as she identified Yuri Aizawa as a rare tamer. Taken aback by her assessment, the hero looked at Tia and admitted she might be right. Yuri Aizawa reflected that being a tamer wasn't technically the rarest job, after which the group agreed to reconvene at the Adventurers Guild the following day. The next day at the Netria mine in the City of Fire, a spell is being cast deep within the mountains, radiating brilliant beams of light magic. A hand with pitch-black nails begins weaving new spells, revealing the mysterious figure to be the fallen angel, Sarail. He launches an assault on the Priestess of Fire, urging her to cease her resistance so they can speak. As the angel gradually intensified his magic, the girl smirked and asked what they should discuss. Sarail informs her that hoping for love is a futile effort, revealing that he is already aware of her attempts to use magic to contact someone. Sarail asks if she is Aizawa Yuri, and the girl's stunned expression confirms that the fallen angel has correctly identified her. Sarail taunted the priestess, questioning whether she genuinely believed Yuri would arrive to save her. The fallen angel claimed the young man wouldn't arrive to save the girl, and after asking the priestess if she knew why he was so certain, he explained that an acquaintance was keeping a close watch on Yuri Izawa. Returning to Yuri and Tia, a massive white bird hovers silently above the city, tracking the hero's conversation while Yuri remains completely unaware that they are being watched. Returning to Serial and the Fire Priestess, the fallen angel reveals that Yuri Izawa has yet to leave the city, marking the failure of the priestess's plan. The Fire Priestess offered a knowing smile, dismissing the fallen angel's claims, while asserting that destiny would always favor them, a conviction clearly written across her face. Serial, the fallen angel, gave the Fire Priestess an irritated look. Though he soon offered a smile while remarking that she was far too noisy, he shatters her magical barrier, leaving the priestess stunned as mysterious whips suddenly bind her limbs. Serial acknowledged the Fire Priestess's resilience, though he questioned how much longer she could endure as he coiled his whips around her neck. He explained that not even spirits are immune to the lure of darkness, causing the girl's eyes to widen with visible pain and terror. As the priestess's eyes drift shut, the final image she sees is the fallen angel's sinister smile. Reaching her breaking point, the girl desperately calls out to Yuri Izawa in her mind, just as he begins preparing for a new journey. As Tia headed to the meeting place with a smile, she was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice and spotted Yuri Izawa walking toward her. As she approached the hero, the girl thanked him for sparing a moment to talk, and he simply nodded in acknowledgement. As the hero set out for the mountains, he turned toward Tia with a look of surprised contemplation. When Yuri pointed out that the girl seemed far too tall to be a dwarf, she was caught completely off guard and glanced back at the hero in disbelief. The hero recalled hearing that dwarves were generally uniform in height, yet Tia stood 10 centimeters taller than the average. The hero questioned Tia about what he might be missing, leading her to reveal that she was actually a half-breed dwarf. When the hero questioned her further, the girl explained that she was of mixed heritage, born to a dwarven mother and a human father, noting that purebreds like her grandfather are now quite rare. Recognizing the girl's point, the hero recalled the unusual height of the 81 sheep shop and deduced that he was also a half-breed. After trekking through a forest path and crossing the open plains, the group finally reached the rocky terrain where the hero confirmed they had arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the somber eastern mine, Yuri Izawa observed that the facility was starkly different from the northern mine he had visited with Rico, carrying a much more personal significance for him. Tia advised Yuri to remain cautious, noting that the area's high danger level meant only seasoned adventurers of his caliber should venture there. Staring at her in bewilderment, the hero confessed his lack of experience, but the girl just gave a knowing laugh and a sigh, claiming that he couldn't possibly fool a dwarf. She claims that Yuri Izawa is at least an A-rank adventurer, leaving the hero visibly bewildered. He raises an eyebrow, clearly unable to grasp the point Tia is trying to make. When Yuri revealed he was merely an F-rank adventurer, a stunned Tia questioned if he was joking, prompting him to present his official identification card as proof. Confused and irritated by the card, the girl claimed she had a stomachache, but the hero simply laughed and reminded her that they were on a tight schedule and needed to leave immediately. Upon reaching the entrance of the eastern shaft, the hero noted its derelict state, realizing the passage was abandoned and the ceiling appeared ready to collapse. Tia urged the hero to proceed with caution, and as they stepped into the mine, a rocky figure emerged that revealed itself to be a stone golem. Tia lets out a fearful scream while secretly eyeing Yuri, concluding that she can't count on the hero and needs to handle the situation herself. She brandished a massive hammer that dwarfed her small frame, explaining that she was left with no other choice. Gazing at the stone golem with unwavering determination, the girl reassures those around her that everything will be fine, confident that her explosive hammer can handle any challenge. The hero eyed Tia with clear skepticism, silently questioning if everything was truly going to be all right. Rushing toward the monster, the girl grips her hammer tightly and swings at the stone golem, where Tia's heavy strike successfully breaks off its arm. She leaped back to safety while the hero closely monitored her struggle against the stone golem, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Observing Tia's struggle with the massive weapon, Yuri realizes she lacks the strength to wield it effectively, but his attempt to find a solution is interrupted when something else catches his eye. With a shout, she swings her hammer at the golem again, only this time she triggers a concealed button that makes the weapon radiate a brilliant light. With a swing of her modernized hammer, the girl shattered the stone golem into a pile of fragments. As the girl wiped the sweat from her brow, the hero watched her in surprise, impressed by her creative tactic of using an explosive-filled hammer to destroy the stone golem. Beaming with excitement, the girl rushes toward Yuri to announce that her invention successfully brought down the golem. The hero suddenly catches sight of a new threat and warns Tia that it's too early to celebrate. While she struggles to understand his warning, a modernized golem abruptly looms behind her. While the girl celebrated her victory, the hero sensed a shift in the atmosphere as the ground began to tremble beneath them. As the girl celebrated, the hero warned her that it was too early for relief, prompting her to notice strange noises echoing from behind. A massive stone golem suddenly looms behind her, forcing her to realize with horror that the battle isn't over, as it stares her down and unleashes a deafening roar that strikes fear into the heroes. Beside the initial golem, several others began to stir, terrifying the girl as 3 more stone monsters closed in on her and Yuri. Tia explained that only the mind's master could awaken the stone golems, even as monsters began to close in on their position. Meanwhile, the golem she had just defeated underwent a sudden transformation, evolving into a much more formidable opponent. The massive machine turned its gaze toward the heroes, and when the lead hero asked Tia if she could still fight, she admitted she was unable to continue. She explained that her explosive hammer required time to reload. This prompted the hero to search for a way out of their current predicament, realizing that despite the weapon's immense firepower, its slow rate of fire was a significant disadvantage. While the girl suggests they flee, the hero decides to stand his ground against the 3 stone goblins. Tia questions his plan, warning him that swords are useless against such opponents, but Yuri continues his steady approach toward the golems. Fearing for Yuri's safety, the girl warns him of the risks and urges him to refuse the offer and walk away. As the massive golem swung its heavy hand at him, Yuri activated his enhanced cut enchantment and sliced right through the creature. As the enemies continue their attempt to encircle him, the hero evades the impact of their colliding stone fists and takes to the sky, soaring high above the goblin horde. He then proceeded to slice all 3 of them into small pieces, while Tia watched Yuri Aizawa's battle against the stone golems in complete awe. Standing amidst the debris of the fallen stone monsters, the hero's victory thrilled the young girl, leaving Tia stunned that an F-rank adventurer could defeat 3 golems simultaneously. Another golem attempted a surprise attack from the rear, but the young man noticed the threat just as the creature delivered a heavy strike. Tia squeezed her eyes shut in fear as dust billowed in every direction. When she looked back toward Yuri's position, she was stunned to see the hero had caught the monster's massive fist. As Yuri grappled with the massive colossus, he marveled at its immense power, noting that despite its sluggish movements, its strength was easily on par with an A-rank threat. Yuri realized that while a strike like that would have once crushed him, he had grown far beyond the person he used to be. The stone golem fails to realize its fist has been seized until it suddenly feels its massive body being hoisted into the air by the hero. Utilizing the muscle-strengthening spell, Yuri hoisted the golem over his shoulder and slammed it down onto the stone floor. Drawing his enchanted sword, the hero felt their odds had finally improved, as Yuri Aizawa layered on additional spells to enhance its durability, destructive power, and impact diffusion. Having forged the ideal sword for the strike, the hero lunged at the monster while it stared back in total bewilderment. Yuri Aizawa delivered a decisive strike, slicing the golem in half and watching closely as it crumbled into fragments. Tia watched the scene unfold in complete disbelief. She couldn't fathom how he managed to take down a massive golem using nothing more than an ordinary sword. Turning to Yuri, she finally questioned him about his true identity. The hero was caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. Confused by her inquiry, Yuri simply claims to be an F-rank adventurer, leading an indignant Tia to argue that he is far from a typical warrior. Despite the challenges, the heroes successfully secured the rare ore and delivered it to Hugo, leaving the veteran blacksmith frozen in pure disbelief. Stunned that Tia and Yuri actually acquired mithril, the blacksmith asks where they found it. But the heroes only offer a knowing smile, and keep their secret to themselves. They exchanged a celebratory fist bump before the scene shifted to Old Man Hugo's spacious and inviting workshop. Tia requested that her grandfather use the ore to forge a sword, confident that he could enter the blacksmithing competition and emerge victorious. Confident that this strategy would save the shop, she remained hopeful, but the old man simply stared pensively at the floor before explaining that no matter their efforts, the customers would never return. The old man pulled a bottle of spirits from his supplies and took a deep swig, leaving both Tia and Yuri genuinely stunned by the sudden display. He asserted that regardless of their efforts, they still wouldn't be able to rival the discount store's prices. The elderly man shouts that money is the only thing that matters to anyone, leaving his granddaughter confused by his cynical outlook. Tia stares him down stubbornly, deciding that if he refuses to take action, she will step up and do it herself. Hugo reprimanded his granddaughter for her naivety, explaining that mithril ore is an exceptionally difficult material to work with, even for a master blacksmith. Hugo expresses his doubts, claiming that a half-breed like his granddaughter won't be able to keep up, and questions if she truly has what it takes to become a blacksmith. Though the girl appeared to have lost hope, the hero watched as she gritted her teeth, determined to try since she couldn't know the outcome without making an effort. Clutching the ore, Tia fled as her grandfather's screams echoed behind her, shouting back that she would be the one to take the tools from him. Unable to withstand his granddaughter's sharp temper, the elderly blacksmith finally gave in and told her to do as she pleased. Yuri Izawa voiced his concerns about letting the girl venture off alone, but Hugo reassured him that Tia would be perfectly fine. A sudden noise from the workshop prompted the hero to sarcastically question the blacksmith's confidence, causing the old man's expression to sour. Hugo entered the workshop and told his granddaughter to leave so he could handle the task himself, instructing a protesting Tia to simply watch how it was done. Picking up his hammer, the elderly blacksmith began his work in the shop while instructing his granddaughter to observe his technique closely. He begins refining the materials in the furnace, and the story skips ahead 5 days. Yuri Izawa calls out to the veteran blacksmith, who is found sleeping peacefully at his workbench. After waking up, he explained to the hero that he had simply dozed off while making the final adjustments before midnight, prompting the hero to ask for further details. Standing by his desk, Hugo admitted it had been a while since he worked with such material, but he believed everything was in order. When he opened the box to find the sword missing, the old man was baffled by its disappearance, and immediately suspected it had been stolen. A visitor entered Hugo's workshop to inquire if anything had been stolen, explaining that they overheard some concerning remarks and wanted to know what was happening. The person was revealed to be the owner of a budget weapon shop, and right behind him sat the missing sword, wrapped in cloth. Hugo questioned his rival's motives, but the man simply urged him to stay calm, noting he'd heard rumors of the veteran blacksmith entering an upcoming competition. The visitor claimed he had come to cheer for Hugo, but quickly pivoted to the grave news that the old blacksmith's sword had gone missing. Hugo, however, could only look at the uninvited guest with visible indignation. An elderly dwarf confronts the shopkeeper, questioning if he truly stole the sword himself, but the owner sarcastically dismisses the accusation and challenges Hugo to provide any actual proof. Assessing the scene, the hero concludes it's too soon to blame the weapon shop owner, while Yuri decides to test the magic he recently learned. He employed his advanced thought-reading magic just as the shopkeeper claimed to have no knowledge of the missing sword. After reading his mind, the hero discovers that Corey Dolman possesses the mithril sword, and suggests to old Hugo that they search for it together. After peering into Corey's mind, the hero gained a full understanding of the situation. While Hugo labeled Corey Dolman an insolent man and questioned the specific sword he was concealing behind his back, Corey explains that this is the blade he intends to enter into the competition. But when Hugo asks for a closer look, Corey's refusal leads Hugo to suspect that the sword was actually crafted by the old man. Letting out a heavy sigh, Corey reluctantly agreed to present the sword, voicing his hope that Hugo wouldn't be disappointed by what he saw. The veteran blacksmith watched in disbelief as Corey identified the weapon as the magical sword Dyrandal, noting that it was an item he stocked in his own shop. Corey admitted he was hesitant to show his work to Hugo, feeling intimidated by the veteran blacksmith's expertise. Meanwhile, Yuri examined the sword in Dolman's hands and realized it was superior to his own, likely reaching A-rank quality. a feat the hero found truly impressive. Hugo slammed his fists onto the table and offered Dolman an apology for his skepticism, though he still insisted that Corey return home. Dolman flashed a sinister smile before departing, mockingly asking the heroes for their forgiveness. However, he paused to tell Hugo that if he ever found himself with nowhere to go, he would always have a place working for him. Corey flashes a sinister grin, taunting Hugo with the promise of future meetings, while Yuri warns that they can't release him as long as the hero suspects he has the sword, leading a frustrated Hugo to declare he's finally had enough. The veteran blacksmith explains that everything depends on his own strength, admitting that his mithril sword hasn't yet reached the level of a true magic weapon. Just then, Tia wakes up and overhears the ongoing conversation between Yuri and Ugo, while the hero steps in to try and soothe the elderly man. Hanging his head in defeat, old Hugo despairingly announced the closure of his shop, leaving Tia to stare at her grandfather in stunned disbelief.